After the banquet at their district, Feng Yu returned to Bing City. There were lots of things for him to settle at the company. For example, he needs to look for a new office location, the company needs a new person in charge, and he needs to check if these fridges require any changes. First, he must rent a new office. He cannot keep borrowing the motor factory's conference room. There was a 3-story building near their warehouse, and it belongs to the railway department. Taihua Trading uses freight to transport their goods most of the time. Although they always use Kirilenko's military carriages, they also worked with the railway department frequently. Feng Yu wanted to buy that building, but this was rejected. How could the department sell its fixed assets? So, Feng Yu requested to rent the building, but the rent was not cheap, and the tenure was 30 years. The total amounted to over 1 million renminbi. This amount was about the same if he bought a similar building at that location. After bargaining, they settled at 20 years tenure, and the total rental amount would be 1 million renminbi. If the building was to be demolished during the tenure, the railway department needs to compensate Taihua Trading based on the market rate at that time. Feng Yu was pleased with the contract. Within 5 years, the rental for this area will increase by at least 3 times. Also, 10 years later, his company would have shifted to a high-rise building, and he can sublet this building out and earn back a few times more. Taihua Trading had too few people to occupy the whole 3-story office building. So, Feng Yu rented out the second floor to Wind and Rain Logistics at a low price. This was to prevent them from operating in that cold warehouse. The building was cleaned up, and all the furniture were changed. This was completed in 2 days by Wu Jigang and the rest of the staffs. The sound of firecrackers announced the opening of the new office. At the entrance, the signage of Taihua Trading was hung on the left side, and the banners, awards, and plaques which were given to them by the various government bodies were hung on the first-floor wall. These will be the first thing visitors see when they enter the building. Today, the meeting agenda is to talk about the development plans of our company for this year. First, the Sino-Soviet trade will continue. All of you still need to look for cheaper and better suppliers. It will be the same as before. If any of you can find cheaper suppliers, you will be rewarded. Secondly, Taihua Food Processing Factory's products like soybean oil and sugar must continue to expand into the south. Most importantly, animal feeds. You all should target those big pig farms. Animal feeds profits are the highest and much higher than soybean oil. Thirdly, you all must also still in touch with the electrical appliances dealers to understand the market changes. Our company will introduce over 1,000 2-door fridges soon. These refrigerators are bigger, more expensive, and consume more electricity. Bing City's market is too small, and you all should sell these fridges to the other provinces in the Northeast region. Fourth, the orders for humidifiers are getting lesser. Imitations are appearing on the market. But don't worry. We will introduce the second-generation humidifier, which no one can imitate, to the market soon. You all can reveal this news to those dealers. Ask them if they still want to order wind and rain fans. Tell them the prices for plastics had dropped and our supplier prices for them will be lowered by 5 renminbi. Fifth, continue to contact those big factories and find out what type of facilities they need and what is their budget. This will be our focus for this year. Lastly, my brother-in-law had set up his own logistics company, and most of the time, I am busy with other matters. So, we need a deputy manager. Any one of you wants to volunteer for this position? Wu Jigang and the rest gasped in surprise. Volunteer for this position? Shouldn't Feng Yu be asking who does not want to be in this position? Taihua Trading was very famous, and even other provinces had heard of this company because of wind and rain fans and humidifiers. This deputy general manager position was very prestigious. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone raised their hands and looked excitedly at Feng Yu, hoping Feng Yu will choose them. Everyone wants to be the deputy manager? This is tough. How about this? All of you tell me how you will sell this batch of refrigerators and still guarantee the highest profits. Feng Yu still had not thought of how to market these fridges yet. He felt that he was the first one to introduce 2-door refrigerators, but these 2-door fridges were already launched 2 years ago. However, because of the market's weak response to these fridges, they were discontinued. He should have manufactured freezers instead. With his compressors, he could make big freezers and could sell those to the hotels. Everyone looked at each other. They were used to follow Feng Yu's instructions and did not expect Feng Yu to text them on this. Wu Jigang thought for a while and raised his hands. Director Feng, I have an idea. At least the floor was totally quiet. Feng Yu nodded. Tell me about it. Our humidifiers have two types of models, noble and prestige. Why can't we position our refrigerators as luxury fridges? The exterior of our fridges is beautiful, and although it is not the Wind and Rain brand, it is still from Taihua Trading. We can announce that this Taihua brand refrigerator is from the same family as Wind and Rain brand. The fridges now are too small and only suitable for a family of 3. Those fridges are too small for bigger families and not suitable for storing food. We can say that our fridges are designed for bigger families. Wu Jigang continued for almost 10 minutes and got more and more excited. Feng Yu could tell that he did think about this seriously. Feng Yu was not sure if Wu Jigang's plan would work as he does not have much experience in sales. The things he sold earlier were different, and he had used unorthodox methods to market them. Feng Yu was not so confident about these fridges. But the costs of these fridges were very cheap, and even much cheaper than any refrigerators manufacturers in the country. The differences in prices of the most crucial component of the refrigerator, the compressor, had significantly lowered Feng Yu's cost, and create this differences in the manufacturing costs. Worst come to worse, Feng Yu can sell off these fridges at low prices, and he will still not suffer any losses. Anyone else has other ideas? The rest shook their heads. Wu Jigang had said everything they could think of. What else can they say? Since there are no other ideas, then I will appoint Wu Jigang as the Deputy General Manager of Taihua Trading. His salary will be doubled, and the rest of you will get a salary increment of 20%. Feng Yu had also wanted to promote Wu Jigang in the first place. Wu Jigang was very smart and more flexible than the rest. Also, he could get in touch with some factories' leaders because of his uncle. Furthermore, Wu Jigang had gotten beaten up for Feng Yu in the past, and he did not reveal this matter to anyone, including his family. Wu Jigang was also the one who found out that a machinery factory in Shin City wanted to buy a high-temperature steel furnace. Of course, he heard it from his uncle, and this news was confirmed. The rest had also gotten news of factories wanting to buy new machinery, but those were just smaller machines which had not many technical contents. They will not be able to earn much from those. The higher the machine's technical content, the higher the profits. The prices Brother Qi gave Feng Yu were mostly half price, and for something that can be sold for 1 million, Feng Yu can make 200,000 to 300,000 profits. If the item were sold for 10 million, his earnings would be 2 to 3 million. Can this be the same? The high-temperature steel furnace can be sold for at least 10 million rubles, and Feng Yu's profit was at least 2 to 3 million rubles. After the meeting, Feng Yu went to Wind and Rain Logistics. He was helping his brother-in-law who had gone on his honeymoon with his sister. The hospital had given his sister 2 weeks marriage leave. Feng Yu sighed. There was too much work. Seems like his plans to hire more managers must be put forth. It was time for school to reopen. Li Na and the rest returned to school. The first thing Wen Dongjun said when he returned to school was to watch a movie that night. This idiot's intention was not to watch movies, but to meet Zhang Han. Feng Yu also wanted to see Wen Dongjun's reaction when he discovers that Zhang Han was still the same. Lu Kuan did not gene them. He wanted to revise as school was starting the next day. Feng Yu was speechless. The world of top students was something he could never attain. Lu Kuan was already the top student of the whole grade, and he was still working so hard. Feng Yu had wanted to ask Lu Kuan along to comfort the disappointed Wen Dongjun later. He had placed so much hope, and then when they meet, he will be suffering a huge blow. Even someone as optimistic as Wen Dongjun might not be able to take it. Since Lu Kuan does not want to join them, then later Feng Yu will bring Wen Dongjun to eat, hoping he will drown his sorrows in food. Anyway, that idiot was born a glutton. When he met Li Na again, she was still as pretty. Even she was wrapped in thick woolen winter clothing. Feng Yu held Li Na's hands and walked towards the entrance of the school. What are you doing? There are so many people around. Let go of my hand. Li Na said softly. I am afraid your hands will be cold, and I am warming your hands. Feng Yu opened his mouth, and this lie came out naturally. After she tried to pull out her hand twice, she gave up. The two walked towards the school gate, and along the way, they met other teachers. These teachers saw Feng Yu and pretended not to see him holding Li Na's hands. Feng Yu had the protection of the vice principal, and he was also not their student. So why bother? Dongjun, why are you looking so nervous? We are going to fetch Zhang Han and not going to fetch a tigress. Feng Yu said these purposely. Drive carefully and stop taking your eyes off the road. When Dongjun said unhappily, He was as what Feng Yu said. He was tensed, disturbed, and nervous. He had only spoken to Zhang Han once over the phone, but he did not ask if she had slimmed down, and she, too, did not mention anything about this. He was afraid that Zhang Han will still be the same when they meet. What if she got fatter? Other people's girlfriends were all tall and slim, and his girlfriend is tall and fat? He will feel ashamed to bring her out. But he also remembered that other than fat, Zhang Han did not have any other shortcomings. She is tall, fair, good in her studies, kind-hearted, and likes to laugh. But the only flaw was bothering him the most. When Dongjun directed Feng Yu, who was whistling, to Zhang Han's house. In Feng Yu's mind, he had thought of the lyrics to the tune he was whistling. I had asked you many times, when will you be bringing me away, but you kept calling me fat. Oh, 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 when will you be bringing me away? Beep, beep. Hi, pretty girl, you know where Zhang Han's house. Zhang Han. Feng Yu raised his voice in surprise. Feng Yu was at a cross-junction asking the directions to Zhang Han's house. When Dongjun had sent her back a few times, but he had only sent her to this junction. He does not know which building she was staying in. Feng Yu saw a girl with a voluptuous figure standing by the roadside with her back facing him. He rolled down the windows and asked her loudly. But before he could finish his sentence, he was dumbfolded. This pretty girl in front of him was about 1.65 m tall, with a ponytail hairstyle, and wore a stylish long body-down jacket, which made her look taller and slimmer. Her complexion was fair, and her eyes sparkled when she smiled at Feng Yu, flashing her pearl-white teeth. This type of smile was the type of smile between close friends and gave Feng Yu a very familiar feeling. He realized halfway through his sentence that this person looks like Zhang Han. Cannot be. How did Zhang Han become like this? This was an entirely different person. That was why Feng Yu raised his voice in surprise. It's me. Nah, Dongjun. Feng Yu, you all are finally here. The girl waved to them, smiling. Feng Yu, what's with your expression? You don't recognize me? Feng Yu nodded, and then shook his head. This was really Zhang Han. Zhang Han's nickname was supposed to be Fat Chick. Zhang Han was 1.65 m tall and weighs 80 kilograms, even heavier than Feng Yu. There were still classmates that joking said that even she rolls down the stairs, she would not hurt her bones. Although the person in front of him was not considered a goddess, she was not as fat as before. It seems that she weighs about 55 kilograms now. The changes on her face were the greatest. Her round face had become heart-shaped. Her eyes became bigger. How could this person be Zhang Han? The Zhang Han now was still considered plump, but she could not be called Fat Chick again. What did she do during the winter break to lose more than 15 kilograms? There were diet pills in this era, or did she eat laxatives every day? When Dongjun alighted from the car and was shocked to see Zhang Han's changes. The changes were too big and more than what he expected. Plump girls had an advantage, which is they are bustier, and Zhang Han's waist was slimmer, but her bust did not become smaller. Instead, they became more prominent. Zhang Han smiled and said, "It's cold." When Dongjun came back to his senses and immediately stepped aside for Zhang Han to board the car. He waved his fist in the air. That's great. Zhang Han had really slimmed down, and she was so slim now. He was ecstatic. Feng Yu turned and exclaimed, Zhang Han, how much weight did you lose and how did you do it? I just feel like losing weight, so I just slimmed down. I did not really lose too much weight. Only about 15 kilograms. Zhang Han's words were humble, but everyone could feel that she was feeling very proud. She must have suffered during the winter break to lose this 15 kilograms. The shocked look on her friends' faces just now made her very proud, especially when Dongjuan's silly look. She secretly swore to herself to continue her diet and make all her fats disappear. 15 kilograms? You are amazing, Lina exclaimed. Her impression of Fat Chick was that she must eat something always, if not she would be hungry. The Lunar New Year had just passed, and there were many goodies everywhere. How could she possibly lose weight? Feng Yu looked at the rearview mirror and said jokingly, You must know what the reason to lose weight is. If someone has a firm target and determination, those things that seemed impossible might become a reality. Am I right? Zhang Han secretly looked at Dongjun and said, No, I just feel like losing some weight. Being too fat will affect my physical lessons grades. This semester, I will carry on with my diet until I reach 55 kilograms. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. If your physical lessons grades are too low, it will make our class's sports representative look bad. when Dongjun was their class sports representative. He was tall and fit, and well-versed in all types of sports. He was one of the few which the vice principal gave special instructions to look after. Of course, the form teacher must give him some title. When Dongjun scratched the back of his head and smiled. Zhang Han, you look good now. Although Zhang Han was still plump when Dongjun was able to accept her now, he did not expect Zhang Han to lose so much weight in one winter break. No, I want to be as slim as Li Na, and I will be prettier than the prettiest girl from next class. Zhang Han said stubbornly. When she mentioned the prettiest girl from next class, when Dongjun kept quiet, but Feng Yu laughed loudly. This idiot had liked that girl in the past. Someone had said previously that every fatty has potential, but Feng Yu does not believe. But from today onwards, he can be sure this statement is true. Translator notes, losing so much weight in a short time is not healthy, and also what's wrong with being fat? The reopening of school also gave Feng Yu time to take care of his businesses. The research and development of the second-generation humidifier had entered the final phase. The engineers from the aviation factory had said that the research would be over after a few more tests, and there should be no problems. Within a week, he could send the research results to the motor factory for them to start production. Feng Yu was pleased by this news. The earlier the development was completed, the earlier he could capture the market. Seems like in a few days' time, he got to invite Fu Guangjing over to discuss the exportation contract. The machinery company also had good news. Their first batch of new tractors was sold out, and they also attracted a lot of new orders. Their tractor's performance was better and cheaper than the Dongfang Hong tractors. Even fools knew which tractor to buy. The orders for plowing machines and seeder were also increased, and their market share was growing. This made the machinery factory from Lin province to be semi-shut down, as no ones were buying their products. Based on this development speed, the sales for the machinery company would be over 300 million, and they will have profits of at least 60 million. This amount of profits was something that they don't even dare to dream of in the past. Even the machinery factory no longer belongs to the city government, but the city was still the major shareholder of the company, and the dividends would be much higher than previous year's profits. There was even a significant amount of taxes too. Zhang Ruiqiang had used the machinery company as a pilot project to import high-tech machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union and get the investments of a Hong Kong businessman. This was considered a significant achievement, and his status in the city government improved. Now, he can implement the reformation of some state-owned enterprises, and there will be lesser objections to his plans. Feng Yu was not satisfied with the 300 million renminbi sales and profits of 60 million renminbi. The machinery company was being myopic now and did not care about the research and development of the new technologies to be the leader in this industry. If this carries on, the motor company would be back to square one after 5 years. Of course, Feng Yu would not let that happen. Within 5 years, he wants to be the major shareholder of this machinery company, and when that happens, he will call the shots and do what he likes with the company. And this was not too far away. This year, Feng Yu will have the opportunity to increase his family's stake by more than one time. Feng Yu was so confident because of Kirilenko, who was in Moscow. Kirilenko had called Feng Yu yesterday and told him that he had news about the high-temperature steel furnace. This piece of news really excites Feng Yu. High-temperature steel furnace was just a furnace used to produce refined steel, which was used to make molds. In China, there was similar furnace too, but this furnace could not withstand such high temperatures and could not produce many kinds of specialized steels. In China, at least 3 big factories wanted this high-temperature furnace, and the motor factory was one of them. Feng Yu could only import one furnace, and Kirilenko had quoted him 3 million rubles. This type of large high-temperature steel furnace was using the technologies that were few years old, but a brand-new furnace was priced at more than 10 million rubles. The price for a second-hand furnace would also be more than 30%. Feng Yu immediately contacted the motor factory and asked them if they wanted this furnace for 5 million rubles. Li Shiyu agreed without any hesitations. So what if this was a used furnace? So long it was still in a working condition, they would be able to produce products which they could only imagine before. The material costs would also be lower, and they would be able to recoup this amount within 2 years. Feng Yu had wanted the motor factory to absorb part of the taxes, which amounted to about 300,000 rubles. But what surprised Feng Yu the most was that Li Shiyu said that he will take care of the taxes. The taxes could be waived off as he will import it under the name of the military. Feng Yu was shocked by the authority of these state-owned enterprises. Having a military background was too useful. Even the motor factory was no longer a military installation. They still can waive off the taxes. What Feng Yu wanted was the ultra-high power electric furnace. This type of furnace had high technical content and was priced above 40 million rubles. But because it was so expensive, Kirilenko dared not to sell it to Feng Yu. For items that cost a few million, Kirilenko could easily collaborate with the factory's manager to sell it. But it was too tricky for high-tech machinery that was more than 10 million rubles. Especially this type of furnace was used to manufacture military products, and the risk was too big for Kirilenko to illegally sell it to Feng Yu. He said he got to wait a while more. In fact, Feng Yu wanted to tell him that he was willing to pay more for that furnace and the technology behind it. China does not have the technology to build this type of ultra-power electric furnace. It can be said that any factory that owned this furnace, the factory would be the most high-tech in China. After spending tens of millions of rubles, even if the technique were not known, the factory would also be willing to waste materials to figure out the technique and technologies. Feng Yu told Kirilenko that he was willing to buy the technologies even if there were no machines. He does not want those military technologies. Those technologies used for non-military purposes will do. But the technologies must be considered advanced internationally, and he will give Kirilenko a right price for it. In that era, the industrial technologies in China were too backward. Don't say being compared to Europe or the US. They can't even be compared to their neighboring countries. Many types of machinery in China at that time were imported from Korea and Taiwan. If Feng Yu could purchase those technologies, he would keep those that were useful to him and sell off those that were useless to him. Not only he could benefit himself, but he could also increase China's industrial technology standards, killing two birds with one stone. Most importantly, Feng Yu could increase his status in the leader's eye. It would be better if he could get to meet up with the senior leaders because of this. There was no harm knowing more people. The motor factory paid 10% deposits and signed the contract. Feng Yu then informed Kirilenko to deliver the furnace and send at least 3 experts over. The salary will still be the same as the ones before. Of course, if more experts were willing to come over to work for Feng Yu will also welcome them. The more, the merrier. Talents are hard to find. If there were a few dozens of senior engineers from the Soviet Union working for Feng Yu now, his status would be different. With these experts, he would be considered a prestigious guest of the provincial government. Kirilenko told Feng Yu that this time, he would at least send a dozen industrial experts into him. The previous 3 experts were living comfortably in China, and their meals and lodgings were even provided for by the motor factory. Every month, they were still able to receive salaries much higher than what they were getting in the Soviet Union. The last time, Kirilenko had contacted more than 10 experts, but most of them had a wait-and-see attitude. With the 3 experts doing so well now, the rest were willing to come over to work. They could make a lot of money and still be doing what they do best. They would be able to send money back to their families. Their lives would be much better than working in the Soviet Union. But these people had one condition, which was if the Soviet Union needs them, they will return immediately. The salary would be prorated to the day they left. This made Feng Yu unhappy. Leaving work unfinished and returning to the Soviet Union? Then why should we still give them such good benefits? Feng Yu countered offer to them that they would at least need to give a 1-month notice before they returned to the Soviet Union. If not, they would have to pay a compensation of their 3-month salaries. Everything will be written in the contract. Kirilenko passed Feng Yu's message to the experts, and the number of experts that were willing to come over to China was reduced to 5. The rest wanted to monitor the situation longer. Feng Yu told Kirilenko to contact those experts that were in poverty. Feng Yu don't believe that these experts could resist the temptations of high wages. 1 week later, the first prototype for the ultrasonic humidifier was developed. Although the humidifier was still not up to Feng Yu's expectations, it was the right size. He can change the exterior design, and if that doesn't work, he could always hire a product designer to do it for him. Product designers were not expensive in that era. The humidifier was switched on, and mist came out of it immediately. This was much faster, more efficient, and uses lesser electricity compared to the older version of the humidifier. Those that did not experience that era could not imagine what it was like to have a shortage of power. Even in the cities, The residents had limited electrical supply and priority were given to the state-owned factories and government agencies. Feng Yu had thought of manufacturing air conditioning. Air conditioning would have higher profits than electrical fans. But because of the electricity shortage issues, he shelved this plan. Now, there were only two kinds of air conditioning, which were central air conditioning and vertical air conditioning. Those hanging small air conditioning had not yet appeared. Those from the future era would know how high the electricity consumption was for vertical air conditioning. There were air conditioning factories in China, but their sales were pathetic. That was because the government had a regulation that if a household wants to install an air conditioning, they must meet the energy-saving standards. Many factories do not meet this requirement. So, most of the air conditioning in the market were imported, and their primary markets were those senior leaders and the wealthy businessmen. To install an air conditioner, one would have to pay a sum of about 3,000 to 5,000 renminbi electrical bills first. This was somewhat like a tax. There were not many people who use air conditioning in the whole of China, and how could Feng Yu, who only have a brief knowledge of how air conditioning works and how one looks like, manufacture one? Even if he gets experts to research on it, the investment will be massive. It was not worth the efforts. So, Feng Yu chose to manufacture electric fans at the start, and the profits from the fans made him smile for a long time. This new humidifier let Feng Yu seize the next pot of gold. There were not many humidifier factories in China, but some state-owned factories started to research and develop humidifiers and were successful. But those humidifiers were used for industrial purposes and not used by the civilians. Furthermore, the size of those humidifiers was not small. Overseas, there were household humidifiers, but those were also electrothermal humidifiers. These humidifiers were not imported to China yet. That's why if the humidifiers were produced domestically, it would be able to capture China's market fast and create a monopoly. Feng Yu was also confident that if he exports this ultrasonic humidifier, it would also be popular in markets like Europe and the US, and countries in the northern hemisphere where the environment was drier. The only issue Feng Yu was facing now was the threat of imitation. The humidifier imitations that appeared affected wind and rain humidifiers' sales significantly. Even though wind and rain humidifier was still the market leader, but it was only a matter of time when the imitations take over the position. Finally, they had a new product which was more high-tech, safer, consume lesser electricity, and look classier. But this technology was also not too complicated. The aviation factory was able to develop this humidifier in a short period of time. That means that other factories might also be able to do the same too. The factories that produce imitation fans and humidifiers were mostly state-owned enterprises. They had no concept of branding, and if you can produce this product, they will also produce the same thing. Even the designs will be the same. Some were shameless enough to even print wind and rain logo on their products. No one could do anything to these factories as they had the protection of the local government. These factories were not afraid of getting caught, and if they were really caught, the most they would do was to remove the logo. The design would remain the same. When Feng Yu first knew about this, he was frustrated but could not do anything. The issue of counterfeits exists even in his previous life. Even though the copyrights laws in his past life were adequate, but it still does not deter people from manufacturing counterfeits as the profits were huge. Factories could quickly grasp the technology behind by buying a few finished products, dismantle, and reverse engineer it. This would save the R&D cost, and the total cost will be lowered. Once the cost was reduced, it could be sold at a lower price for a similar product. But all these were in the past. This time, Feng Yu will not let these factories imitate his humidifier. He was going to apply for the patent. Feng Yu was to have the ownership of this patent, and this was discussed with the motor factor and the aviation factory. Within 10 years, all three parties will split the earning based on the agreed proportions. They had thought that there will be new products launched to replace this humidifier after 10 years, and this patent was not important. But what they did not expect was Feng Yu could authorize other factories to use his patent to manufacture similar products, and the profits from this would belong to him alone. To apply for patents in China was very troublesome in that era. It will take at least 6 months, and if it was applied by individuals, it could take 3 to 5 years for the approval. Luckily, the aviation factory and the motor factory used to be military factories, and although they were converted, they still had the connections. Feng Yu made use of their relationships, coupled with the help of Zhang Ruiqiang, and calling his own contacts to request the patent office to expedite his application. The approval was estimated to be ready within 1 month. The patent issue for China was considered settled. Feng Yu now got to apply for the overseas patent. Feng Yu could only ask Fu Guangjing for help. Applying for Europe and US patent from Hong Kong was more convenient and faster than China. Also, Feng Yu needs to set up a sales office for the overseas market, and it was much more convenient to set up the office in Hong Kong. Of course, Feng Yu would not let Fu Guangjing help him for free, and he got to share some of the profits with him. After receiving the phone call from Feng Yu, Fu Guangjing flew to Bing City. It was almost the end of winter, and this time, Fu Guangjing was not as cold as the last time. The both of us will set up a company in Hong Kong, and the sales for the overseas market will be handled by this company. Then how do we split the profits? Fu Guangjing asked Feng Yu. Fu Guangjing knows about humidifiers, and humidifiers were sold in the South too. However, the sales of humidifiers were not fantastic in the South. But Fu Guangjing was the same as Feng Yu. He knew that there would be a market for these humidifiers in the Northern Hemisphere as the environment was drier there and there were more inland cities. This business would not fail. Feng Yu smilingly asked, "How much does Brother Fu want?" Although there are no proper sales distribution channels set up, my family has. My family's sales channels cover the whole Southeast Asia, and we have partners in Europe and the US. We can guarantee that we can cover the whole Europe and the US within the shortest period. You should know the importance of distribution channels, so I will not talk much about this. I want 40%. Fu Guangjing stretched out his hand and put up 4 fingers. Damn, so high. Feng Yu had wanted to give him only 20%, but he knew what Fu Guangjing said was true. The Fu family was a big family. Even though Fu Guangjing was not very capable and Fu Rongjing's company was not very big, but the head of the Fu family's company was big. If Feng Yu were to sell the humidifier by himself, he could make $10 million in a year. But if he let the Fu family sell these humidifiers, he would get at least $30 million in a year. They were more professional and was able to control the market better than Feng Yu. Feng Yu hesitated for a while and said, "Brother Fu, 40% is a bit high. I admit that the Fu family have the ability, but other families in Hong Kong also had the same abilities. Furthermore, I own the patent, and this is a constant flow of profits. 30% profits. The earlier you agree, the earlier we can earn money. This would also help with your status in the Fu family, right?" Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu. He felt that Feng Yu knows a lot about his family. Could it be there was someone powerful behind Feng Yu, like what his father told him? He was quite satisfied with 30% profits. Feng Yu was right. With this company, his status in the Fu family would rise to be on par with his elder brother or even surpass him. He agreed to this term. Today was an important day for Li Shiyu. He was rated as a provincial advanced worker. There will be an interview with the TV station, and this interview will be aired together with other advanced workers on the news. The whole interview would also be broadcast on a talk show in the evenings. He got at least 10 minutes of airtime. When Feng Yu heard this news, he immediately rushed to the motor factory. He was not there to congratulate Li Shiyu, but he felt that this was an opportunity not to be missed. When the camera was in position, Feng Yu knocked on the office door and entered. Li Shiyu was surprised. What's the urgency, which made Feng Yu to barged in during his interview with the TV station's reporters? Feng Yu whispered some things into Li Shiyu's ear, and Li Shiyu's eyes widened. Can he really do this? He had rehearsed the questions and answers with the reporters. Would it be too much if he changes at last minute? Feng Yu told Li Shiyu what to do, and this concerns the profits of the whole motor factory. Additional, it will not affect the interview too. What's there to be afraid of? Li Shiyu nodded. He asked the reporters to wait a while and left his office to speak to his secretary. 5 minutes later, his secretary opened the door and over a dozen factory workers came in, each carrying a big box. They placed the boxes behind his desk, covering the whole bookshelf. The boxes were stacked higher and higher. Feng Yu ran over to the camera and looked from the camera angle. Very nice. The boxes had covered the whole background, and the pictures on the boxes were visible. Feng Yu also opened the box and took out the humidifier and placed it in front of Li Shiyu's desk, covering about 1/5 of the screen. He adjusted the position of the humidifier, making sure the wind and rain logo was facing the camera. He added water into the humidifier and plugged it into the socket. However, he did not switch it on. The reporter and cameraman did not know what was happening. Where were these people doing? This was an office and not a warehouse. What were they trying to do by covering a wall with these products? The reporter could no longer stand it and asked, Director Lee, what's going on? It will not look good on television if these boxes are stacked in the background. We will film your factory later. You don't need to do this. Before Li Shiyu could say anything, Feng Yu said, Mr. Reporter, I think you are mistaken. We did not purposely do this. It is because our warehouses are full and Director Li, leading by example, shows us how to make full use of the available spaces by letting us store these goods in his office. We had no other choices. What's this? Wind and rain humidifier? This was really produced by the motor factory, but this small thing should not be taking up too much space. The motor factory's warehouse should be able to store a few 100,000 of these. How many did you all produce? The reporter looked at the boxes carefully and noticed that these were all wind and rain humidifier. In the past, there were rumors that it was the motor factory that manufactured the wind and rain electric fans and humidifiers. The rumors were true. Feng Yu continued saying, Too many. There were other products in the warehouse too. Furthermore, this is really what our Director Lee's office looks like. We are not lying. When Feng Yu was saying this, he secretly pushes a red packet into the reporter's hands and told him softly, Please do not interrupt Director Lee if he did not answer your question smoothly. The reporter received the red packet and nodded. He does not care about the background anymore since Director Lee, himself, does not mind. It will be Director Lee who is appearing on TV anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Feng Yu did not forget about the cameraman. He also passed a red packet to the cameraman and said, Please film using this angle. Our director looks better from this angle. 3, 2, 1, action. Today we are here at Bing City's motor factory. This is a state-owned factory with a long history and had contributed greatly to the country's for modernization. For instance, the electricity in Bing City is powered by the motor factory's generators. We shall now interview the director of the motor factory, Director Li Shiyu. Director Li, from what we understand, the motor factory had experienced cash flows issues last year. You even had difficulties paying out the salaries of your workers. May I ask you, how did you turn things around and even give your workers a raise this year? Li Shiyu looked at the camera and earnestly replied, Last year, we did encounter some cash flow issues due to bad debts. However, our workers carried forward, without fear of hardship, and responded to the nation's call to innovate and seek development. The first question was as what they planned, but Li Shiyu did not follow his script. He started speaking professionally like those politicians. In fact, he could talk nonstop for half an hour if he was uninterrupted. This was something that most senior leaders could do. We still have another question. The reporter continued with the next question. Li Shiyu started to answer the reporter's question, but after 2 sentences, he coughed and said, Sorry, the air is a bit dry. Please wait for a while. Then Li Shiyu reached over to the eye-catching humidifier on his desk and switched it on. Immediately, the mist started to come out. Li Shiyu inhaled deeply and showed a comfortable expression. Sorry, back to the question you were asking. The reporter was dumbfounded. What's happening? Switching on the humidifier amid the interview with the camera rolling? The comfortable facial expression was also too exaggerated. The humidifier was just switched on, and how can the humidity in the room change so fast? Furthermore, the air was not so dry in the room. Half an hour before, there was another humidifier switched on in the room. Could it be someone switched that off? Feng Yu secretly gave Li Shiyu a thumb up. Director Li's acting deserves full marks. All this while, Feng Yu was standing behind the cameraman, and the humidifier in the screen was very clear. Although there was no close-up, the beautiful exterior of the humidifier could attract the attention of the viewers. Also, the mist rising immediately after the humidifier was switched on showed that this new model of humidifier was much faster and highlighted this feature clearly. Also, there was a wall of humidifiers in the background. Even it was not very clear, but it was enough to make the viewers curious about it and attracted their attention. The office interview continued, and after Li Shiyu finished answering the last question, the report suggests touring the factory. Li Shiyu stood up, switched off the humidifier, used both hands to carry the humidifier, and placed it on the floor. The reporter was surprised when she saw Li Shiyu carrying the humidifier. This thing is not hot. She casually asked Li Shiyu, and he answered her that this humidifier was the new model. The mist produced was not hot, and it was safer for homes. Children would not get scalded by it. Perfect. Although this part was not recorded by the camera, later maybe. The report and cameraman followed Li Shiyu to the motor factory's production workshop. But the workshop was producing something they did not expect. Shouldn't it be electric generators? Even if the manufacturing process needs to be kept secret, it should also be showing them the manufacturing of the generator's parts. This workshop was manufacturing something familiar. Damn, it was the new model of humidifier they saw in the office. Director Lee, did you bring us to the wrong workshop? The report asked. Nope. This workshop is producing our factory's most profitable product. Oh, there are a few other workshops also producing this product. You want to look at those workshops? Li Shiyu was asking the obvious. Feng Yu said to show the reporter this workshop, and this part must be aired, even if leaking the technology. They were not afraid of leaking this technology, and could also make use of this to promote their humidifier. Most importantly, Feng Yu told Li Shiyu that this would be considered an advertisement for their humidifier, and he would pay the motor factory a handsome sum of advertising fees. The reporter was speechless. Forget it. This was the factory director. He can show whatever he wants. Standing in the workshop, Li Shiyu continued to answer the reporter's questions. But his answers start to stray from the script. Wind and rain humidifier was mentioned a lot of times in his answers. This second-generation humidifier was the result of a cooperation with the aviation factory. It uses state-of-the-art technology, and we had applied the domestic and international patents for this technology. This humidifier would produce mists almost immediately once switched on. It is more efficient and saves the time of heating up the water. It also uses lesser electricity and water. You do not need to refill the water so many times. The mist produced is cold mist. It will not scald you and is much safer. The reporter quickly signals to the cameraman to stop the camera. This was no longer an interview, but an advertisement. Director Lee, can we stick to script? Why do you keep promoting your factory's products? The reporter had a helpless look. They had limited videotapes with them. I'm sorry. I kept thinking about these humidifiers in my head, and subconsciously we'll talk about this. Fine. We will stick strictly to the script from now on. Let's go to the warehouse. Li Shiyu glanced at Feng Yu, and saw Feng Yu giving him a thumb up secretly. When they stepped into the warehouse, not only the reporter and cameraman were shocked. Even Li Shiyu was also stunned by what they saw. This was the motor factory's warehouse. Earlier, the warehouse was not like this. Now this was a picture made by stacking the humidifier boxes. Feng Yu indicated to Li Shiyu to stand in front of the boxes for the interview. He also asked the cameraman to film from a distance, making sure the full warehouse was captured in the film. The cameraman was cursing in his heart. This warehouse was not full at all. There were a lot of empty spaces, and who the hell would stack their products this way? Even a layman like him knew that this was a waste of space. This time, Li Shiyu answered the reporter's question according to what was planned. But the reporter and cameraman had a troubled expression. How were they going to explain to their bosses, and which part of the interview should they use for the evening news tomorrow? The first part, it showed Li Shiyu switching on the humidifier, and there was a wall of humidifiers in the background. The second part was illustrating the production process of these humidifiers, and Li Shiyu kept talking about the humidifiers. Lastly, there were no issues with the answers given by Li Shiyu for the last part. But what's in the background? The workers at the motor factory likes to play with Lego? Forget it. Let the leaders solve this problem. It seems like Director Lee would not agree to redo the whole interview, and they also do not have enough videotapes. If they reshoot the interview tomorrow, it might not be in time for the evening news. They just hope that their leaders would not notice about this interview, so they will not be reprimanded. Before they left, Feng Yu also placed some souvenirs in their car. These souvenirs were the second-generation humidifier. These humidifiers were not even introduced into the market, and even the city government leaders do not have them yet. The motor factory was more generous than the other leaders they interviewed. They received red packets and souvenirs when they were here. So, they were fine even if they were reprimanded by their leaders. When they opened the red packets, they were surprised to see they gotten 500 renminbi each. They thought there were only a few 10 RMB notes in the red packets as it felt quite thin, but to their surprise, it was a few pieces of 100 renminbi notes. 500 renminbi was their few months' salaries. This appeased their dissatisfaction with Director Lee. Now, they do not mind being reprimanded, and even if their wages were docked, they were also willing to accept. This was 500 renminbi. After the people from the TV station left, Feng Yu made a few phone calls and asked the advertisement producer over. He wants to film the first advertisement. It would be similar to the interview, with the same settings and backgrounds. Li Shiyu continued to work hard, and he was the star of the advertisement. But at the workshop, he was replaced by the chief engineer. Having the chief engineer to introduce the manufacturing process was more convincing. Feng Yu was most satisfied with the picture created from the stacked boxes in the background. It was the same as those product displays seen in supermarkets in his past life. Li Shiyu's interview was aired during the evening news the following day. Many footages were cut, but what surprised Feng Yu was the footage of Li Shiyu switching on the humidifier was not removed. This made it look more realistic, and the footage at the warehouse was also aired. This was to show the audiences, the warehouse, and the hard-working workers there. Feng Yu burst out into laughter after he watches the news. It was worth giving those 2 red packets. The whole interview was also aired on a TV program after the news. This time, the effects were better. No footages were edited. After watching the program, even Feng Yu had the urge to buy that humidifier, let alone the other viewers. It can be said that Li Shiyu was outshined by these humidifiers. Feng Yu could only apologize to Li Shiyu. The next day, the interview-like advertisements were aired by the provincial TV station. 3 one-minute advertisements a day showing the 3 interviews at the 3 different locations. This time, Feng Yu used high prices to secure a 1-year advertising contract with the provincial TV station. He used Taihua Trading to sign the contract, and one of the contract terms was the flexibility to change the products and advertisements anytime he wants. For instance, these humidifier advertisements will be added to the humidifier costs. Once again, the Bing City's residents had something interesting to discuss. The stacking of the humidifier boxes in the motor factory's warehouse. It was aired on TV, and they felt that the warehouse workers were genius. Those workers could use the different colors on the boxes to create the words wind and rain by stacking them up. Feng Yu heard the discussions along the streets and laughed to himself. This was nothing compared to the supermarket display staffs from his previous life. Those staffs were able to create Optimus Prime using supermarket products. Nevertheless, the second general humidifiers were the talk of the town even before they were launched. Everyone was talking about the advertisements, and Feng Yu believed that this humidifier would be a success when they launched. The application for the patent was approved. It was May 1st, Labor Day, but Taihua Trading staffs were working overtime. Hello? You want to order 100 units of Prestige model? No problem, but our company's policy was that you must order at least half of that quantity of Noble Model 2. What? You don't agree? Then sorry, we do not have the Prestige model. After a month of preparations, Bing City was the first to launch the ultrasonic humidifier. Even though winter had passed, and the rivers were no longer frozen, but there was no rain, and the air remained dry. Coupled with effects from the TV advertisements, everyone was looking forward to getting this humidifier. On the first day of launch, there was a buying frenzy. This was also because Feng Yu had used hunger marketing strategy. He told the departmental stores and cooperatives that there were limited stocks. This was even announced in the advertisements. After Bing City's residents got wind of this news, all the humidifiers at the departmental stores and cooperatives were sold out before noon. The residents had the mindset of getting one before it was sold out. Actually, there were still tens of thousands of humidifiers sitting in the motor factory's warehouse, but Feng Yu just did not want to release them. The advertisements had highlighted the new features and made comparisons between the new humidifier against the older version. Those leaders and bosses also took note of this new product. Since there was a newer version, why not get it since they had spare cash? Feng Yu also sent some second-generation humidifier samples to the government agencies that were close to him. The leaders then distribute the older humidifier samples to their subordinates. The price of this new humidifier was twice of the older ones. It was the same for both wholesale and retail prices. Feng Yu said that those that were willing to spend 200 renminbi for a humidifier would also not mind paying 300 renminbi for one. Those that were not willing to spend 200 renminbi for a humidifier would also not waste 150 renminbi for one. So, Feng Yu set high selling prices for the new humidifiers. True enough, the high prices did not affect the sales and increased their profits. The cost of the ultrasonic humidifiers was higher than the older version, but not to the extent of 2 times. Furthermore, the words patented product, counterfeits will be prosecuted, was printed on the boxes. In the instruction manual, There was also a section on the punishments of violating the patent law and warned those big factories with R&D departments to not use their technology. This time, it was stated clearly that the humidifier was manufactured by the motor factory. This would make those factories think twice before producing counterfeits. If they get involved with a large state-owned enterprise, their local government might not be able to offer them protection. After the new version was launched, Wu Jigang contacted the dealers to inform them and asked them to come over to discuss the contract. These dealers had made some profits from the last batch of humidifiers, but it was not as much as the electric fans previously. Also, the humidifiers were easily imitated. A few dealers expressed that they were not coming over. Wu Jigang followed what Fengyu did previously and blacklisted those dealers. Taihua Trading would never work with those people or their companies again. Fengyu had said before, there can only be people begging him to sell his products and not the other way around. Taihua Trading can afford to be so arrogant as they had the patent and had monopolized the market. Fengyu promised those dealers that stick with him will earn lots of money. But if there were those that want to sell counterfeits and grab the market share, then that will depend if they had the ability. Fengyu planned to buy advertising slots at CCTV a few days later. CCTV at that time was not as powerful as the later years. Last year, CCTV was given the approval to air commercials, and the advertising fees had risen since then. But other than the prime time in the evenings and the timings, before and after, the news, all other advertising fees were still not high. There were still many empty advertising slots. Fengyu believed that CCTV would give him the good slots, higher frequencies, and extended advertisement length if he buys the advertising space for 1 year. Fengyu does not care whether if others believe in the advertising effect of CCTV. He had absolute trust in this TV station. Fu Guangjing also brought good news to Fengyu regarding the patent applications. The patent for Asia was approved, and the application for Europe and the US was still ongoing. As for Africa, forget it. Even you had the license from the United Nations, there was still nothing you could do in that area. Furthermore, Fengyu also did not expect his humidifiers to be selling well in Africa. This news also meant that the Hong Kong office would start operations soon. The first target was Taiwan. The humidity in Hong Kong was quite high, and unless the air purifying feature for the humidifier were introduced, there would not be many sales in Hong Kong. The sales for Hong Kong was handled by Fu Guangjing. With the Fu family around, Fengyu had nothing to worry about the sales. Regarding sales and marketing, Fengyu still could not be compared to the Fu family. Even the retail prices were higher than what Fengyu set. He found out that the Fu family had set the prices based on the region's development. For instance, the retail price for the humidifier in China was 300 renminbi. For Taiwan, it was 500 renminbi, and for some countries in Europe, it was more than 150 US dollars. The retail price for the US and Canada even reached 200 US dollars. Fu Guangjing explained to Fengyu the reason for these prices. The US population was distributed over a large area, and their target market segment was the middle class and above. This segment could easily afford this price. Also, the packaging of the humidifiers for the US market did not print "Made in China," but instead it printed their Hong Kong company. This way, the consumers would not look down on the product. When Fengyu heard this, he was slightly unhappy. What does it mean by consumers will look down on China products? In future, China will be the world's factory. Almost everything that was used in the US or Europe will be made in China. See if these countries dare to not use products made by China. Fengyu got pissed and requested the US retail prices to increase further by 5 to 10%. He even jokingly told Fu Guangjing that he did not understand the Americans. Americans do not buy the best products, but they buy the most expensive products. Fu Guangjing was dazed when he heard what Fengyu said. He went back and discussed with his family, and even his family agreed with what Fengyu said. The transportation cost to the US was not low, and what Fengyu said also made sense. The retail price should increase slightly for the US market. Fengyu did not expect that the Fu family took his joke seriously and accepted what he said. But this was not bad either. His profits will also increase. Finally, he could make money from the US, and he was very excited over this. Just when everything was going smoothly, Fengyu received a call from Wu Jigang asking him to return to office as there was a foreign businessman at their office, wanting to order the ultrasonic humidifiers. Fengyu skipped classes again and returned to the company. Although he was working with Fu Guangjing on the exportation of the humidifiers, He doesn't mind authorizing his patent to foreign companies that wish to use his technology in their factories. Nice to meet you, Mr. Feng. When Feng Yu arrived, the foreigner businessman gave him a 90-degree bow, shocking him. What's happening? Why is this guy bowing to him? Wait, foreign businessman, is this guy a Korean or Japanese? He did not have a big face, and based on his height, he should be a Japanese. You are. I am Kamita Masao, from Black Dragon Company. Limited. Mr. Feng can call me Kamita. Kamita Masao was also feeling a bit puzzled. The boss of Taihua Trading was a bit young. Could he be the heir to this company? Even the other party's Mandarin was not bad, but Feng Yu could tell from his name that he was a Japanese. But his name was quite humble. It sounds like Neil and Lick. The Chinese characters for Kamita were, and it sounds like Neil and Lick in Mandarin. But with his appearance, even if he really wants to kneel and lick Feng Yu, he would also reject him. Black Dragon Company, Ltd. was not the Yakuza. It stands for a shareholding company. Mr. Kamita, please take a sit. I heard from Manager Wu that you want to work with us on the ultrasonic humidifiers? Feng Yu said, smiling. Yes, I am the representative of Black Dragon Company, Ltd. in China. I saw the wind and rain ultrasonic humidifiers in the market, and I think this product has huge potentials and is worth to develop further. Feng Yu nodded. He was smiling happily now. He would never reject praises. What does your company do in the past? Home appliances or electronic products? Feng Yu must find out more about this company. If this company was selling bread, unless they offer Feng Yu a sky-high price to use his patent, Feng Yu would not authorize them. But what Feng Yu did not expect was this Black Dragon Company, Ltd. was not selling bread. This company was selling inflatable sex dolls. WTF? Why does a company selling sex dolls wants to work with him for humidifiers? If people found out that the company producing humidifiers was also producing sex dolls, it would be a disgrace for Taihua Trading Company. Especially if his father and mother know about this. He would be beaten up by the both of them. Feng Yu swallowed his saliva and stared fiercely at Wu Jigang. Why did he not find out more about this businessman? Can any company just work with Taihua Trading just because they want to? Feng Yu had asked him to take note of companies that wanted to use their patented technology, but he still needs to filter these companies. Wu Jigang felt he was wronged. He did not ask Kamita's name when they met, but Kamita's Mandarin was very good and still had a Beijing accent. He thought Kamita was a Chinese, but who knows, he was a Japanese. Feng Yu stood up and said, Mr. Kamita, I still have something on. Let's discuss our cooperation some other days. Kamita Masao immediately stood up and bowed 90 degrees again. Mr. Feng, please wait. I understand that you do not like our company's products, but there is nothing to be ashamed of these products. These products can satisfy human needs. Wait a moment. Our company also produces perfume and aromatic diffuser. I think we can add my company's aromatic diffuser feature to your humidifier. We should be able to work well together. Diffuser? Feng Yu looked at Kamita. Was he treating Feng Yu as a fool? What's so complicated with an aromatic diffuser? One could always add a few drops of perfume into the water used for the humidifier, and it would produce the same results. Why should Feng Yu work with him? In the future years, air freshener aromatic diffusers were very popular and were used in most offices, households, and vehicles. But later, it was found out that the perfume used was harmful to people. This type of harmful product should be kept within Japan and should not be sold in China. Wait, that's right. Since this idea was suggested by a Japanese, then Feng Yu could authorize this Japanese company to use his patent to produce the humidifier with air diffuser feature, but they can only sell those products in Japan and cannot export to other countries. Feng Yu acted like he was persuaded by Kamita and sat down. Now you mention this. It seems that we can still work together. What are your plans for us to work together? Wu Jigang was puzzled. Aroma? They had included that in the instruction manuals for the humidifiers. Why should they work with this Japanese? Cooperation. We will use our aromatic diffusion technology, and you will use your ultrasonic technology. Together, we will invest and produce the humidifiers and split the profits equally. Kamita Masao said, Damn this guy. Using that lousy aromatic diffusion technology to compare with the ultrasonic technology and even want to split the profits equally? Why doesn't he go and rob the bank? Feng Yu glanced at Kamita and said, I will authorize your company to use the ultrasonic technology and every aromatic diffusion humidifier produced. Your company has to pay me $30. I am more comfortable with this type of cooperation. Kamita Masao said with a surprised look. Mr. Feng, I think you are mistaken. We want to work with you and not by your patented technology. Feng Yu replied calmly. Mr. Kamita, you are also mistaken. I am not selling you the technology. I am only authorizing you to use it. This is the only choice I am giving you. You can discuss with your boss. Before Kamita could say anything, Feng Yu stood up and shouted. Manager Wu, show the guest out. Kamita Masao still wanted to say something, but Wu Jigang and his men had already chased Kamita Masao out. Wu Jigang was already unhappy with this Japanese. After Kamita left, Wu Jigang went to apologize to Feng Yu. Director Feng, I'm sorry. I did not know that he is a Japanese. Feng Yu waved his hands. Never mind. But remember, the next time he comes, the condition will still be the same. We can authorize them to use the patent, but we will not work with them. They thought we are fools. Splitting the profits equally? Their lousy aromatic diffusion technology is not even doing well in their domestic market, and he still wants to enter the Chinese market. Feng Yu went to the post office to make an overseas call to Fu Guangjing. He wanted Fu Guangjing to do a background check on this Japanese Black Dragon company. Limited Japan was never their targeted market. The Fu family were targeting the Europe and US markets. Kamita Masao was also making a phone call to his chairman and told him everything Feng Yu said. Feng Yu's attitude was unyielding and could tell that he was not interested in their aromatic diffusion technology. There was no room for negotiations. The chairman hesitated for a while and told Kamita that he can agree to Feng Yu's condition, but try to lower the authorization fees. Every dollar Kamita saved, he would be rewarded with $1,000. Kamita was overjoyed. He decided to think of a good plan that night. Tomorrow he must get this contract. When that happens, he can use Black Dragon brand of humidifiers to grab a slice of this vast Chinese market. But he did not know that Feng Yu does not plan to let them export their humidifiers to China. They cannot even export to other countries. They can only sell their humidifiers in Japan. This Kamita was still dreaming of getting a promotion and a pay raise. The next day, Kamita Masao was dumbfounded when he heard from Feng Yu that they were not allowed to export their humidifier out of Japan. Kamita Masao had targeted the China, Europe, and the US market. Humidifiers were used mainly in inland cities where the air was drier. Southeast Asia was the same as Japan. There will not be many people who were willing to buy humidifiers in these areas. The market was too niched. Kamita immediately informed his chairman and was scolded by him. Kamita had promised his chairman that he would help the company get the most out of this deal. Not only he did not achieve that, but they were also assigned to a small Japan market. But even though Feng Yu's condition were harsh, they still agreed to it. They had calculated that the humidifier's retail price can be set above $100, and they would even have a 30% profit after the materials costs and authorization fees. Japan had a population of about 120 million, and even if 0.1% of the population were wealthy families and bought their humidifiers, their profits would still amount to $3 million. $3 million was their company's last year total profits. If they factor in the market growth for the coming year, their earnings would be higher. But Kamita was not satisfied. For every dollar he lowered from the authorization fees, he would get a reward of $1,000, and Feng Yu does not relent on the authorization fees. Thus, their negotiations went into a deadlock. Take it or leave it. When Feng Yu's Hong Kong companies shift their focus to the Japan market, then Feng Yu would not even authorize them. Let's see who can afford to drag. Just after the Labor Day's holidays, Feng Yu applied for leave from school again. He brought Wu Jigang to Beijing. Feng Yu was at Beijing to purchase the advertising slots from CCTV. Last year, after CCTV got the approval to sell their advertising slots, there were more advertisements on the television. There were rumors that a 15 seconds advertisement slot during the prime time cost almost 1 million renminbi. But in Feng Yu's heart, he thought that this was cheap. In another 5 years, from 1995 onwards, the advertisement slots for the news will be based on auctions. The first time, the rates reached more than 30 million renminbi. The advertisement fees increased by over 20 times. 10 years later, this advertisement slot cost more than 200 million renminbi. No choice. CCTV had the most extensive coverage, and as long as there was an antenna anywhere in China, it can receive CCTV channels. The more people watch the channels, the better the advertising effects. Also, CCTV had news broadcasts and weather reports. These were some things that most people watch. Can the advertising effects be the same for other TV stations? Feng Yu's budget was 5 million renminbi for multiple time slots. Every day, there must be at least 5 slots for him to use the advertising bombardment strategy. Although it will not reach the frequency of repetitive advertising of the future years, it was because there were not much TV programs now. These 5 slots will be sufficient. Additionally, CCTV might not agree to sell him too many slots. To contact the advertising division was not an easy task. CCTV's advertising division was still a small department now and considered a not-so-important department. Despite this, it was not easy for Feng Yu to meet up with the chief. Luckily, Zhang Ruiqiang had a friend that was working in CCTV. To show his support for Bing City's industries, he helped Feng Yu to contact his friend. He asked Feng Yu to look for his friend at CCTV when Feng Yu arrived at Beijing. His friend could arrange a meeting for Feng Yu with someone from the advertising division. Having lots of connections was great. Feng Yu and Wu Jigang quickly met up with the CCTV advertising division section chief Cheng Baojun. Hi, section chief. Hi, manager Feng. Cheng Baojun shook Feng Yu's hand, and the surprised look was all over his face. This kid was the boss of Taihua Trading? Is this kid over 18 years old? He looks too young. I heard that your company wishes to advertise on CCTV for 1 year. Which time slots do you want? Cheng Baojun was very direct and went straight to the point. His position as the section chief was not easy. Many local TV stations' advertising revenue was much higher than CCTV. His leaders wanted him to increase the advertising revenue, but there were not many people willing to advertise on CCTV. The only ones were all local businesses in Beijing, and the advertising fee was pathetic. Damn, isn't this the same as royalty treatment? I still get to choose the time slots? Feng Yu thought back to the previous few days when he monitored CCTV channels. He noticed that there were not many advertisements, and the frequencies were even worse than Longjiang Provincial TV Station. Many corporations still did not know CCTV's potential yet. This meant that the CCTV now was still very poor. That's right. We want to advertise for 1 year. If the price is right, we can purchase the advertising slots for some years. Feng Yu had thought of an idea. He wants to take advantage of the low rates now and get the advertising slots for the next few years. With the advertisements on CCTV channels, he might get to earn more from his wind and rain fans. Few years, Cheng Baojun was surprised. If it weren't for Division Chief Shu's recommendation, he would have thought that Feng Yu was joking with him. Who in the right mind would spend so much on advertising? That's right. What are the rates now, and what are the available time slots? Feng Yu replied smilingly. We still have slots any time of the day. Which time slots do you want? But we can't sell you the slots for the next few years. We can only sell you the slots annually. Cheng Baojun shook his head. He also wanted to sell more slots, but his leaders would not approve. Feng Yu felt some regrets and said, How about this? We can sign a letter of intent. If next year, there are no other competitors for the same time slots, CCTV will still sell me those slots. If there are competitors, then we will bid for that slots. This way, will it still violate your regulations? This seems like it is not against the rules. Cheng Baojun had some hesitations. This was not against the rules, but no one had ever done this before. Since it is not against the rules, we have reached a consensus on this part. Let's talk about the timings. Do you still have the advertisement slots before and after these programs? And Feng Yu hurriedly changed the topic. The slots before and after were sold. The one slot after the and each was also sold. Cheng Baojun said, was a program hosted by China's top broadcaster and host, Shunli. It was the first fixed program, and this program had the highest ratings. But Feng Yu remembered that the coming year, this program remained the same and did not change with the times, resulting in their rating drop. This program was later replaced by other advertisers prefer the time slots for. That's fine. Feng Yu prefers and I want the last slot before the and a 15 seconds advertising slot after that. It will be the same for the. I also want a slot before and after 12 noon, a slot in the evening at about 8:30 p.m. All the slots are for 1 year. Chief Cheng, please calculate the total amount. Cheng Baojun was shocked by Feng Yu. Was this company so rich? 5 advertising slots a day? Was there a need to advertise so many times in a day? It would cost at least over 1 million RMB for a year. But anyway, he would be able to achieve his targeted advertising revenue this year. Chung Baojun immediately arranged his staffs to calculate the total. In the end, the total cost was a sky-high price. 5 advertising slots every day for 1 year would cost Feng Yu 2.73 million renminbi. It was too expensive. Chung Baojun was not sure if Feng Yu would accept this amount. Chung Baojun was a bit nervous when he told Feng Yu about the total price. He was waiting for Feng Yu to bargain with him or removing 2 slots. His staffs were just not smart enough. It was 5 advertisement slots. Why can't they give some discount? Do they want to scare this customer away? Can he still achieve his target this year? Sure enough, Feng Yu looked at the total amount with his eyes opened wide in shock. Chung Baojun immediately said, "Manager Feng, don't worry. We can still discuss the price. I can give you some discounts." Feng Yu was shocked not because it was expensive, but it was because this was too cheap. The 5 slots he chose were all primetime slots. He thought it would cost at least 1 million renminbi each, and the total would be at least 5 million renminbi. But the total came up to only 2.73 million renminbi. And there's still discount? Comparing to Longjiang Provincial TV Station, this was much cheaper. This price was much lower than what Feng Yu expected, and he suddenly had another idea. But he was not sure if his plan would be accepted. Section Chief Chung, I want to ask something. Among your programs, are there any advertisers doing program sponsoring? Chung Baojun batted his eyelids. Program sponsor? What does this mean? He shook his head. He had never heard of this before. Feng Yu was overjoyed. This meant that he would have to persuade this section chief Chung to agree to him sponsoring the program like. This was a good program, and everyone in his family likes to watch it, except for himself. Program sponsoring is adding the company's name in front or behind the program title. For example, the program. After our sponsorship, the title would be changed to. The stage of the program will have a clear logo of my company. Every episode, there must be at least 5 seconds of close-up of my logo, and the host must mention my company's name in his speech. For instance, "Thank you for tuning into" was brought to you by Wind and Rain Humidifiers. Wind and Rain Humidifiers, your best partner in your life. During the ending, wait a minute. Chung Baojun interrupted Feng Yu. Manager Feng, what are you talking about? TV programs are for the viewers. How can we incorporate advertisements in it? If the TV station's leaders in the future years had the same mindset as Chung Baojun, then there won't be more than 5 commercial breaks in a 40-minute drama episode. Netizens at that time even joked that it was a commercial with drama breaks. Feng Yu does not watch the TV dramas now, except for. But it was also because there was a lack of TV programs and the ratings for all the dramas were not bad. If can have commercial breaks, Feng Yu would not hesitate to advertise 8 to 10 times in one episode. He knows that the viewers would still wait for the commercials breaks to be over to continue with their drama. Chung Baojun's responsibility towards the viewers was not in line with Feng Yu's interest. He must brainwash Chung Baojun. Program sponsoring would not affect the quality of. Anyway, it was also not a live program, and this program was recorded in segments. Section Chief Chung. Look, our Wind and Rain ultrasonic humidifiers is the most advanced humidifier in China and even international. We export these humidifiers to Europe and the US. Furthermore, our humidifiers are considered a new type of home appliances, and it was developed to serve people. This is in line with the theme of the program. Also, our brand Wind and Rain stands for regardless of wind and rain. Isn't this will highlight the purpose of the program? Lastly, don't you want to hear how much I am willing to spend for this type of advertisement? Chung Baojun shook his head and said, "No, we will not do this. How can we advertise in our programs? The leaders will also not agree to this. 1 million renminbi for 1 year." Feng Yu continued to entice Chung Baojun. Chung Baojun inhaled deeply from the shock. 1 million renminbi? This much? Before he could recover from the shock, Feng Yu added, "I will sponsor for 3 years. Total 3 million renminbi, and I will pay it in full after we sign the contract." 3 million renminbi. Chung Baojun was shocked beyond words. Just sponsoring a TV program was worth this much? Could this be a joke? This kid was willing to pay 3 million renminbi? Seeing Chung Baojun keeping quiet, Feng Yu continued to convince him. Section Chief Chung. This program is a good program, but the stage and lightings are not good. Is there a lack of funds for this program? With us sponsoring this program would be better. Also, this program would also not use so much money. The remaining would still go to CCTV, and you all can use these surplus funds to start a new program. The new program can also use this method to earn another sum of advertising fees, and this will be a virtuous cycle. Chung Baojun doesn't really understand what Feng Yu was talking about, but he understood the part about starting a new program and earn more advertising fees. T equals yes. This was indeed a virtuous cycle. But can this really work? Manager Feng, do you still want the advertising slots you mentioned earlier? Yes, I want those 5 slots. The total is 2 million. 2.73 million renminbi. I will round it off to 2.7 million renminbi. Now, Chung Baojun could tell that Feng Yu was not short of money. If it weren't he mentioned about giving a discount earlier, he would not round off to 2.7 million renminbi. No problem. I will also not bargain with you. Please consider regarding the program sponsorship. This could bring in a lot of revenue for your TV station. Also, you are the one who thought of this new strategy. Feng Yu hinted. Chung Baojun's eyes sparkled. A new strategy. If this was implemented and the TV station's revenue improved, the senior leaders would take note of the one who thought of this strategy. This meant that he would be promoted. I need to discuss with my leaders. Can I get back to you in 2 days' time? As for the 5 advertisement slots, we can sign the contract now. Feng Yu shook his head. Let's wait till you finish discussing with your leaders, and we can sign everything together. Also, I can't stay in Beijing for long. I hope you can get back to me as soon as possible. I need time to prepare the money too. Sign the contract first? Impossible. Feng Yu still need these advertising slots as the bargaining chip for the program sponsorship. He wants Chung Baojun to think that these advertising slots were binding conditions for the program sponsorship. This way, Chung Baojun would try his best to convince his leaders, and Feng Yu can get what he wants. Was one of China's favorite TV program. If he could sponsor this program, his wind and rain humidifiers would be known throughout China faster. Chung Baojun was a bit disappointed. This manager Feng was the type that would not give up till he gets what he wants. He must now think of ways to convince his leaders to approve this program sponsorship. This was also a great political achievement. Not only this idea would help the TV station earn a few million RMB, but it also opened up a new source of revenue. Chung Baojun clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Wait for my news. I will get back to you tomorrow." CCTV was having a meeting. The leaders of CCTV were frowning, and in front of them was a proposal written by Chung Baojun. No one was saying anything. The TV station's chief waited for a long time, and he cleared his throat, breaking the silence. What does everyone think of Xiao Cheng's proposal? Tell me your opinions. Deputy Station Chief Jia, you are in charge of the advertisement division. You start first. Deputy Station Chief Jia was named as the first to start. He bit the bullet and said, "Chief and colleagues, every one of us knows that our TV station's funds are running low. When Section Chief Chung showed me his proposal, I am also in a dilemma. Can we do this? But from another perspective, is this a violation of the regulations? Everybody can see the benefits if we go ahead with this proposal. Our advertising fee will increase greatly, and with sufficient funds, we can provide our viewers with quality programs. So I support this proposal." After someone starts the ball rolling, the others also voiced out their opinions. Some felt that this was walking a fine line. Last year, CCTV had just got the approval to air commercials, and if they introduced this program sponsorship idea, other provincial TV stations would also follow suit. Then they would be the first to be punished if anything goes wrong. There were some who supported this idea. Why were TV stations allowing advertisers to advertise? It's all about revenue. Before last year, the TV station was in financial difficulties, and after they could air commercials, their finances became better. Furthermore, the provincial TV stations were leading CCTV a lot of advertisement revenues. This was a disgrace to CCTV. Everyone voiced their opinions and argued over this proposal. Both sides could not convince each other. Everybody seems to have their own reasonings, but they also could not refute others. In the end, everyone looked at the TV station chief for him to make the final decision. The chief looked at those deputies and sneered. If this proposal goes through, and the broadcasting ministry does not say anything, then the credit belongs to everybody here in this room. But if the broadcasting ministry penalized them, then he would be the one taking blame. But now, the situation at CCTV was dire. The annual Spring Festival program was a headache for them. Even though the government gave them the budget for this show, it was not enough. This proposal was not about some small advertisements. This involves a few million RMB of advertising fees. How could he let go of this opportunity? Let's vote to decide. Those that oppose, raise your hands. Those that did not raise your hands means you all agree to go ahead with this proposal. Let's start. The station chief directly stopped those that want to remain neutral. It was either you agree or disagree. There were no other choices. Okay, the voting ended. 5 votes for agreeing and 4 votes for disagreeing. We will implement this proposal, but I wish to state 2 things. Personally, I do not like this idea. A proper program, when added the company's name, would make it sound like this was their program. Also, other advertising methods must be considered as well. Xiao Cheng, take note of this and negotiate with the other party. Take care not to violate any regulations. Cheng Baojun stood up and promised that he will get this task done. The chief then wrote down his opinions on the proposal. Basically, he agreed to this proposal, but the details need to be discussed further. Cheng Baojun was handed the task of submitting this proposal to the higher-ups for approval. In that era, advertisements were not decided by the TV stations alone. The advertisements needed the approval of various government agencies, and most importantly, the Broadcasting Ministry. The Broadcasting Ministry was not the same as the leaders at CCTV. They could accept advertisements, but would never agree to add the company's name to the program title. The leader there even scolded Cheng Baojun, saying he was greedy. Basically, the words of the leader there could be translated to, "Who are we? Who do we represent? What's the purpose of us doing TV programs? We must get the fees, but we do not agree to the advertisers' terms." Cheng Baojun was frustrated. Get the advertising fees, but don't allow them to add the company's name to the title? He does not know how to do this. He can only contact Phone Yu to discuss further. Section Chief, have you eaten? I had made a reservation at Dong Lai Shun restaurant. Yes, it's just my colleague and me. Bring some people with you too. Century-old Dong Lai Shun, #1 halal food in the capital. Dong Lai Shun restaurant was an old restaurant. It was famous in Beijing since the 1930s. The mutton hot pot was famous throughout China, and even the state's leaders entertained foreign delegations at this restaurant. When Cheng Baojun heard that Feng Yu was inviting him to Dong Lai Shun restaurant, his thoughts were all about the delicious mutton hot pot. Even though he politely tried to reject Feng Yu's invitation, he still brought 2 of his staff with him and rushed over to the restaurant. Feng Yu had wanted to invite Zhang Ruiqiang's friend, but was rejected. So, Feng Yu wished to ask Cheng Baojun, and just happened the latter called him. Plates of mutton were served and consumed. Feng Yu did not care about table manners, and this made Cheng Baojun felt at ease. They finished eating and started drinking. Cheng Baojun put down his glass and started talking about the advertisements. It was the Chinese tradition to talk about business while drinking. How can business negotiations be without alcohol? If the negotiation is successful, then they can have toast. If not, open another bottle and carry on. Cheng Baojun said, Manager Feng, Manager Wu, I had submitted your advertising proposal to the higher-ups, but it was not approved. It's not totally rejected, but it's only the title of the program cannot be changed. Maybe we can think of other ways. Cannot do change the title of the program? Feng Yu was disappointed. If this were approved, then the advertising slot taken by other advertisers would no longer matter to him. The advertiser that bought the time slot he wanted was Yinwu, a company that sells cassette recorders. Feng Yu's house also had a Yinwu cassette recorder. Yinwu was monopolizing China's market at that time. But within a few years, the appearance of VCD would cause the demise of Yinwu. Now, Feng Yu can't add his company's name to the title, but he still had other ways. If that still does not work, then he can only give up. Since I can't add my company's name to the title, then at the start and end of the program, can you add in the words that this program was exclusively sponsored by wind and rain humidifiers? If the stage cannot display our logo, then you must place our humidifiers at an eye-catching place on the stage. It must be captured by the cameras. We can also use your program's name for our advertisements in the papers. For instance, wind and rain humidifiers is the exclusive sponsors of the program. These shouldn't be a problem, right? The exclusive sponsor was another way of changing the title of the program. Since there were no other companies who did program title advertising, then exclusive sponsorship was almost about the same thing and will not disgrace CCTV. Most importantly, Feng Yu wants to make use of product placements in the program to show the viewers his humidifiers producing mist beside the host. Can the viewers not be curious? Coupled with his advertisements bombardment, his wind and rain humidifiers would be famous in no time. If this still doesn't work, Feng Yu had no other ways. This seems to be not a problem. It should get approved. Cheng Baoju nodded. His eyes were already red from the drinking. There is still a condition. If your program cannot mention my company or the product, it's fine. But the host must shoot a commercial for us, and the commercial must use stage and backdrops. The cutting, dubbing, etc. of the commercial must also be from the same back-end team of. This shall be included in the advertising fees. In that era, there were not many TV stars that shoot commercials. But the host, Shun Li, was more popular than most of the TV stars. If Shun Li can help wind and rain humidifier shoot the commercial, and with the help of CCTV, the effects would be more significant. If Cheng Baojun doesn't agree, then Wu Jigang will continue to bottoms up with him. The station chief looked at Cheng Baojun. He was angry till he threw the documents in front of him at Cheng Baojun. He had asked Cheng Baojun to get this advertising deal and remove the program title changing part. Cheng Baojun promised that he will get it done, but what did he do? He even dared to ask our TV host to shoot a commercial for them? Our TV host was getting a salary from them and does not represent herself. She represents the TV station and will affect the image of the broadcasting ministry. How can she shoot a commercial for a private company? If the leaders at the broadcasting ministry knows about this, he would be reprimanded for his greed for money. You tell me the truth. How are you related to this Tai Hua Trading General Manager Feng? The station chief banged the table and asked. Cheng Baojun was shocked. Chief, I am not related to him. He was introduced to me by the Broadcasting Ministry's 2nd Communications Division, Deputy Chief Liu. Deputy Chief Liu? Liu Wenba? Fine. You go and talk to that manager Feng. Tell him that Shun Li will not star in his commercial. Station chief, that manager Feng is now in my office. He says that if possible, he would like to speak to you. He has some ideas which are not against the regulations and still a win-win situation for the both of us. Ask him here. The station chief also wanted to meet the person who came up with this program sponsorship advertising method. Also, Feng Yu was introduced by Liu Wenba, so it was not nice to reject him straight away. That's why he agreed to meet Feng Yu. When he saw Feng Yu, the station chief couldn't believe his eyes. Cheng Baojun had told him that Feng Yu was very young, but he did not mention that Feng Yu was still a student. You are Manager Feng from Tai Hua Trading? Yes. Feng Yu warmly shook the station chief's hands. He had been accustomed to being despised by his age. However, Feng Yu felt that this was also his advantage. Manager Feng, we welcome you to advertise with us. When you told us that you want to buy the advertising slots for a year, Xiao Cheng even gave you the best timings and adjusted other advertisers' slots. But to want the naming rights and getting our TV host to star in a private company's commercial is not according to our rules. You can forget about it. Private company? You look down on private companies? 10 years later, private companies will be everywhere. All of CCTV advertisements slots will be taken up by private companies. Since you don't like private companies, fine. I will talk to you about state-owned enterprise. Private company? That's right. We are a private company, but our product is not manufactured by us. It's Bing City's motor factory. The development of this product is by Bing City's aviation factory. These are all established state-owned enterprises. My company is only in charge of the sales and marketing. This commercial's product does not belong to Tai Hua Trading. Furthermore, this product has the patent rights for China, Asia, Europe, and the US. It had helped our country earn from other countries. Wind and Rain brand is China's first high-tech home appliances brand and can be said to be the pride of the country. Why can't we use a TV host with a good image to star in our commercial? Feng Yu started to increase the profile of his company to suppress the other party. That China's first high-tech home appliances brand shocked the station chief. Although Feng Yu speaks very fast, and he could not really catch everything he said, but it seems like this Wind and Rain brand must be outstanding to be the nation's pride. You all are really working with Bing City's motor factory and aviation factory? The station manager asked. Of course. You can call them right now to verify. We are in three-way cooperation. I came up with the design and is in charge of the sales and marketing. The profits will be split between the three parties. Feng Yu did not tell the station chief that he was getting the biggest share out of this cooperation. The station manager was deceived by Feng Yu's confident look, and he did not call the two other factories to verify. Anyway, This will be written in the contract. If Feng Yu deceived them, they could not air the commercial and keep the advertising fees. There was still no one that dares to deceive CCTV. But we had never let our TV host star in commercials before. No. Station chief, you misunderstood. Maybe I did not make it clear. The TV host will only appear in the commercial. We will extract footage of the TV host from and use a voiceover. This will not be considered your TV host staring in our commercial. This advertising fees will also help your TV station a lot, right? Also, I mentioned that I can purchase the advertising slots for 3 years. If I cannot add our brand in the program title, we can change to exclusive sponsorship. Sponsorship is not against the regulations. The stage can remain the same, but our product must be in a prominent place. Feng Yu start to persuade the station chief. This was not too difficult. The station chief hesitate for a while. Then can you show me a demo of your commercial idea? No problem. Can you lend me the studio of? The station chief nodded and personally brought Feng Yu over to the studio. CCTV at that time does not have many programs, but they had very few studios. Just happened, that studio was filming another program. Feng Yu looked at the old and shabby studio and shook his head. Before his rebirth, even a city TV station studio was better than this. What are all these? Even though Feng Yu was not a professional, he could produce a better set than this in the studio. Station chief, at the back, you can put up painting as the backdrop. Don't use those plain curtains anymore. We can place a humidifier in front of the host. We can print the words, servicing you on it. This is the program's title and theme. When the air is dry, you can switch on the humidifier. This will not affect the show, and even if you don't switch it on, you can use our humidifier as decorations. In the commercial, the humidifier must be switched on. Also, the program must talk more about matters relating to most citizens. The outdoor shoots must be filmed properly as well. Don't keep filming and report events that happened in Beijing. Must do the filming in other provinces too. Beijing does represent the whole China. Feng Yu told the station chief about the areas to improve. These ideas were taken from some of the more popular TV shows in his previous life. If this program can really do what he said, then its ratings will remain high. At first, the people were asking around who Feng Yu was when he was pointing here and there. The station chief had personally brought him to the studio. But when they heard Feng Yu's comments, some of the TV station's workers were unhappy. These were all professional matters. Even the station chief does not direct them what to do. Yet this kid was commenting on all these. But after a while, more people start to crowd around. What this kid said made sense. The viewers will definitely like it if they followed what this kid said. It's not that they had not thought of all these, but it could not be implemented. The main reason was that they had no budget. Changing the set needs money. Sending the host to film outdoor scenes also cost money. Also, it was hard for them to even shoot in Beijing, let alone other provinces. The furthest they went to is the outskirts of Beijing. This kid still suggests going to places like northeast and southern regions. Just the train tickets would cost them a lot. The crowd grew, and Feng Yu got more excited. He felt like he was the leader teaching them what to do. But he did not get the applause he wanted. Many people were looking at him like looking at a monkey in the zoo. This made Feng Yu very unhappy. After the program had finished recording, Feng Yu raised his voice and said, "Station chief, if you followed what I suggested, there will be more viewers for this program. As for the production budget, with our wind and rain humidifier sponsorship of 1 million renminbi, it will not be a problem." Those that were laughing at Feng Yu earlier froze. Did this kid say that there will be a sponsorship of 1 million renminbi? The station chief was surprised. Based on Cheng Baojuan's report, the advertising fees would be cut by half if Feng Yu does not get the naming rights of the program. How come Feng Yu is still willing to come out with 1 million renminbi? Feng Yu followed the station chief back to his office to discuss the details. The advertising section chief, Cheng Baojun, thus, takes on the role of preparing and serving tea to them. The station chief was personally there to negotiate this deal. He was in no place to say anything. But just when the discussion started, there was a knock on the office door and a deputy chief, who was also the chief for CCTV 3 channel, entered the room. "Station chief, are you busy?" The station chief rolled his eyes. This was asking the obvious. "Old who, what's the matter?" "Station chief, I heard that there's a company who is here at our TV station to discuss advertising with us. I am wondering if he can sponsor some money for our CCTV 3 channel. Now CCTV only has 3 channels. The 4th channel will only appear in 1992. This CCTV3 channel had started in 1986, and only Beijing can receive this channel. Before 1987, the CCTV2 channel was also available only to Beijing residents. But in 1987, CCTV2 channel switched to satellite signals, and the coverage extended to the whole of China. For a TV channel that serves only Beijing, it was hard for this channel to get advertisers. Deputy Chief, who was here to try his luck, because his channel was running short of funds. Before the station chief could say anything, Feng Yu asked, "You must be Chief Hu. Does CCTV3 have any programs that are outstanding? I mean, the program is extremely popular with residents." Deputy Chief Hu immediately said, "It's Deputy. My channel does have a few popular programs." In the end, Deputy Chief Hu mentioned 3 to 4 programs, but Feng Yu had not even heard of one. He had not even heard of these programs in his previous life. Also, this CCTV3 channel focuses mainly on drama and music programs. The rest of its programs were the programs that were not wanted by CCTV1 and CCTV2. What good programs could they offer? It was only after they switched to satellite signals, then they produced one excellent music program. Feng Yu interrupted Deputy Chief Hu. "Chief Hu, you should know that I want to advertise in CCTV was because of the satellite signal channels. The whole China can receive the channel CCTV1. As for CCTV3, I will be honest with you. I had never watched that channel before in my life. But since Chief Hu asked me for help, then I will use 100,000 renminbi to buy a year advertising slot. You just give me at least 3 slots a day, and each slot must be at least 15 seconds. Any timings will do." Damn, this Chief Hu is the future boss of SARFT, State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. His authority in future was not to joke about. Feng Yu just treats this 100,000 renminbi as an investment to their relationship. Deputy Chief Hu was ecstatic. It's not even a minute of advertisement a day, and any timing will do? All these for 100,000 renminbi? With this 100,000 renminbi, he can start a new program. After Deputy Chief Hu left, Feng Yu carried on the discussion with the station chief. But less than 5 minutes into the talks, there was knocking on the door again. "Old Jia, don't tell me you are here to promote your CCTV2 advertising slots." Deputy Chief Jia smiled and walked over to Feng Yu to shake his hands. "This young man must be Manager Feng. Indeed, you are a fine young man." Deputy Chief Jia had heard from Old Hu that a fool came to the TV station today. The fool was Tai Hua Trading's Manager Feng, mentioned in Xiao Cheng's proposal. CCTV3 can even sell their off-peak advertising slots for 100,000 renminbi easily. Why can't CCTV2 get some advertising deals? Oh, this will be the boss of CCTV in the future. The idea of auctioning advertising slots was implemented by him. This person was worth investing in too. "You must be Chief Jia. Thank you for your compliments. How can I help you?" Deputy Chief Jia did not beat around the bush and said, "Our CCTV2 is a satellite channel, and the whole nation can receive this channel. Why not advertise in CCTV2 too? I will give you a good price." Out of all CCTV2 programs, Feng Yu only remembers, which was the predecessor of. The changes will take place later the year. Was a long-running program, and until Feng Yu's rebirth, this program still had high ratings. Most importantly, the national leaders also liked this program. This program can be said to be the mouthpiece of China's Ministry of Commerce. This channel was worth doing some advertisements. "No problem. We still have some advertising budget left. I will just take 2 advertising slots before and after." "How much is the advertising fees?" Deputy Chief asked. 1 year 500,000 renminbi? He thought that a year of sponsoring was already 1 million renminbi, so asking for 500,000 renminbi was not too much. "Okay, but I am not allowed to add my company's name to the program title and don't allow me to do product placements. So, I want you to do a special segment for us. At least 10 minutes. Our wind and rain humidifiers use the most advanced technology in the world and were developed by 2 state-owned enterprises. Every year, we pay a lot of taxes to the government and export in large quantities to other countries. So, doing a special segment for us is not too much, right?" Deputy Chief Jia looked at the station chief. This was not something that he can decide. This was not against the regulations, but he can't make the decision with the station chief around. However, he will definitely request the station chief to approve Feng Yu's condition. "Old Jia, you go back first. We will talk about this later. I still have things to discuss with Manager Feng. The station chief said unhappily. The station chief could tell that this Taihua Trading had a big advertising budget and seems like he can't finish spending the budget. This was really the case. Feng Yu's budget was 5 million renminbi and was approved by both the aviation factory and motor factory. The advertising slots on CCTV1 was only 2.7 million renminbi for a year, adding the sponsorship for. The total was just 3.7 million. Feng Yu still have 1.3 million renminbi to spend. Anyway, if he can't finish spending his advertising budget, he will also purchase the advertising slots from the Northeast provincial TV stations. But Feng Yu must get the slots for CCTV1. Later this year, people will notice the reason behind the success of Yanwu, and CCTV advertising rates will increase significantly. The rates would be much higher than the local TV stations, and 2 years later, the slots will be sold using auctions. Feng Yu suggested to the station chief that he wanted to purchase the slots for the next few years, but was refused. The station also felt that CCTV was an excellent platform for advertisers, and there's no reason for their rates to be lower than the local TV stations. This was also because CCTV was not allowed to air commercials previously. Now it was approved, and within 3 years, their rates would be the highest in the industry. Actually, Feng Yu wanted to tell the station chief that their TV station was the reason for their low advertising rates. Feng Yu wanted to advertise with them, and he still needs to look for connections to get a chance to meet their section chief Chung. At Longjiang TV station, it was not so troublesome. Feng Yu could just walk in and look for the person in charge. The difference in their attitudes was too big. The discussion between both parties ended on a good note. Feng Yu was generous and doesn't care about money. He agreed to a few other smaller sponsors that cost tens of thousands RMB and still gets to leave a good impression with the station chief. This investment was too worthwhile. The next day, Feng Yu returned to CCTV. CCTV2 had agreed to Feng Yu's conditions, and Feng Yu signed the advertising and sponsorship contracts. Advertising on 3 channels, and the total came up to 4.5 million renminbi. This was CCTV's highest record of advertising fees collected. After Feng Yu came back, he spent another 500,000 renminbi to purchase the advertising slots at Liao Province and Ji Province TV stations. The commercial was the same as CCTV, where it was the footage of Shun Li hosting the program. 1 week later, the viewers in front of the TV noticed something different. Why was the setup different and looked better than before? There was even a cylinder thing there. That thing seems familiar. Hey, the logo looks a bit familiar. It looks like the logo of that electric fan they bought last summer. The rest of the day, some of the viewers noticed a series of advertisement. There's the Shun Li's version, Feng Danying's version, Li Shiyu's version, and children's version. There was also an old man version, where Feng Yu hired an 80-year-old actor to star in the commercial. There was not much effect on the first day. However, because of the frequency of the advertisements and advertisements on CCTV channel during the prime time, even the kids remembered the advertising slogans. Wind and rain humidifiers, your best companion indoors. Regardless of the version, the commercial highlighted the features of Wind and Wind's newest humidifiers. The features include safety, healthy, low electricity consumption, high-tech, etc. Coupled with the product placement on the TV program, people were asking where they can buy the humidifiers. Even though Beijing was not China's financial hub, but the population was high, and it was the political center, the humidifier sales suddenly shoot up. Following Beijing, the sales for the northern cities, like Jingmen, Jin City, Chang'an, Shi City, Shin City, Ji City, etc., also increased. Even some of the southern cities also had an increase in sales. At first, even though Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao agreed to the 5 million renminbi advertising budget, they were still a bit unhappy with Feng Yu for spending so much. They were not persuaded by Feng Yu, but instead, they agreed because Feng Yu guaranteed them that they will earn back the advertising budget. 5 million advertising budgets will bring in over tens of million RMB profits. This will also allow Wind and Rain brand to capture the market share quickly, eliminating the threat of competitors. Feng Yu knew that Yedu's household humidifier will be launched the following year, and if he were to wait till next year, then he would have to compete with Yedu head-on. Yedu should just concentrate on its air purifier. If they were not doing well, Feng Yu does not mind buying over this world-class air purifier manufacturer before it gets into the hands of foreign investors. As for the domestic humidifier sales, the sales of the Prestige model overtook the Noble model for the first time. This was due to the advertising bombardment, especially Xun Li's version. Initially, the sales of the humidifiers were not bad, and the profits for one unit was about 100 renminbi. But based on that speed, the most they could sell was 20,000 units in a month, and Fengyu was not satisfied with this figure. Now it's different. After the aggressive advertising campaign, there were more than 30,000 units sold in the first week. All the dealers came back to them waving their checks, wanting to order more. Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao were all smiles. Now Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao only had one thought. The advertising budget was worth spending. Some dealers previously worked with Taihua Trading but stopped working with them for these humidifiers, came back. However, they were chased away by Wu Jigang on Fengyu's instructions. Taihua Trading must stick to their core values, which was arrogant. That was to let these dealers know that if they follow Taihua Trading, they would have meat to eat. Those that betray Taihua Trading would not even get a drop of soup. The unluckiest were those factories manufacturing imitations wind and rain humidifiers. They kept lowering the selling prices until it was lower than their cost prices, but no one was buying their humidifiers. Their humidifiers were left to a corner of the department stores, and not a single customer looked at them. If Fengyu saw this, he would surely criticize those factories' leaders. They don't even know how to sell imitations. How would they attract customers if the price of their humidifier was so much lower than wind and rain humidifier? The humidifier was a novelty product and not home appliances like radio or televisions, where almost every family would purchase them. Only the wealthy people would buy humidifiers. If it were Fengyu, he would increase the prices of those imitations, and even if the sales did not pick up, at least the profit will be slightly higher, and he would be able to cover some of its costs. He would also sell those imitations at rural places where there was little communications access. Serves them right for trying to fight wind and rain head-on. Do they have advertisement bombardment? Do they have more beautiful designers? Do they have the most advanced technologies? These factories do not have anything, and it's normal for these factories to lose money. However, Ho Haitao had some regrets. This humidifier was developed by the aviation factory, and Li Shiyu gets to be on TV and not him. Fengyu can only console him. Next time. Now wind and rain humidifiers were in a monopolistic position for not only the domestic market, but also the overseas markets. Europe and the US also had humidifiers, but it was mainly for industrial. The household humidifiers were still those electric heating types. Even if they had the ultrasonic technology, they could not produce ultrasonic humidifiers as Fengyu had applied for the patents, and no one would be allowed to produce similar humidifiers. If they want to produce a more advanced humidifier, it was also impossible. The next technology would only be invented in the year 2000, and it was very expensive. How could it be used for household humidifiers? It can be said that for the next 10 years, wind and rain would be the industry leader and no other corporations could pose a threat to them. Fu Guangjing also brought good news to Fengyu. The humidifiers were selling well in Southeast Asia. The Fu family positioned this product as a luxury item and sold only in high-end departmental stores. Although the quantity sold could not be compared to China, but the retail prices were much higher. The most surprising news to Fengyu was that the sales for the Europe and US market were almost on par with China, especially the US market, where the petty Fengyu had asked Fu Guangjing to increase the selling prices. Fu Guangjing said that Fengyu was really good at reading the consumer's mind. Those Americans were, as what Fengyu said. They only buy the most expensive product, but not the right product. Some companies approached the Fu family indicating their interest in acquiring the patent, joint venture, or even wants to get the authorization to use the patent. However, Fengyu rejected all these requests. This was the time where Fengyu could reap the benefits, and he was not willing to authorize others to use his patent, even if they offer high prices. This was not the time to spoil the relationship with the aviation factory. Furthermore, if he sells the rights to other companies, he would also offend the Fu family, who were in charge of the overseas sales. These foreign markets were considered their main revenue sources, unlike the Japanese market. A few years later, after the most profitable period, then Fengyu would sell the authorization and will also give the aviation factory and the motor factory some compensations. Anyway, it was not stated in the contract that Fengyu was not allowed to authorize overseas companies to use the patent. It only says that authorizing the patent to domestic companies were not permitted. When Feng Yu showed Li Shiyu and Hao Haitao the overseas sales figures, they were shocked. The figures for the foreign markets was more than twice of China's market. Didn't Feng Yu say that the selling price for the humidifiers was much higher compared to China? Were all the Europeans and the Americans so wealthy? Previously, Feng Yu had mentioned to them that they need to increase the production, but Li Shiyu said that there was no need for that. But after looking at the figures, he immediately went back to his factory to make the necessary arrangements to increase the productions. There must not be any delays for exportation. They were earning a lot more from exportation than the domestic markets. After wind and rain humidifier success, Kamita came to Taihua trading again. The moment Kamita Masao met Feng Yu, he gave him a 90 degrees bow, which Feng Yu readily accepted and returned with an arched hand greeting. Mr. Feng, my company, was really sincere, and we will give you $10 in licensing fees for every unit of the humidifier. This is already very high. The Japan market is not very big. No. That's not the main point. The important point was that you have to purchase the patent authorization for the same period of the patent, and you have to pay all the authorization fees in one go. Next year, there will be a financial crisis in Japan, and lots of Japanese firms went bankrupt. Who knows if this Black Dragon company will be one of the unlucky ones? The patent fees must be collected now even if it was lower than expected. If the fees were to be collected on an annual basis, who knows if Feng Yu gets to receive it in the second year? But there was also the possibility that Feng Yu gets to collect it every year for the next 10 years. However, the risk was too big for Feng Yu, and he dares not to gamble. If he could make $50 now, why wait for the $100 10 years later? If Feng Yu invests the $50 now, he will get more than double within a year. Mr. Feng, the pressure will be too big for my company if we were to pay all the patent fees at once. Also, it is quite impossible for my company to sell 1 million units. Feng Yu showed a shocked facial expression. It can't be. Kamada, the last time you told me that Japan had a population of over 100 million and there were over 20 million wealthy families. Adding these families and offices, you all will sell at least 1 million units in the next 10 years. These were the exact words you told me. Kamita Masao had a bitter expression. He had exaggerated Japan's market and said all those to make Feng Yu lower the patent fees. But he did not expect Feng Yu to use these statics against him to make his company pay the patent fees all at once. Mr. Feng, those were just an estimation and was the best scenario. However, the market is full of surprises, and we can't be sure how many units we can sell. What if we can only sell 200,000 units, or even 100,000 units? Kamita had finally thought of a good excuse and was secretly relieved. Cannot be. Since your company is so weak, why should I authorize my patent to your company? I can choose to export to your company or look for a better company, like Sharp or Panasonic, to work with. They had contacted my overseas office not once. Feng Yu calmly replied. Did these two companies really contact Fu Guangjing's company in Hong Kong? Of course. But negotiations broke down the first time they met. It was because these two companies heard that they were only allowed to sell in the Japanese market and the patent fees were too high. But Black Dragon Company did not know about this. This made Kamita worried. If he could not get this deal, his position as China's market rep might be taken away from him, and he might even lose his job. Mr. Feng, please consider my company first. We are really sincere. Kamita Masao stood up and gave Feng Yu another 90 degrees bow. He was stationed in China for almost 8 years, and of all the Chinese he met, they were either treating him as an enemy or eager to please him because of money. This was the first time he met someone that totally disregarded him. Feng Yu had given him the feeling of a sly and wily 40-plus man instead of a young man. But the person in front of him was a high school student. Feng Yu had the rights to the patent, and this was something the other party wanted. Also, Feng Yu had shown the popularity of his humidifiers in China and overseas markets. This made the patent more valuable. Feng Yu also made it very clear that he does not need to authorize the Black Dragon Company. He could also import the humidifiers into Japan by himself and make money. Looking at Kamita's expression, Feng Yu knew that he had almost touched his bottom line. He had asked for $10 million, not to mention a small company like Black Dragon Company. Even big companies like Sharp would also reject him. $10 million out of a market worth only tens of million USD was a significant amount. They would rather invest this $10 million into their R&D department to develop new products. Feng Yu only wanted more money for his investment plan in the stock market later the year. It seems that he must give Kamita some concessions now. How about this? You all had estimated that the average sales in a year would be around 100,000 units, and this would be $1 million. You must give me at least 5 years' worth of patent fees, which amount to $5 million. I am already giving you lots of concession. Is this all right? There is no problem for 1 year advance payment, but for 5 years, it is too high. Kamita's eyes sparkled. Feng Yu had relented, which means that he was willing to negotiate further. Feng Yu acted like this was a troubling issue and said, 1 year advance payment is definitely not possible. I will not be able to answer to my family. How about 3 years? After 3 years, it will be on an annual basis. Every year, your company must give us your production report for us to charge you the patent fees. No. It's not the production report. It's the sales report. Kamita Masao retorted. There's a big difference between those two reports. Fine. Sales report. I agree to this. 3 years, $3 million to be transferred to me within 1 week. Any problems? Feng Yu had an impatient look, but he already committed Kamita to the 3 years advanced payment of the patent fees. Kamita Masao kept quiet and did not say anything for a long time. Mr. Feng Yu, I need to discuss with my chairman. I will get back to you the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. If you can't give me an answer tomorrow, then there's no need to discuss anymore. Feng Yu firmly replied. After Kamita left, Feng Yu jumped up with joy. Although the patent fees were lowered from $30 to $10, the payment method was changed to 3 years advance payments based on estimated sales. With this $3 million and Taihua trading funds, Feng Yu can really make a killing in the stock market in the next 1 year. The profits will be much higher than the electric fans and humidifiers. The next day, Kamita returned to Taihua trading. However, they did not agree to the advance payment of 3 years. They wanted the exclusive authorization rights to the patent for the Japan market for $5 million. This meant that Taihua Trading will not be allowed to authorize another Japanese company and export the humidifiers to Japan. They wanted to reserve the Japan market for themselves. Their chairman had taken a loan from the bank for this patented technology. He felt that this would be more worthwhile than advance payments for 3 years and still pay for the patent fees for remaining years. $5 million? Feng Yu hesitated for a while and agreed. It may seem that Feng Yu was making a loss, but Feng Yu knew that the wind and rain humidifiers would definitely develop new technology within 5 years. When that happens, the technology in Black Dragon Company would be outdated, and Feng Yu can sell the latest technology to them again. Furthermore, the Japan market for humidifiers was very small, and Feng Yu didn't feel any pity for losing the market. It was more practical for him to take the $5 million. He could turn this $5 million into $10 million within a year. With money in the accounts, the postponed construction plans for Tianpeng Pig Farm could officially begin. Feng Yu's half-baked floor plans had been revised by Professor Su. Professor Su even helped to write up a development plan for Tianpeng Pig Farm free of charge. This development plan was more professional than Feng Yu. It's true that there was a huge difference between amateurs and professionals. It was worth looking for Professor Su to help. Only some consultant fees and providing an experimental teaching area, Feng Yu could get so much in return. In fact, Professor Su also thought likewise. He had the idea and plans, but he did not have the funds, and the university would not invest so much in him to set up a pig farm for him. There were also no businessmen he knew that operates pig farms and was generous, except for Tianpeng Pig Farm. At Tianpeng Pig Farm, Professor Su was able to get the things he needed, such as locations and funding. Most importantly, he got the full support from Feng Yu, and even the formula for the animal feeds was the result of his research. Professor Su believed that in 1 to 2 years, he would be able to prove that his theory of this type of modern pig farming would work to the other professors that laughed at him. He might even be promoted to the vice dean of the university. Feng Yu and Professor Su wanted different things. Feng Yu wanted profits, and Professor Su wanted recognition. But of the things they wanted did not conflict. As such, they were able to work together. The watering system in the farm was made by the machinery company. This was considered an easy job for the motor factory, but because it was not for mass production, it was not economically productive. Usually, Li Mingde would not accept such jobs, but Feng Yu pointed out some unauthorized claims, and Li Mingde had no choice but to take on this unprofitable job. The grin on Professor Su's face grew wider when he looked at the watering systems, feeding systems, etc. that was being sent to the farm. This Xiao Feng was indeed a generous kid. He provided whatever I want and did not even bargain. He was so different from Feng Xingtai, who kept saying, "This can be replaced by plastics, and that can be replaced using wood." If they were to use inferior materials, how could they catch up with the overseas farms? Professor Su had high hopes for this farm. He wanted this farm to be the best in China and even internationally. He wanted the recognition of building such a farm. He wants to be famous. When that happens, the pig farm design patent he applied would also be approved. There would be many Chinese farmers or even US farmers queuing up to buy the authorization. Wrong. This is installed wrong. This way, the water will be flowing upwards. Those workers there, stop. I told you all that this part is for feeding. It must be able to rotate. Who asked you to fix its position with wires? This way, how would the animal feed enter the food trough? The distance is wrong. 2 meters. This is only 1.8 meters. You can't cut corners on this. Professor Su was very responsible and stayed at the farm almost every day, supervising the installation of the different systems. These were all his hard work. There must not be any flaws. Yesterday, a worker did not follow the floor plan, and one of the pigsty measurements was off, and it was smaller. Professor Su went into a rage. Feng Xingtai came over and told him to modify systems for that pigsty. Just when Professor Su was about to compromise, Feng Yu arrived. Without saying a word, he ordered the demolition of the pigsty's walls and rebuilt. Although the cost of rebuilding those 2 walls was nothing compared to the construction of the whole pig farm, Feng Yu's attitude reinforced Professor Su's determination to build the perfect modernized pig farm in China. Of course, Feng Yu also got the receiving end of his father's slap to the back of his head. This good-for-nothing son just spends money like drinking water. Must that pigsty be rebuilt? If it wasn't rebuilt, can it be used? Feng Yu could only smile. Actually, it was because he felt that the pigsty was not symmetrical and he felt uncomfortable looking at it. 2 rows of pigsties, up to 100 partitions, and only those 2 partitions were different from the rest. Who wouldn't be uncomfortable by this? Furthermore, Feng Yu, like Professor Su, felt that what's the cost of rebuilding 2 walls compared to the cost of the whole project? Also, the touched look on Professor Su's face made it all worthwhile for Feng Yu. Professor Su was indeed a professional when it comes to pig rearing. In future, Feng Yu still needs his help with the animal feed formula for Tai Hua Food Processing Factory. He did not want these 2 walls to spoil their relationship. After Feng Yu returned home, he told his father about the pros and cons. All things had a price tag except for knowledge. The most important thing for this pig farm now was not money but the most advanced techniques. These techniques came from Professor Su, and so they must go along with him. After all, this farm belongs to the Feng family, and Professor Su would also get a single cent from the profits in the future. Professor Su can be considered working for them for free now. What's there to be unhappy about? After hearing from Feng Yu, Feng Xingtai felt better. So, this Professor Su was working for us. But why was this worker more persistent and aggressive than the boss? Maybe it was because he was a professor and he got the pride of an educated man. Feng Xingtai suddenly remembered that Professor Su was a professor and he was only a peasant. But the sense of vanity was still bursting in his heart. He could order a professor around now. Feng Xingtai still doesn't know that the 3 Soviets that used to work for him in his food processing factory were experts. He thought they were ordinary workers from the Soviet Unions. The construction for the pig farm went smoothly and very fast. This was also because Feng Yu had spent a lot on this construction. Although this increased the cost, but it saved a lot of time for Feng Yu. The others do not understand. But to Feng Yu, time was more valuable than money. The faster you are, the earlier you would be able to capture the market. Capturing the market was the most critical aspect of this pig farm. The farm department chief officer and Wen Daguang visited the farm frequently during the construction. They had smiles when they saw the transformation of the farm. When this pig farm was completed, they would report to their higher-ups and then just this farm as an example for the rest of the country. This would be considered their political achievements. Feng Yu had no reasons to stop them from doing this. The more supportive they were, the better it was for the pig farm development. As for Deputy Officer Su, he was green with envy. This Tianpeng pig farm achievement had nothing to do with him. The other star of the district was the food processing factory. Wen Deguang was the person overseeing this factory. Based on the pig farm and factory, the farm chief officer and Wen Deguang would surely be promoted, whereas Deputy Officer Su would most likely remain as a deputy until his retirement. Crackling. Leaders and distinguished guests, today is the opening Tianpeng pig farm. I would like to thank everyone for taking time off your busy schedule to be here. Now, let's invite the chief officer to say a few words. Wen Deguang, who was also the MC, stood at the door and hosted the opening ceremony. After the chief officer's speech, the rest of the leaders took turns to give their address. Almost all the leaders from the farm department were there, except for Deputy Officer Su. Now, let's invite the chief officer and the rest of the leaders to plant trees. Wishing Tianpeng pig farm to thrive and grow up strong like a tree. In the yard, someone had already dug the pit and placed the tree seedlings in there. The leaders just crowd around, shoveled the soil symbolically and wiping the non-existent sweat from their foreheads. There were reporters and cameras there. They must put up a good show and acted they were working hard. Feng Yu looked at his father, who was smiling happily for the cameras, and then he looked at the background behind his father. Feng Yu laughed to himself. At the door, Feng Yu had pasted a pair of new couplets which he wrote personally. Clouds thinking of beautiful clothes, flowers thinking of countenance, pigs thinking of getting fat, people thinking of getting famous. After the construction of the pig farm was completed, Feng Yu was chased back to school by Feng Xingtai with his feather duster. A student's responsibility was to study hard. Stop thinking about money every day. Soon, it was June, and the weather becomes hot. Wind and rain electric fans started its production and sales again. But the sales for this year was terrible. The order for the whole of China was estimated to be not more than 50,000 units. There was a massive drop in the profits. This was still because of TV commercials. If not, the sales would not be more than 20,000 units. No choice. There were too many plastic fans in the market now. A small country factory or even a tiny private factory can manufacture these fans. Even though the market was big, but there were too many choices, and wind and rain electric fans had nothing special. That's why it loses its market share. Feng Yu sighed. It seems like he got to bring forward his plan to launch the newer version of electric fans. Feng Yu was not so busy with his business and school. It was still 1 month away from his exams, and he had sufficient time to prepare for it. But soon, the students received a notification from their teachers that it was time for them to choose between the arts and science for their second year. They were advised to discuss with their parents and then submit their choices. Compared to his previous life, China now had more focus on science than arts. Almost 80% of the students chose science, and only some female students chose arts. When Feng Yu's form teacher received the class choices, he frowned. What's going on? Feng Yu chose arts? Also, Lena, who was good with her science subjects, chose arts too? Learn math and science, and you can travel all over the world without fear. They should have heard of this statement. The form teacher called Li Na and Feng Yu to his office for a discussion. These two were considered the better students in his class. He could not bear to see them degenerate in the arts class. Li Na, Feng Yu, did you fill up your forms wrongly? Why did you choose arts? The form teacher took out their forms and hinted to them that he could still change their choices. Li Na shockingly looked at Feng Yu. Why did he choose arts too? Li Na's ambition was to be a teacher, so learning arts was a natural choice. But Feng Yu's dream was to be a successful businessman, and shouldn't he be taking science? Li Na suddenly remembered on the day they were filling up their forms. Feng Yu had asked her if she was choosing arts or science. Could it be Feng Yu chose arts to be with her? Feng Yu pushed the forms back to his teacher and said, "Teacher, there's no mistake with our choices. What's the difference between arts and science? In future, both can also contribute to the country. But the future of science students obviously has a better future. The both of you will be doing yourself an injustice." Feng Yu laughed. "Teacher, you also picked arts in the past?" The form teacher was dumbfounded. He did choose arts in the past, but that was because he was not good with science subjects. He was only good at memorizing things and was too embarrassed to say it to Feng Yu. How can it be the same? My ambition was to be a teacher. Taking arts will let me be a better teacher, can help me pass my literature knowledge to you all. The form teacher found himself the perfect excuse. Lina timidly said, Teacher, my ambition is also to be a teacher. Feng Yu immediately interrupted. That's right. It's an honor to be a great teacher, just like our form teacher. The form teacher does not know whether to cry or he should laugh. These two students were praising him now, but he wanted to ask them to choose science for a better future and better job opportunities. What about you, Feng Yu? You want to be a teacher too? The form teacher would never believe that a student like Feng Yu would want to be a teacher. No, I want to be a secretary, and arts is more suitable for this job. Feng Yu told his teacher a lie he prepared beforehand. Be someone's secretary? Nonsense. Feng Yu had still planned to hire 8 or 10 secretaries for himself. One would be just serving tea, one would be doing paperwork, one would be massaging his shoulders and legs, one would just be a pretty vase, one would be taking care of him in the day, some would be. He should stop thinking about this. Feng Yu wanted to be a big boss and learn business management. Studying arts would be easier for him to switch to business later. Furthermore, Feng Yu's memory was better, and those subjects like biology, chemistry, etc. should be left for those students who had talents. He just wants to memorize some history, geography, etc. With his strength in languages like Russian, his memory, and his other means, he would definitely be admitted into Beijing University management course. Isn't this enough? If he chose science, where can he go? Feng Yu's ambition surprised his teacher. There was really someone whose dream was to be a secretary? But he thought Feng Yu's ambition should be a leader with the government. Many great leaders started by being a secretary. It was the same as being an apprentice in a factory. Being a secretary would get close to the leaders and would have a strong backing. The form teacher felt a bit helpless. He could not tell Feng Yu that his ambition was wrong. Nowadays, who doesn't want to be a leader in the government service? In the universities, most undergrads were drafted into the government service directly. But isn't it better for Feng Yu to use the usual method to enter the government service? The both of you really don't want to reconsider your choices? The form teacher tried one last time. Feng Yu and Li Na shook their heads, and the teacher waved his hand, indicating them to leave. Forget it. It's only 2 students lesser. Stepping out of the teacher's office, Li Na kept looking at Feng Yu with misty eyes. Feng Yu, you don't need to do this. You want to be a businessman, should you be taking science? There's no need for you to be in the same class with me. Li Na said. Feng Yu paused for a moment. Li Na had thought that he chose arts because of her. Only a fool would explain to her. Just let her misunderstood. I had asked someone to buy the poem book you wanted. It should arrive by mail in 2 days. Feng Yu changed the topic. Okay, let's go back for revision. You had skipped 2 weeks of classes last month. Feng Yu smiled embarrassedly. I will not skip classes again. There's nothing much to do with the company this month. Oh yes, I need your help with my math. I did not understand the math question yesterday. Later this evening, we go out for dinner? There's a new halal restaurant at Gonsui Street. I heard the food there is good. Feng Yu had been busy most of the time and always felt that he does not have enough time. But when he was with Li Na, he felt calm and relaxed. Even when they were not doing anything but just reading side by side, Feng Yu would be in a good mood. Fine. Let ask when Dongjun and Zhang Han along. When Li Na mentioned when Dongjun and Zhang Han, Feng Yu became unhappy. He wondered what medicine did Zhang Han ate for her to lose so much weight in such a short time. In this short span of time, she loses a lot of weight. She was about 55 kilograms now, and when Dongjun kept boasting to Feng Yu about how good his taste was, how good Zhang Han treated him, how pretty Zhang Han was, etc., Feng Yu was going crazy from his boasting. This made Feng Yu to not want when Dongjun along when he goes for good food. That idiot always stuffs himself with food and kept putting food into Zhang Han's plate, without thinking if she can finish it. He also ignored the fact if Feng Yu gets to eat or not. But if Zhang Han and Wen Dongjun do not go with them, then Li Na would not go. As such, Feng Yu could only reluctantly agree. However, Feng Yu was thinking of a way to send Wen Dongjun away and not follow him to the Cultural Palace for movies. Tonight, we are going out for dinner and movies? That's great. Your sister is on the night shift this week, and Brother Li's cooking is terrible. Wen Dongjun got very excited when he heard about food. Feng Yu sneered. Humph, I will tell my brother-in-law. Terrible? Then how did this idiot still be able to eat so much every meal? Feng Yu really suspect that in Wen Dongjun's world, there were only 2 types of food. Excellent food and delicious food. Sure enough, when Dongjun transformed into a hungry ghost that evening during dinner and kept stuffing his face with food. Feng Yu really don't understand. How can one eat like this? And because of his influence, Feng Yu also start eating heartily. However, Li Na and Zhang Han do not eat much. All this while, Li Na had a small appetite, and Zhang Han was watching her diet. Previously, Zhang Han could eat better than when Dongjun and specialized in snacks. But after the winter break, Feng Yu did not see Zhang Han eating snacks again. Her self-control was scary. During the movies, they were seated in a different place, but there were a lot of people at the cinema that day. Feng Yu wanted to cuddle with Li Na, but he knew that Li Na would not agree. Leaving the cinema, Feng Yu looked at his watch. It was only 8+. He suddenly had an idea and drove towards the riverbank. Where are we going? Li Na asked curiously. Today's weather is good. Let's go to the riverbank to bask in the moonlight. I will send you back to the dormitory later. Enjoy the moon. How can we admire the moon without food? When Dongjun shouted, "Damn, this glutton." We had just finished dinner, and he was thinking of food again. No, there's no food. Feng Yu barked. You do not have food, but I have. I still have melon seeds. Do you want? Like a magician, when Dongjun took out a packet of melon seeds from one of his pocket. Feng Yu really want to throw these melon seeds on his face. No. The car was parked on a deserted road next to the riverbank, and the four of them alighted from the vehicle. The riverbank now was not as lively as the future years. The riverbank in the future years was crowded even when it was 10 at night. The riverside did not have the row of street lights yet, and there were no middle-aged women doing square dancing. A few teenage couples were sitting by the riverside whispering sweet nothings to each other. At an empty space, there was a large boombox and a group of teenagers wearing bell-bottoms, doing break dancing. Feng Yu held Li Na's hands and walked to a side. He placed newspapers on the floor and sat on it with Li Na. His right hand naturally held Li Na's shoulders. I'm afraid that you are cold. Li Na turned and looked at Feng Yu, but kept quiet. She knew this was a lie, but she did not want to expose him. She leans her head on his shoulders and quietly watched the flowing water. The water was not very clear, but they could still make out the reflection of the moon. There were no clouds in the sky and was full of stars. The dim lights from the returning fishing boats illuminate Li Na's pretty face. Yesterday, Xiao Yun from my dormitory wrote an excellent poem. The day before yesterday, Ying from the next dormitory received a love letter from her class monitor. Her class monitor's handwriting was horrible. You make a guess what did I saw that afternoon? Butterfly. There are butterflies not. It was this big and very colorful. But it flew away before I could get a closer look. Feng Yu sat there quietly, listening to Li Na talks about the anecdotes of her life. These were all trivial things, but Feng Yu doesn't mind. Listening to these trivial matters helped Feng Yu to forget about his worries and even made him forget about his goal of making a lot of money. He stretched himself and slowly closed his eyes. Li Na picked up a short grass and lightly brushes Feng Yu's face with it. Feng Yu opened his eyes and saw the smile on Li Na's face. There were hanging willow branches in the background and dim lightings from the fishing boats by the riverside. Once again, Feng Yu felt that he walked into a beautiful painting. Look, that's the Weaver Star and the Cowherd Star. You still remember the poem? Li Na pointed to the stars and looked at Feng Yu eagerly. Of course I remember. Far, far away, the cowherd, fair, fair, the weaving maid. Nimbly move her slender white fingers. Click-clack goes her weaving loom. All day she weaves, yet her web is still not done. And her tears fall like rain. Clear and shallow the Milky Way, they are not far apart. But the stream always brims between. And, gazing at each other, they cannot speak. Feng Yu recited the poem, and with the ambience, it made the poem more beautiful. You are so smart. You can even memorize this poem. Is there really a cowherd and weaver in the sky? The Heavenly Mother is so hard-hearted, allowing them to meet only once a year. Li Na seems a bit sad. If there is really a cowherd and weaver in heavens, then the Heavenly Mother treats her daughter not bad. Why? She only allows them to meet once a year. Li Na replied angrily. She was annoyed by Feng Yu's reply. Look, if the legends are true, then one day in heavens will be equivalent to 1 year on earth. The cowherd gets to meet the weaver once a year, but the weaver gets to meet the cowherd every day? So, the Heavenly Mother who doesn't like her son-in-law still treated her daughter well. Li Na was dumbfounded. She had not thought of looking at this legend from this perspective. She mercilessly pinched Feng Yu hard. This guy was too annoying. Such a moving legend, but hearing it from Feng Yu became so different. Feng Yu was very helpless. Look, it was easy to offend people when telling the truth. No, you must tell me another poem, and you are not allowed to interpret it in your nonsensical logic. After waiting for a while, and she noticed Feng Yu was keeping quiet, Li Na asked, "What are you thinking? Don't tell me you can't remember any poems." "Can't remember any poems? How can this be possible? I am thinking about those poets in ancient times. What sort of poems would they come up with in this type of ambience? A genius like me would not lose to them." Feng Yu bragged. Li Na laughed. "You a genius? How genius are you? You only know how to memorize poems. Just recite some poems that you memorized for me. But you cannot recite. Actually can even sing like a song, but that song is not suitable to sing now. Let me think. It should not be a problem for me to write a poem for you now." When Li Na mentioned, the first thought that came to Feng Yu's mind was a song. But that song was not suitable to sing as it was about breaking up and getting back together. There was a lot of internet poems in the future years which Li Na had never heard before. Some of these poems will stick in the reader's mind. Feng Yu just need to mix and match these poems together to compose a new poem that fits the atmosphere now. Sunrise, sunset, flowers bloom, flowers wilted, spring breeze moving willows, shallow years, changing of tides, same as before, zither and harp in hand, peaceful and stable life forever. Li Na looked lovingly at Feng Yu. This poem had touched her deeply. Feng Yu looked at Li Na and casually said another verse from an internet poem. Beautiful eyes and brows, refined looks, talented and unforgettable. Li Na fell into a daze and thought Feng Yu was so talented. Feng Yu looked at Li Na's alluring lips and leaned forward slowly. Suddenly, a loud and irritating voice sounded beside them. "What are you two doing?" Inside Feng Yu's heart, he was roaring angrily. "When Dongjun, you this idiot. You think it was easy to create this perfect mood? I had almost succeeded. I am going to kill you." Translator notes. This chapter is too hard. The poems are so hard to understand. I tried my best to translate it. Do let me know if I mistranslate the poems. Feng Yu shook his head when he looked at the sales figure for the wind and rain electric fans. As expected, the orders for his fans were getting lesser. Even if he lowered the price, he would not get back his market share. Feng Yu had thought of continuing to advertise. The advertisements that were aired on CCTV would still help, but the market was still full of imitations. Even if the commercials were effective and the consumers bought the wind and rain fans, it might be imitations. Things that were easily manufactured were not good. The market changes were too fast. Furthermore, some established brands of fans manufacturers also start producing plastic fans. These brands were very popular in their provinces, and wind and rain fans would not sell well in those provinces. Although wind and rain fans were still making profits, the speed was too slow for Feng Yu. Last year, Feng Yu earned a few million in 2 to 3 months, and this year, he made only a few $100,000 in 2 to 3 months. The difference was too big. Luckily, Feng Yu had thought of a solution, which was to introduce a new type of electric fans. Bladeless fans. He could apply for a patent for these fans, and the technology required was considered high. Not to mention the small factories. Even the bigger factories could not imitate this technology. Just happened the aviation factory had this air compressing technology, and Feng Yu wants them to minimize it, to create a miniature version of the air compressing equipment. Manager Feng, why did you call the both of us here? Is there any problems with the humidifiers? Ho Haitao asked worryingly. Now, the humidifier was like a cash cow to them. Basically, Taihua Trading could sell every humidifier produced by the motor factory. The domestic sales figures were increasing, and the overseas demand had already outweighed the supply. The aviation factory and motor factory were even praised by their higher-ups for their performance. Ho Haitao paid particular attention to this humidifier project. If this continued for the next 10 years, no, even if it continued for the next 5 years, the aviation factory can earn a lot. Director Ho, Director Lee, there's no problem with the humidifier sales. There's still lots of demand for it. However, the motor factory does not need to set up another production line to increase the production. There would be an oversupply, and it would be a waste of resources. Remaining status quo would be enough. Anyway, we have the patent, and we will still control the market. I asked the both of you here is to talk about another thing. I thought of a new idea yesterday. When Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu heard what Feng Yu said, they looked at each other excitedly. Feng Yu's idea last time was the ultrasonic humidifier and brought lots of profits to their factories. Even if the concept this time was half as good as the humidifier, or even 30%, they would be delighted. Manager Feng wants to work with us again. We are to oversee the R&D and the motor factory to oversee the production. Ho Haitao asked. Li Shiyu was a bit unhappy. Why can't we be doing the R&D and your factory do the production? The motor factory also had lots of experts. R&D was much better than production. Production was too tiring as they need to modify the production lines. Why does doing R&D still gets to enjoy the profits for so many years? It was like this the previous time, isn't it? Ho Haitao wanted to do the R&D. The last time, his factory had only used a short period of time to develop the humidifier, and the motor factory needs to do the production for the next 10 years. Feng Yu immediately waved his hands to stop both directors from fighting. Directors, please let me finish what I have to say. I heard that the aviation factory have an air compressing technology, which is the turbocharging technology. Ho Haitao immediately had a proud look on his face, and he looked at Li Shiyu. Heard that. Our factory had this technology. What about your factory? Do you have it? Of course. We had this technology the year before. It is used to modify the aircraft engines, increase the efficiency, and lower the fuel consumption. Why this time you need to use this technology? Ho Haitao was puzzled. What could they do with this technology? Do you have jet technology? Jet technology? Humph. We are an aviation factory, and we build aircraft. What do you think? Ho Haitao replied proudly, and at the same time, he gave Li Shiyu a smug look. Li Shiyu was fuming, but the motor factory did not have these two technologies, and he could not compete with the aviation factory. He consoled himself by telling himself that each factory has its own specialization. The motor factory was superior in motor and electric generators. But both the directors still did not understand what they were going to do with these two technologies. To develop a new type of jet engine? This was something the aviation factory had been doing. Li Shiyu asked, Manager Feng, what are you making with these two technologies? Feng Yu looked at the both of them and said smilingly, We are making a new type of electric fan. What? Electric fans? Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao leaned back into the sofa like a deflated balloon. Electric fans using air compressing technology? Electric fans utilizing the jet technology? Who can withstand a jet engine blowing air at them? Furthermore, electric fans were not something new. How can it be compared to the humidifier? Feng Yu saw the lack of interest in the both of them and said, If this fan is developed, it will revolutionize the electric fan industry, and there will be many related products that can be produced with this technology. I guarantee that the profits will not be lesser than the humidifiers. Ho Haitao laughed. Stop joking. Xiao Feng, I know that last year you and the motor factory produced a plastic electric fan, and my factory also bought a lot of those fans. You want to revive your electric fans business, but what has it got to do with the technologies? Feng Yu smiled confidently. I will talk about the new product we are going to develop next. Bladeless fans. It is the same as the name. This fan will have no blades. Because it has no blades, there will not be dust on the covers, and it will be easy to clean, and you won't injure your fingers. Even if children touch the fans, they will not suffer any injuries. This fan will be safer than any fans in the market. We will use the motor to suck in air into the fan's base and compress it using the turbocharging technology, and then release it using the jet technology. The exterior will be using a 16 degrees annular fan head to blow out the cool air in a circular motion, and there would be no pauses in between the airflow. The airflow would also be smoother, and if we are able to develop it well, it will consume lesser electricity than regular fans. Feng Yu was explaining his idea and using a plastic basin to demonstrate, letting both the directors understand what was he talking about. Li Shiyu did not really understand, but Ho Haitao was frowning and deep in thoughts. He imagined what Feng Yu said in his head. It seems workable and could indeed produce constant wind using the two technologies. But the cost of this fans will not be low. The value would amount to at least 100 renminbi, or even higher. How much will they be selling? Never mind. Anyway, Feng Yu will be paying for the R&D and the sales of the finished products. The aviation factory will only be in charge of the R&D, and the rest is not of their concern. After developing the product, they will just wait to split the profits, and even if there were no profits, they will also not suffer many losses. Regardless of what the motor factory thinks, the aviation factory will be part of this project. Ho Haitao agreed, but Li Shiyu still had some reservations. He would be doing the manufacturing, and if the product weren't sold, his factory would be suffering losses. Although the investor Feng Yu would also suffer losses, Feng Yu had the money to lose. Feng Yu had already earned so much from the humidifiers. Li Shiyu hesitated, and this made Feng Yu happy. Feng Yu acted like he had made a big decision. Director Li, I know what you are worrying. How about this? I will pay for the modification of your production line, and this time, we will contract your factory to manufacture the fans for us. I will pay you 30 renminbi for every unit produced. This way, you will not have any more worries. Li Shiyu heard Feng Yu, and this troubled him even more. Every time Feng Yu contracted his factory to manufacture something, Feng Yu would earn a lot from it. However, those products previously were either low cost or something that was new to the market. He could not see any potential in this bladeless fan. It was just like that Taihua brand refrigerators where the last batch of fridges was only sold last week. But Li Shiyu does not know the profit margin and how much Feng Yu earned. He thought hard about this and noticed that Feng Yu does not succeed all the time. It should be safer for him to be conservative and choose to be a contractor. Li Shiyu chose to be a contractor, and Feng Yu smilingly turned to Ho Haitao. Director Ho, this bladeless fan project has a big risk, and as an investor, I might not get back my investments. Since Director Li chose to be a contractor to earn stable contractor fees, then I will be taking on all the risks. So, this time, the aviation should not enjoy proportional dividends, but instead, fixed dividends. This means that every unit of bladeless fan sold, I will pay your factory 10 renminbi. I will still be funding the R&D costs, and the patent will belong to me. Do you agree? In Feng Yu's heart, he was shouting, please say yes, agree. When the bladeless fans were launched in his previous life, it was priced at $500, and the production cost was only about $20. The profits were huge. Although, someone leaked the production cost, and the selling price fell from $500 to around $100, and finally, the selling price dropped to $30. But during the initial stage, the company had made tens of millions of USD profits. The company made a total of a few hundred million USD when the demand rose. As for R&D costs, the total was only a few million USD. It was mainly used to test the tilt angle of the fan head and the helix angle inside. Feng Yu does not know about the helix angle, but he remembered the tilt angle to be 16 degrees apparently. He had a bet with one of his drinking buddies on the angle, and they had checked Baidu to get this answer. Additionally, the aviation factory already had the technologies required to develop the bladeless fan, but it was current too big and needed to be minimized and reduce the efficiency. This was supposed to be a fan and not some jet engines for military purpose. There's no need for it to be so powerful. Hearing what Feng Yu said, Ho Haitao was unhappy. Manager Feng, how can you say this? We had cooperated well the last time, and you had experienced our factory's R&D capabilities. We developed the previous product in such a short period of time, and why this time we have to change to fixed dividends? Feng Yu retorted. Then why not I hire the aviation factory to develop this technology? I will pay you 1 million. Not enough. 2 million. You name me a price. You do not want to take on the risk, yet you want to get a share of the profits? Based on what? Although your factory has these technologies, but do not forget that in Bing City, there is still the Technical University and the Maritime University. They do have this technology as well. They had earned money the first time, and Feng Yu does not mind if both the factories want to cooperate with him again. But now, the problem was the prospect of this bladeless fan was still unsure, and they do not want to take on the risk, and even want to get money out of it. Why should Feng Yu agree to it? Then 10 renminbi for a unit is too low. The motor factory is still getting 30 renminbi. Why not you provide the production facilities and the workers to do the production? I can also give you 30 renminbi. You do not want to do anything yet you want a more significant share? Beggars should not be choosy. If it weren't for the technologies the aviation factory owns, Feng Yu would have ditched them a long time ago. Li Shiyu also said unhappily, Director Ho, 10 renminbi is not a small amount. My workers got to work hard, and we still need to provide the production line. Machines wear and tear, and still does not include the workers' salaries. All these for only 30 renminbi. 15 renminbi. I will make sure that the product will be developed in the shortest time possible. 15 renminbi is not high. If you sell 10,000 units, I will only get 150,000 renminbi. My factory still needs to assign many engineers and experts to develop this product. This would also affect our military orders. We were also paying a heavy price for it. Feng Yu despised Ho Haitao. Expert engineers? He speaks as if Feng Yu was not paying for R&D. The previous time, Feng Yu had already noticed the salaries of the engineers reported in the R&D cost were 6 times more than the rest of the engineers in the factory. However, Feng Yu did not ask him where did this money go to. 15 renminbi? How about 12? The cost of the plastic materials from the plastic factory is also very high. You all think that the fan I wanted is so easily manufactured? My cost is also very high. I cannot forecast the sales, and what if this project fails? How much will be my losses? In the end, they settled for 13 renminbi. Feng Yu was jumping with joy in his heart. Although these bladeless fans will not have a significant market in China, it will be very popular in Europe and the US. There was a few 100 million populations in Europe and the US. Feng Yu estimated that there at least 1 million units will be sold. Based on $100 retail price per unit and 50% profits, he would also get about $50 million profits. Using $1 million to gamble for $50 million profits. Who would refuse it? Furthermore, this technology for the bladeless fan would be used for a more popular and practical product that had taken the world by storm, the hand dryer. The profit for this would be at least over $100 million. After signing the contract with the aviation factory and the motor factory, Feng Yu transferred 500,000 renminbi R&D funds to the aviation factory. He told Ho Haitao that if the aviation factory could develop the fan before the end of the year, he would still give him a bonus of not lesser than 200,000 renminbi. After finishing his business, Feng Yu returned to school. His exams were approaching, and he does not want to do poorly for the exams. At the same time, Bing City's third high school received an invitation letter from the Soviet Union. The letter was signed off by one of the world's top university, Lomonosov Moscow State University. This comprehensive university was ranked 10th in the world. Even if it was for student exchange, it should be sending the invitation to the universities, like Bing City's Industrial University or some other top universities in China. Why did it send the invitation to a high school in Bing City? Notes: the hand dryer was developed by the Japanese in 1993, and the first model was as big as a water dispenser. Inside, there's a ring, similar to the bladeless fan, and the idea for the bladeless fans came from the hand dryer. Air condition was invented long time ago, but it was not popular in Europe and the US. It was troublesome to install, bulky, expensive, noisy, and uses too much electricity. That's why electric fans were still the most popular product for cooling the room temperature. The Soviet Union had 4 internationally renowned universities, namely Moscow University, Leningrad University, Kiev University, Ukraine, and Belarusian University, Belarus. This top university, sending an invitation to Bing City's third high school? Could it be they wanted to recruit the 2 top students who had achieved good results in the International Olympic Mathematics competition last year? But those 2 students were already Year 3 students and had been recruited by Huaqing University. The principal opened the envelope, and there was the letter written in both Russian and Chinese. The principal was surprised that out of the students invited, he had only heard of one, and there were even a few empty spots. The principal massaged his temples and looked at the vice principal. "Old son, is this Feng Yu from Year 1, the brother-in-law of that Mr. Li who donated the sports complex for the school?" Vice principal's son nodded. "That's right. There are 2 students by the name of Feng Yu in the school. One is a girl in Year 3, and the other is in Year 1. Look at this invitation letter. What is the meaning of this?" Vice principal's son took the letter from the principal and looked at it carefully. The title of the letter was very long, but was very clear. Usually, summer camps organized by universities would only invite Year 2 students, and the students invited were typically outstanding students who had won international awards. Universities attract these students to the summer camps in a bid to recruit them. If this Moscow University wants to recruit students, they should invite the Year 2 students. Feng Yu was still in Year 1, And why was this invitation limited to Year 1 students only? This was too weird. Could it be that these Soviets wanted to flaunt their education system, and that's why they invite third high school? Then they made a mistake. China's high school had high standards and could even be ranked high internationally. Bing City's third high school was one of the best in China and had a AAA rating. Even a Year 1 student would not lose to anyone. But the students invited by the university were Feng Yu and his friends. These 4 students were the students Mr. Li told them to take special care of. Could there be some sort of connection? Vice Principal Sun looked at the name list, and the first name on the list was Feng Yu, followed by Li Na, Wen Dongjun, and Lu Kuan. The remaining 6 spots were blanks, and there were 5 spots for teachers to accompany along. Vice Principal Sun could immediately tell that this must be the work of Li Shiqiang. He decided to call Feng Yu over to ask him about this. If there were no problems, he wanted to lead this team to the camp. This was a great honor. If he could be the leader of this team and the team gotten good results from this camper, he could be the next in line after the principal retires in 2 years' time. Principal, let me handle this. This is a good thing. If possible, I want to be the person in charge of this team for the summer camp. The principal looked at Vice Principal Sun. Teacher Xiaofang is not bad. She should be one of the participants. Vice Principal Sun nodded. I feel that she is suitable as well. How would we decide on the remaining places? Teacher Xiaofang was the principal's niece, and he knew about this. Let the Education Ministry decide on the remaining places. I will contact them. You go and contact the students and pick the good students from the Year 1. The principal wanted this credit. This invitation happened when he was the principal, and he might even get promoted to the Education Ministry before he retires. If this happens, his retirement welfare would be significantly increased. The form teacher was teaching Feng Yu and the rest of the students on the crucial points to take note of the exams in class. Suddenly, there was knocking on the door. He hates being interrupted in the midst of his teachings, especially from the students' parents. He opened the door and wanted to lecture the person who had interrupted his lessons. But his angry look changed when he saw the person. Vice Principal Sun, why are you here? Are you going to sit in for my lesson? Vice Principal Sun waved his hands. I am looking for your student Feng Yu. Call him out. Feng Yu again. He was really related to the vice principal. Feng Yu was called out of the classroom, and he knew what happened when he saw the vice principal. It must be about the invitation letter. Brother Qi was so reliable. Feng Yu kept telling his family that he would be admitted to one of the best 2 Beijing universities. Beijing University, many of the nation's top scholars studied in this university. The other was Huaqing University, where many future China leaders studied at. Of course, there were also many China's future billionaires who studied in these 2 universities. Feng Yu wanted to enter these 2 universities because he wanted to fulfill his parents' dream and to fulfill his own dreams. His parents only wanted him to be a university grad from a reputable university, whereas Feng Yu wanted to enter these 2 universities to recruit the ones who looked familiar. Even if these people do not want to work for him, he could also invest in these people's dreams. The end results would also be him earning lots of money. But how would he enter these universities? Feng Yu thought of an idea, which was to let these 2 universities look for him and recruit, or reserve a place for him. Recruitment of students had been criticized, but universities would still specially recruit high school students they like. These students were guaranteed a place in the university if they fulfill the conditions imposed on them. Guaranteed places in universities were generally reserved for top students who had gotten awards in national competitions or excellent results in school. Recruitment was usually used for students who had exceptional performance in specific areas like getting an award in an international competition. What sort of good performance could Feng Yu get in school? Other than his brother-in-law donating money to rebuild the basketball court, there was nothing else. His reputation among the students was also terrible. So, Feng Yu thought of a way to create credentials for himself, which was to participate in an international summer camp, and was still specially invited by the organizing university. Coupled with his brother-in-law's help in networking during his Year 3, the 4 of them should be getting guaranteed spots in the university they wanted. Maybe this was only for the 3 of them. The top student, Lu Kuan, should be able to get into any university he wants with his results. If this still doesn't work, Feng Yu could also look for university professors and sponsor their research, for them to recruit them to the universities. Feng Yu believed that there will be professors that were willing to do this. Vice Principal Sun chatted with Feng Yu for a while and knew that this was arranged by his brother-in-law. This was great. Next year, their school would be more famous, and the name of the person in charge of the team to participate in this camp would also be published in articles nationwide. This was an invitation by the Moscow University. Feng Yu asked Vice Principal Sun to add Zhang Han's name. When Feng Yu requested Kirilenko to make this arrangement, when Dongjun and Zhang Han were not together yet, Vice Principal Sun looked at Feng Yu, and even if Feng Yu did not make this request, he would also add Zhang Han's name. Even the principal would also do that. Vice Principal Sun needs to think carefully about the remaining 5 places. He needs to reserve 1 spot for the principal, 2 for himself, and the remaining 2 spots for the secretary and the deputy secretary. This was to please the secretary and gain their support when he was to be promoted to principal. Vice Principal Sun was still smiling when he returned to his office. He had made the right choice when he met Li Shiqiang and recruit Feng Yu to the school. Notes: the Moscow University was ranked between 8th and 12th, and Leningrad University was ranked 28th. Kiev University used to be highly rated, but its ranking dropped. Rumors said that most of the professors were poached by Moscow University. The highest ranking for Belarusian University was the 9th place. Today's meeting is to announce good news. Our school had just received an invitation from the Moscow University, inviting our school's students to attend a 1-month summer camp. The principal announced loudly. What? Principal, did I hear it correctly? Moscow University? The school's secretary asked, emphasizing the word university. That's right. Moscow University. How many places are there? They are inviting those 2 years 3 students. The secretary's thinking was the same as the principal. The Moscow University must be targeting that 2 math genius. No, they are inviting year 1 students. There's a total of 10 places for students and 5 for accompanying teachers. The university will be providing food and lodging. There's another good news. Mr. Li, the one who donated the new basketball court, will be sponsoring the air tickets. This was what Feng Yu told the vice principal. He was the one who was sponsoring the air tickets, but he uses his brother-in-law's name. First-year students? What's the meaning of this? But never mind, since this is a good thing for our school's reputation. The deputy secretary shouted. Everyone said some unnecessary pleasantries, and it was the secretary who asked, Principal, how are we going to allocate the places? Are we going to discuss it? The principal did not say anything but exchanged glances with the vice principal. Sunday Vice Principal Sun immediately knew what to do and cleared his throat. The other party wanted to let the students experience what it is like to be in a world-renowned university. I had studied in the Soviet Union before and is good in Russian. So, I will be leading the team. Teacher Su Xiuhua from the 2nd year had performed well, and she should be attending as well. The Education Ministry will arrange for the remaining teachers. The secretary and deputy secretary were still waiting for the vice principal to tell them that the school will be giving them the remaining teachers' places, but instead, it was the Education Ministry who will decide. This made them very angry, but there's nothing they could do. Although they had connections, but they can't go against the ministry. This must be the work of the principal. They believe that the principal will still give them some compensations with regards to the student places. The principal should be giving them at least 3 student places each. Seeing the secretary and the rest did not say anything, Vice Principal Sun continued. We had confirmed 8 students who will be attending this camp. The 8 students are Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, Zhang Han. Wait, Vice Principal Sun, who confirmed these 8 students? Why are they chosen? Based on their results or teachers' recommendations? Or you are the one who makes the decision? The secretary interrupted the vice principal. He was pissed. He had only heard of Zhang Han out of the 7 names read out, who had nominated the rest of the students. The deputy secretary and said, Vice Principal Sun, shouldn't the student places be discussed with the teaching division first before confirming? I did not come across anyone who came to my division to ask about the students' performance. The deputy secretary oversees the teaching division, which had a lot of authority in the school. The vice principal looked at the principal, who was looking down at his teacup, as if it was the 8th wonder of the world. Vice Principal Sun knew that the principal wanted him to take the heat, who asked him to nominate 2 of the students. Secretary Zhao, Deputy Secretary Liu, we did not confirm these students. The Moscow University had specifically asked for 4 students who are Feng Yu, Li Na, Wen Dongjun, and Lu Kuan. Everyone here should know who Zhang Han's father is, so I don't need to say much. The other party asked for 4 people? Where's the invitation letter? Let me see. The secretary looked at Vice Principal's son angrily. He wants to know what's so special about these 4 students. Vice Principal's son passed the invitation letter to him. The whole summer camp was arranged by Li Shiqiang. If the secretary dares to change any of the 4 students stated in the invitation letter, most likely this camp will be canceled. The vice principal can't wait for the secretary and deputy secretary to oppose these 4 students from attending and offend Li Shiqiang. This way, he could get the remaining 2 student places. He was the one who was closest to Li Shiqiang, and that's the reason he dares to nominate 2 students, one more than the principal. Deputy secretary went out for a while and returned with a results slip. Lu Kuan, the top student in the mid-semester and year-end exams, had the qualifications to attend this camp. Lina's results were also not bad. She was improving consistently and was in the first-year top 20. She can be considered one of the better female students. However, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were only average students. They were just slightly above average. Why were they invited? Old son, I will not say much about the rest, but this Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun must be changed. These 2 students' results were only average and did not contribute anything to the school. This Feng Yu still talked back to the discipline officer publicly. I still remember that it was Vice Principal's son who had spoken up for him, right? The deputy secretary looked at Vice Principal's son with slanted eyes. Vice Principal's son calmly said, "This is the invitation, and it specifically states that they are inviting these students. How can we change them? What's the reason for changing them? Because they are not good students. If we let them go, it will be a disgrace to our school." I had heard rumors that Feng Yu's family background was also not reputable. I think that these 2 students are not qualified to attend this summer camp. They must be changed. Deputy Secretary shouted firmly. The accompanying teachers' spots were already arranged by you all, and you still want to take all the students' places? Then what about Secretary Zhao and me? We are also the leaders in this school. Deputy Secretary Liu, please watch your words. We are all teachers and should let our judgment be affected by rumors. Times have changed, Vice Principal's son said. In his heart, he wished that the deputy secretary would bang the table and insist on his way. It would be better if he were able to drag Secretary Zhao along to change Feng Yu. This way, the principal and vice principal will get the remaining 2 student places. Bang. Old son, what are you saying? These 2 students must be changed. Before the deputy secretary replied, the secretary banged hard on the table. He was also from the previous generations. The principal was still looking at his teacup. Since vice principal wanted to be the leader of the team and even wanted the student places, then he should be the one to face the music. Vice principal's son retorted, "Secretary Zhao, are you going to be responsible if anything goes wrong by changing the students specifically invited by Moscow University?" The secretary was now in an awkward position, but he must retort. This was a considerable achievement. The principal might be transferred out at the end of the year, and he will be fighting with vice principal for the principal position. How can he let vice principal overtake him? I will be responsible if anything goes wrong. What's the problem? This is the results of those 2 students. I think that they are not qualified. At this time, the principal coughed and said, "This is a meeting. Stop fighting. If the teachers heard us, what would they think? Remember, you all are teachers first and then leaders. You all must set a good example for others. It's just the places for a summer camp, and you all are fighting over it. Everyone go back and think about it. We will carry on with the meeting tomorrow." The secretary and deputy secretary left the room to discuss which student they were going to nominate. They want at least 2 student places each. If the principal did not say anything, they would want 3 spots each. The secretary and his deputy sat down to discuss. They really do not have the authority to change the students named in the invitation letter, but that does not mean that they will give up. What if the students withdraw voluntarily? So, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were summoned to the secretary's office. The secretary had decided to persuade them nicely to withdraw voluntarily. He would give them some compensations by stating they were good students on their testimonies. What? Secretary, you said that we are invited to the summer camp organized by Moscow University? Is summer camp fun? Wen Dongjun asked excitedly. He did not expect to be so lucky. But why was Feng Yu unhappy? They were going to the Soviet Union for a holiday. That's right. But this time you will be representing our school, Bing City, Longjiang, and even China's high school. So, the school intends to get the best students to attend. Both of your results are. When Dongjuan's face changed, Secretary, what do you mean? Didn't that university invite us? Are there any problems? After considerations, the school had decided to get some students who can represent us to go for this camp. So, I wish the both of you to give up your places. The secretary noticed that hinting does not work on them, so he told them directly. Even with the backing of the vice principal, these two students would not dare to go against his wishes. He is the secretary of the school, the number 2 of the school. Give up our places? Why should we? When Dongjun was unhappy, this was a chance for him to travel overseas. Why should they give up? I had told you the reason. I will not explain anymore. Of course, the school will give the both of you some compensations. Both of you will be getting this year's Best Students Awards. Feng Yu looked at the secretary with a sneer, vying for the students' quota and targeting his spot. Without him, the school will not even have a single place. The vice principal's son knew about this matter clearly, but he did not tell this secretary. He must be up to no good too. Feng Yu, why are you keeping quiet? Tell me your decision. The school can even nominate the both of you for the Provincial Best Students Awards. Both of you will also get 10 extra marks for Bing City's university entrance exams. The secretary increased the compensation. Of course, nominating and getting the award were two very different things. Fine, secretary. I will tell you my decision. When he heard Feng Yu, the secretary had a bright smile on his face. There were still obedient students in the school. When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu and shocked, his impression of Feng Yu had a rebellious trait and would not give up his place easily. I decide to refuse. Refuse. The secretary still thought that Feng Yu was an obedient student, and he even wanted to praise him, but he heard the word refuse from Feng Yu. Why? How can he refuse? Why he dares to refuse? Did he really think that he could do anything he wants with the vice principal's backing? The school's other leaders, including the vice principal, were still lower ranked than him. Bang! The secretary banged hard on the desk. What's wrong with you two? I am persuading you too nicely here. Let me tell you one thing. I don't care if the both of you agree or not. This is decided. Feng Yu was still sneering and said, if the both of us are not attending, then no one can attend. What did you say? You dare to threaten me? You are still a student. Demerit points. You must be punished. The secretary was furious. A student from his school dared to talk back to him? This was third high school and not some vocational school. He must teach this brat a lesson. Before you punish me, think about how you should avoid punishments. You should be the one who made this decision to make us give up our places. Have you ever think about the reasons why vice principal did not agree to this? Feng Yu was smiling and looking at the secretary straight in his eyes. The secretary paused for a moment. Right. Even if the vice principal takes special care of Feng Yu, because of his brother-in-law, he should also not look after Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjuan's father was only a deputy farm officer of a small district. His rank was too low to be even considered a government staff in Bing City. Do you know that my brother-in-law is sponsoring the transportation for this camp? You think this is the only reason? Didn't you wonder why our names are on the invitation letter? The secretary's face changed. Could this Feng Yu have connections to some high-ranked leaders? The names on the invitation were not randomly picked. Impossible. The names must be randomly selected. This was the Moscow University. How is it possible for Feng Yu to have connections with them? You know why Moscow University wanted students from our school to attend their summer camp? You know why they only wanted first-year students? Why are our names on the invitation list? Why am I the first name on the list? Feng Yu continued. The secretary looked at Feng Yu and shocked. Feng Yu really have someone great backing him? When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu like a moron and asked, why? He does not understand why Feng Yu knows about the invitation letter, inviting their school's first years only, and Feng Yu's name was the first name. Why can't the first name be his? It must be in alphabetical order. It should be in that order. Feng Yu pointed to himself and said slowly, it is because this summer camp was organized for me. The secretary jumped up from his chair and shouted disbelieving, impossible. This is the Moscow University and not some domestic universities. Even if your family have connections, you could not extend your influences to the Soviet Union. Feng Yu shook his head and looked at the secretary like an idiot. You do not know that my family is doing business? You do not know that my family's company traded few million rubles with the Soviet Union every month? The secretary's eyes widened. Your family has business deals worth a few million rubles with the Soviet Union every month? Then do you know that our trade with the Soviet Union uses the Soviet Army's trains to transport our goods? Do you know that I am a regular visitor to the city government and the Foreign Trade Office? Do you know how much the car I drive on weekends cost? Not expensive. It's only somewhere between 500,000 to 600,000 renminbi. Soviet Army? This Feng Yu's family had business dealings with the army? Was it the provincial army or the Soviet Union Army? A regular visitor at the city government and Foreign Trade Office? Those were units bigger than the Education Ministry. What? 500,000 to 600,000 renminbi car? The secretary had not even seen a 50,000 to 60,000 renminbi car. Feng Yu had shocked the secretary again and again. Since when did you come across a university organizing a summer camp for high school first-year students? Without me, there will not be such camp. Every year, the Moscow University does have a summer camp for high school students, but it was for the students participating in the math competition. The competition had already started on the date of this summer camp. This summer camp was organized specially for me. Feng Yu's every word made the secretary's jaw drop lower and lower. He did not expect that things would turn out this way. Others might not know about this, but the vice principal should be aware. FCK, he had been tricked. Also, the deputy secretary had found some stupid excuse to avoid this meeting with Feng Yu. He wanted to take advantage of this summer camp, but still wants to hide from the responsibility? The secretary finally found out that he was the only fool who had to face this alone. After saying so much, do you still think we should give up my spot for others? The secretary fell back into his chair and mumbled, "That's fine. Both of you can go back to class. I do not care about the student quota anymore." Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun walked with a swag out of the secretary's office. Wen Dongjun pulled Feng Yu's sleeves. Help Zhang Han get a place too. Yes, there will be 5 of us from our class. You, me, Li Na, Lu Kuan, and Zhang Han. The school will allocate the remaining places. With this experience, and if we maintain our current grades, we can enter even the best universities in Beijing. Feng Yu said with his head held high. He was waiting for Wen Dongjun to say something grateful to him. However, he turned around and noticed that the idiot was not there anymore. Wen Dongjun had run off to tell Zhang Han the excellent news. Damn, some people are willing to shed blood for his friends, but this Wen Dongjun is one who shed his friend's blood. The fight for the summer camp student quota came to an end. But in the city, leaders of the Education Committee and the Education Ministry were banging tables over the teacher's quota and the position of the team leader. The principal had reported this invitation to the Education Ministry, and everyone there got excited over this news. They were discussing which teachers to send for this camp. This was an excellent opportunity for the teachers to gain credentials and to be promoted. But this news was leaked to the Education Committee, and the head of the committee went straight to the Education Ministry to bang tables, demanding the quota. He wanted at least 2 places. If not, he would stop them from going to this camp. Both sides wanted these precious spots, and they went to their respective higher-ups, which were the city government and the city committee. When the city's number 1 and number 2 heard this news, both of them wondered why did the Moscow University invite Bing City's 3rd high school. Should it be more logical for the Moscow University to invite the technical university? The principal went to the city government office to explain to the leaders there. He did not mention that this invitation was because of Feng Yu, but instead, he claimed that this was due to his and vice principal son's credit. He said that it was because vice principal's son had studied in the Soviet Union before, and he used his connections to get this invitation. Although the leaders do not believe him, they could not think of other reasons. The only person that was deep in thoughts was Zhang Ruiqiang, who was in charge of the education, science, culture, and health divisions in the city. He felt that this must have something to do with Feng Yu. If Feng Yu could import cheap and advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union, uses the Soviet military trains to transport his goods, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to create a summer camp. Furthermore, why the 3rd high school was chosen? Why was it only for the first-year students? He casually asked the principal on the students participating in this camp, and Feng Yu's name popped up. Now Zhang Ruiqiang can firmly confirm that this was the work of Feng Yu. Looking at the leaders of the Education Ministry and the Education Committee arguing, Zhang Ruiqiang suddenly had an idea. The Moscow University was very advanced in technology. If they could visit their laboratory, Then they could copy what Professor Qian and the other professors did when they visited the military factory. They could secretly learn those technologies from the Moscow University. Zhang Ruiqiang told the city's number 1 and number 2 what he was thinking. Both leaders' eyes brighten up. There's someone in the city that was so resourceful and had so many connections with the Soviet Union? If this idea could work, then it would be a great accomplishment. No one should be getting the teacher's quota. The city wants to leave the teacher's quota for the professors from the universities. They will transfer the names of the professors to third high school, and they would be eligible to be the accompanying teachers for this trip. The university's professors should agree to this if they were able to visit the Moscow University laboratory. However, the universities must not keep that information to themselves. It must be handed over to the city government. This matter can be discussed later. Bang! The mayor suddenly banged the table. Stop arguing. What has this teacher's quota got to do with the Education Ministry or the Education Committee? Are you all teachers from third high school? No one from the Education Ministry or the Education Committee is allowed to go. The leaders from the Education Ministry and the Education Committee were shocked by what the mayor said. They only wanted one more spot, but now they can't even have one place. If they had known better, they would have discussed among themselves privately. At the same time, both of them stared at the principal. If the principal had given them 4 teachers' quota, they would not be arguing over this. The principal was also in an awkward position. How would he know that they would blow up this matter and even bring out the city's number 1 and number 2? If he had known this outcome, he would give them one more slot. Forget it. Since both departments cannot send their people, then he can go back and discuss which teacher from his school should go. The city's party committee secretary also said, the person leading the team will still have to be discussed further. There might be a professor from the Technology University who will be joining third high school to lead the team. This way, we can showcase our Bing City's educational prowess. The leaders from the Education Ministry and the Education Committee finally understood what was going on. The city government wanted all the teachers' quota. What have the Technology University got to do with third high school? Leader, why did you call me here? Feng Yu sat on the sofa in Zhang Ruiqiang's office, smiling happily, looking at him. His investment in their relationship was showing some results. He was getting closer to Zhang Ruiqiang. I heard the Moscow University had sent an invitation for a summer camp to third high school. Zhang Ruiqiang asked while raising his brows. That's right. I am the one who is behind this. I want to get some credentials for a place in the university. Feng Yu did not try to hide this matter from Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. You are really generous to yourself. Because of a reserved place in the university, you even make use of your connections in the Soviet Union. Let me ask you, the Moscow University is one of the top university and is good in technology. Will you all be visiting their laboratory or research facilities during this visit? Feng Yu blinked and said, what's the use of visiting those places? We are just first years and do not understand those stuff. It's not for you to understand. It is for the accompanying teachers to understand. You just tell me if this is possible or not. If this is possible, then I will agree to one request from you. As soon as your request is reasonable, I will agree to it now. Teachers? Even if they are teachers, they should not be able to understand. Feng Yu said, the teachers from third high school would not be able to understand what was going on in a university's laboratory and research facilities. Maybe a university lecturer might understand, but they still have to be specialized in the specific field. If the teachers are also professors from Technology University? Zhang Ruiqiang smiled. Feng Yu was shocked, and he asked, are you trying to get the Technology University's professors to impersonate third high school's teachers and go to Moscow University to steal information? Zhang Ruiqiang said with a straight face, what are you saying? Is to visit and learn from them. Furthermore, the professors from Technology University can also hold a position in third high school. They can be the head of the teaching department or some party members. They are definitely your third high school's teachers. Many science techniques only required some inspirations. And if the Technology University professors were able to visit Moscow University's research facilities, they might get the inspirations needed. This can also be considered contributing to the nation, and Feng Yu could even make a request to Zhang Ruiqiang. As such, Feng Yu would try his best to make it happen. What request should he make to the city government? Feng Yu requested Kirilenko to arrange a tour at the most prominent places, like the Nuclear Research Center Mechanics Research Institute, Astronomy Research, etc. in Moscow University. Feng Yu said that he wanted to brag to his friends when he returns. Even though Kirilenko felt troubled, but he still agrees to Feng Yu's request. There should not be any problems with some high school students and teachers visiting these places. Feng Yu passed the message to Zhang Ruiqiang, and Zhang Ruiqiang was excited. He immediately reports to the mayor and the other leaders. They quickly picked those younger professors that specialized in these fields to take on some teaching roles at Third High School for a year, and also to be the accompanying teachers for the summer camp. The examinations ended, and Feng Yu knew he did well in his exams. He should be getting the same results as his previous exams. Wen Dongjun had worked hard this semester, but this time, there was no third-year top student to help him cheat. His results this time will not be as good as the last. But Feng Yu noticed that there was not a hint of sadness in Wen Dongjun. He was not scared of getting a beating by his father for his poor grades. Wen Dongjun complacently answered Feng Yu that he was concentrating on his Russian for the summer camp, and it's normal for the grades of other subjects to drop. Wasn't this a good excuse? Damn, this idiot's skin was too thick. Feng Yu was full of respect for this trait of Wen Dongjun. Seems like this idiot was really suitable to be in the government service. Once, Feng Yu asked Wen Dongjun about his dreams. Feng Yu asked him if he wants to pursue the same goal as him, which was to retire at age 30 and travel around the world. They could visit Antarctica to look at the Antarctic penguins, the legendary aurora, or climb the Himalaya mountains. But when Dongjun looked at Feng Yu seriously and asked, Antarctica? Penguins? Do they taste good? Will the meat be too fat? Later, Feng Yu concludes that in Wen Dongjun's life, he does not pursue knowledge as that will not make him happy. He does not seek the perfect love story as he already met the one he loved. He does not seek a perfect body as he thinks his body was perfect all this while. The only thing he pursued was food. From then on, he did not try to help Wen Dongjun plan his future or even give advice on others' future. If they succeed in life, they would not be thankful to him, and he would be blamed if they failed. Helping Wen Dongjun to get into a Beijing's university was the best Feng Yu can do for him. Wen Dongjun got to walk the remaining road himself. If he was in trouble, all he needs to do was to call Feng Yu, and Feng Yu would try his best to help him. With Feng Yu's business empire and future, it would be easy for him to help Wen Dongjun get some political achievements to get promoted. These few days, Feng Yu was staying at home, planning the factories he was going to visit in the Soviet Union. The factories he was going to visit were all factories on the verge of shutting down. Feng Yu thought which factory's equipment was suitable for China's use. It would be better if advanced technology comes along with the machinery. You are looking at all those documents every day, aren't you bored? Don't you need to prepare for the Soviet Union trip? Wen Dongjun, who was slouching on the couch, asked. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. This moron says the same thing every day. He had asked his parents for money to buy a few sets of new clothes and even a new basketball. Buying these to prepare for the Soviet Union trip? Carry on watching your TV. I don't want to talk to a lazy bum. Who likes to read these boring documents? But these were all money. Every set of obsoleted machinery imported from the Soviet Union will bring high profits, and Feng Yu would be a step closer to his dream of retiring at age 30. Wen Dongjun carried on watching his TV program and suddenly shouted, Feng Yu, come over here, quick, come and see this. Feng Yu put down the documents and said unhappily, What's the matter? You saw a UFO. Come and see this. There's a bodhisattva in the church. Wen Dongjun was pointing to the TV, shouting, What? Bodhisattva in a church? Feng Yu was surprised. How is that possible? Although he was a free thinker, he knew that bodhisattva and church were from different religions. How could someone from the Chinese legends appearing in a Western church? Could it be some changes happened due to him changing the history? Feng Yu looked over to the TV and became speechless. FCK? That's Virgin Mary. Stop talking nonsense. Wen Dongjun asked puzzledly. That's not bodhisattva? They do look similar. If you want to look for Zhanghan, go ahead. If not, go and play basketball. I am busy making money. My every minute is worth tens of thousands RMB. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun helplessly. Why can't this moron let him work in peace? He was very busy. Wen Dongjun stood up and said, Humph, it's just organizing some documents. Leave it to me. I can finish all these in less than 10 minutes. When I'm done, you will have to play basketball with me. 5 minutes later, Wen Dongjun threw all the documents on the desk. Everything was in Russian, and it was still full of technical jargons. He totally could not understand. If he had known earlier, he would have joined the preparation training for the summer camp and not stayed at home with Feng Yu. Third High School placed great emphasis on this summer camp, as these students will be representing the school, Bing City, Longjian Province, and even the whole China. All students had to attend a preparation training. They still have 1 week to prepare the students for the camp. As to why the summer camp starts so late was to avoid clashing with the Moscow University's mathematics summer camp. After that camp was over, then they can begin the new summer camp for Feng Yu. The reason why Feng Yu does not need to attend the training was that he was good in Russian. He can even be qualified to be a Russian teacher. Because when Dongjun sat beside Feng Yu in class, he too also had an interest in reading Feng Yu's Russian novels and songs. His Russian was also quite good, so he also asked to be excused from this training. He only wanted to stay at home and laze around. He thought by staying at home, he would be able to play with Feng Yu, but Feng Yu was only organizing documents for the past few days. Feng Yu told him that these documents were very important, but he had read some of it, and there was nothing special. But when Dongjun knew that Feng Yu was smarter than him and knew how to do business and make money, that's the reason why the Feng family could suddenly become so wealthy. But when Dongjun does not understand that since Feng Yu was already so wealthy and even bought the farm in the district, why was he still working so hard, trying to earn more money? His assets now should last the Feng family a few lifetimes. Feng Yu only tell him that he does not know how rich were the rich people overseas. Before he retires, he wants to be the world's richest man. Time passes quickly. Feng Yu and the rest boarded the plane to Moscow. There were no first-class seats. Feng Yu was very unhappy about this. But when Dongjun and the rest of the students could not sit still, they were too excited. When Dongjun was staring out of the windows looking at the clouds, Feng Yu asked for blankets for Li Na and himself. He tried to find a comfortable position to catch a wink. There's still a few hours before reaching Moscow. Stepping out of the plane, Feng Yu stretches himself. This is Moscow? Although Feng Yu had lived 2 lives, this was the first time he went to Moscow. Moscow was not a popular tourist destination, and in his previous life, he had never thought of visiting Moscow. This time, Feng Yu was not here for leisure too. He had 2 purposes for visiting Moscow. Firstly, he was there to get the credentials for a reserved place in Beijing Top University. Secondly, he was there to visit those semi-shut-down factories with Kirilenko. He wanted to repurchase some useful machinery and technologies to China. Principal Sun, I am applying for leave. One of my friends is fetching me. Principal Sun frowned. Feng Yu, today is the reporting day for the summer camp. You have not even reached the campsite, and you are applying leave? This is not right. Feng Yu smiled. No problem. The organizing committee will not care. Look, my friend is here to pick me. 2 Land Rovers with Soviet Union military number plates drove into the apron and stopped beside the airplane. Kirilenko alighted from the vehicle, spread his arms, and walked towards Feng Yu. My dear Feng, long time no see. Brother Qi, it's been a while. Feng Yu hurriedly escaped from Kirilenko's hug. He was too strong and almost suffocated Feng Yu to death with his embrace. Hi, you must be the 3rd high school's team leader. I am the organizer of this summer camp. Now, Feng Yu must follow me to handle some procedures. This is my identification card. Principal Sun saw Feng Yu knows this burly Russian, and this Russian identified himself as the organizer of the camp. So, he agreed with Feng Yu leaving the team, but requested Feng Yu to give him a call if he was not returning at night. Li Na and the rest knew that Feng Yu would be leaving the team before the trip, but they did not know that he would go the moment they arrived. Although they can't bear to see Feng Yu leave, they were soon overwhelmed by the excitement of staying in the Moscow University. In the car, Feng Yu curiously asked, Brother Qi, how come you are the organizer of this summer camp? Kirilenko replied, trying his best to hold back his laughter. You also believe me? I made that up just now. The identification card I showed was just an ordinary pass. Feng Yu shook his head and laughed. Their vehicle arrived at a restaurant. It was a traditional Soviet restaurant. The restaurant served local Soviet delicacies. But Feng Yu was feeling weird. This time, Feng Yu was representing Taihua Trading to visit Moscow, and Kirilenko's business partners were not there to receive him. Those military second generations still looked down on him. Actually, Feng Yu was overthinking things. Those military second generations did not look down on Feng Yu. In fact, They were impressed by Feng Yu's financial power the last time they visited Bing City. But Kirilenko was thinking of ways to ditch his business partners and worked with Feng Yu alone. He was earning a lot more and was richer than them. He intends to venture out on his own. So, Kirilenko deliberately informed his business partners about Feng Yu's arrival late. All his business partners were Soviets, but they were not from Moscow. The most powerful partner was from Kiev. He can only arrive in Moscow tomorrow. As for the rest of his partners, Kirilenko does not care. He wanted to kick them out one by one. China's procurement and sales distribution channels were controlled by Feng Yu, and Feng Yu only contacted Kirilenko. This was the reason why Kirilenko wants to venture alone. Furthermore, he was rich now, and with the money he earned, he used it to take care of his father's and brother's higher-ups and subordinates. Their family had even gained some fame in the Soviet army. There were still some higher-ups that want to recruit his father, but his father still has not decided which faction to join yet. Feng Yu tried the traditional Soviet food. He really enjoyed it, especially the roast meat. Feng Yu thought if he should bring Li Na to dine here before they leave. As for Wen Dongjun, forget it. That idiot will be shouting that he wants to packet a portion back after his meal. Feng Yu was satisfied with the meal, but Feng Yu did not expect that he would be drunk from that meal. Kirilenko had told him that he must drink vodka in Moscow. Kirilenko does not care if Feng Yu say to him that he does not drink. Do what the Romans do. The restaurant serves its drinks using a small, delicate glass. It looked like the small, slender glasses used in bars in Feng Yu's previous life. Feng Yu thought he would only need to drink 1 or 2 glasses. But Kirilenko kept bottoms up with him and does not even give Feng Yu a chance to reject him. Within half an hour, Feng Yu saw double. Kirilenko asked his men to drive Feng Yu to the hotel he arranged. It was still a double room, and this night, Kirilenko was the one that can't sleep. Feng Yu did not snore, grind his teeth, or speak in his dreams. However, he kept asking for water, wanting to go to the toilet. The worst part was Feng Yu said all those in Chinese, which Kirilenko did not understand. The most frustrating part was Feng Yu woke up refreshed, and Kirilenko had dark circles around his eyes. Kirilenko kept yawning. He did not get much sleep the night before. After breakfast, Feng Yu and Kirilenko went to visit the factories they targeted. These few factories were specially selected by Feng Yu. They had the latest machinery and advanced technologies. Most importantly, there were lots of experts who were poor. What's the use of experts when the equipment and technologies were sold to China? Feng Yu had a principle of not wasting any resources. By giving these half-unemployed experts a well-paying job in China, he was also seen as a great Samaritan. Everything was going smoothly on Feng Yu's side. But this was not the case for Vice Principal Sunday. Principal Sun was in big trouble. Yesterday, when they arrived at Moscow University, the organizer checked their documents and noticed that one student was missing. Vice Principal Sun told him that an organizer took the student away to settle some procedures. The organizers were confused. Someone from their side brought the student away. Where did that organizer come from? That night, Feng Yu did not return to Moscow University and did not call them. Vice Principal Sun was not worried as Feng Yu and that Russian seems to be good friends. However, the organizing committee did not think so. They kept asking Vice Principal to contact the missing student and try to find out from him. Where did the student go to? Vice Principal Sun explained numerous times, and finally, the people from the organizing committee left. But when the summer camp started the next day and the students were meeting students from other countries and getting to know each other, Feng Yu still had not returned. The people from the organizing committee came to look for Vice Principal Sun again. They wanted him to contact Feng Yu. It's not that the student cannot take leave from the camp, but the student must apply for the leave in person and cannot get someone to apply for leave on behalf. If it wasn't for the records at the airport proving that Feng Yu had indeed arrived at Moscow, the organizers still thought that Third High School did not send this student. This missing student was still the specifically invited student listed in the invitation letter. This must be an important student, and how can he be uncontactable? Vice Principal Sun was sweating buckets. He was cursing and swearing at Feng Yu in his heart. He had instructed Feng Yu to call him at night yesterday if he was not returning. Feng Yu should also leave some contact number before he left. Now the organizing committee kept going to him to look for Feng Yu. What should he do? If the leaders of other overseas student teams know about this, it would be a national disgrace. The thing that almost made Vice Principal Sun fainted finally appeared. The people from the organizing committee reported this matter to their higher-ups, and they wanted to report to the police with regards to this missing student. They decided to report to police because this student was missing the moment he touched down at the airport. They were worried for his safety. Vice Principal Sun was worried. If the university reported to the police, then he, being the leader, would not get promoted, but instead, he would be questioned and reprimanded. At the same time, Feng Yu was still happily visiting a factory, admiring the advanced machinery and technologies in there. It's true that the Soviet Union in that era was one of the most advanced countries in the world. The most importantly, this factory was in a semi-shutdown state, and the factory director was already bought over by Kirilenko. When Feng Yu was talking to the factory director, he felt that he had forgotten something, but he could not recall what it was. Since he can't remember what it was, never mind. It's more important to negotiate with the factory director with regards to the sales of the factory's equipment and technologies. When Feng Yu finished talking with the factory director, it was already afternoon. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that today was the start of the summer camp, and he had yet to report and did not call Principal Sun. Feng Yu immediately looked for a phone to call the Moscow University hostel. However, someone from the hostel answered and told Feng Yu that everyone was outside and not at the hostel. There was no way to contact them. Feng Yu was thunderstruck. He only knows the hostel's telephone number and does not know about the camp's itinerary or any other contact numbers. Damn, why there were no mobile phones yet? Feng, what's wrong? You look like you are unhappy. The Moscow factory director had already agreed to sell us that set of production line machinery to manufacture refrigerators. You think that it is too expensive? Kirilenko was feeling puzzled. The price was already a bargain, and Feng Yu was a good negotiator, even better than him. If it were him doing the negotiation, the cost would not be so low. No. I am delighted with this deal. I will not forget the 30% commission I promised you. But I came to Moscow was to attend the summer camp, and yesterday I was drunk and did not return to the university's hostel. I also did not call my vice principal to inform him. I might be in trouble. This trip, Feng Yu wanted to do the negotiations himself, but he would still pay Kirilenko 30% commission. Feng Yu had calculated. The equipment Kirilenko sold to him should be marked up between 40 to 50%. Giving 30% commission to Kirilenko would still be cheaper. The things Feng Yu wanted to buy during this trip was a lot, and Feng Yu also told Kirilenko that he will be making more follow-up purchases after this trip. As such, Kirilenko happily agreed to the 30% commission. Kirilenko still wanted to bring Feng Yu to the next factory. He wanted to bring Feng Yu to all the factories near to Moscow within these few days. He, too, forgot that Feng Yu was in Moscow to attend the Moscow University summer camp, and it was an international camp. Feng, don't worry. I will find out for you where is the campsite and send you over. Then we will meet at night in future? Okay. It's fine to negotiate with the factories at night too. But I will not be drinking. Feng Yu said worryingly. Stop saying that drinking is the Soviet Union's tradition. I am here buying your machines, and you must bottom UPS a glass of vodka with me twice? Kirilenko was very efficient. With a few phone calls, he got the reporting point of the summer camp. The first day was an ice-breaking session among the students. So, they were going for a hike in the countryside. When Feng Yu rushed to the campsite, there were already tents set up. There was also smoke from fires, and the students were cooking their lunches. Vice Principal Sun saw a familiar vehicle driving toward them from afar. He immediately ran towards it and saw Feng Yu alighting from the car. Oh my God, you are finally back. But the organizing committee had already reported to the police. Their school will be famous internationally. Feng Yu, who did you go? I asked you to call me. Why didn't you call? When they met, Feng Yu was faced with a barrage of questions from Vice Principal Sunday. Feng Yu laughed embarrassedly. Principal Sun, I got drunk yesterday, and I forgot. You still went drinking? Did you forget the rules told to you before the trip? All students are not allowed to drink. The organizing committee had already reported to the police about you missing. What are you going to do? What? Missing? Feng Yu also felt that this matter had been blown up. If this matter were to spread back China, he would be blacklisted by the universities and even get recorded in his school's testimony. No discipline, no teamwork, can't follow instructions, and brought disgrace to the nation. Feng Yu immediately pulled Kirilenko over. This was all his fault for making him drink last night. He must settle this. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu and thought that this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Feng Yu was only late for half a day, and what's the big problem? He can just settle it quickly. Kirilenko looked for the people from the organizing committee and spoke to them for about 5 minutes and told Feng Yu that the problem was settled. He will be coming back at night to pick Feng Yu up. The teams from other countries looked curiously towards the direction of Third High School. Why were there so many people crowding around? There were even people from the organizing committee, and it seems that they were arguing about something. Could it be Third High School got into some sort of trouble? Actually, the other teams had already noticed that something was wrong with Third High School's team. Every team that was participating in this camp were made up of 15 members, 10 students, and 5 teachers. Every team's teachers were responsible for different duties, such as logistics, liaising, leaders, translators, etc. But there was one thing in common, which was the teachers were quite young, and their average age was about 30 years old. Only this Third High School from China was different from them. Other than a female teacher that was young, the rest of the teachers were above 40 years old. Can't they tell that this summer camp was an event for young people? Furthermore, the Third High School was missing one student, and they even saw the organizing people arguing with their leader in the morning. They overheard something like reporting to the police. Wow, that's a policeman. He was walking over to the Third High School's team. Someone in that team committed a crime? This was not good. They have to contact their embassy. China was indeed a backward country. They can't even obey the laws of other nations. That policeman was one of the officers that were investigating Feng Yu's missing. He was attached to the camp in case Feng Yu suddenly returned. You are Feng Yu? Can you tell me where did you go and what did you do after you landed at the airport yesterday? The police officer asked in a serious tone. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. Come and settle this. Kirilenko took out an identity card from his pocket and passed it to the officer. The officer looked at the ID and returned it carefully to Kirilenko. This was an officer from the army. Why was this person here? We have a batch of military supplies coming in from China, and Feng Yu is our contact person. That's the reason we picked him up from the airport yesterday. I had already explained to the Moscow University. Feng Yu is not missing, and you can close this file. Kirilenko said authoritatively. The other teams were even more curious now. Why did the officer leave in a hurry? This China team did not commit any offense. If someone told them that China was strong enough to ignore the laws of the Soviet Union, they would not never believe it. They were also curious about the kid who arrived at the camp in a Soviet military number plate vehicle. Huh, the kid was wearing a badge? That kid was a participant with China's Third High School's team. Why did this Chinese student arrive in a Soviet military vehicle? Even if they wrecked their brains, they could never figure it out. But it was apparent that they could not get the answer by asking the China team directly. They could only discuss among themselves. There were even guesses that this student was the son of some great leaders in China and was here for some secret mission. Chinese had always emphasized on successors. This must be it. This Chinese team must have some political mission. Could those older teachers be bodyguards in disguise? They soon noticed that the organizing committee treated the China team different from before. The best camping spots were reserved for them, and they got the best food. This China team was not simple, and that student was even more special. Vice Principal Sun now was feeling uncomfortable. There are already leaders from teams of 6 different countries approaching him, trying to make friends. But their eyes had never left Feng Yu. The China team was famous now, but Vice Principal Sun was not sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The first day's activities were mainly outings, camping in the wild. The students from different countries were required to interact with each other using Russian. Feng Yu had only arrived in the afternoon, but with his fluent Russian and the curiosity of the other students about him, he managed to be the first Third High School student to blend in with the other students. Late afternoon, all the students sat on the grass patch and played some ice-breaking games. However, the teachers from Third High School were frowning. This camp was not what they had expected. Vice Principal Sun thought that there must be a theme for this camp. It could be literature, math, physics, chemistry, etc., or all the students got to come up with some sort of inventions. One of the students he chose for this camp was specialized in making small inventions. The 3 professors from Technology University were a bit anxious. When can they visit the research facilities, laboratories? That's the purpose of them joining this camp and not playing some childish games with the kids. They approached Vice Principal Sun and asked him to go and find out when will these camping and outings activities end. This was a waste of time. Vice Principal Sun was also in an awkward position. Even though he was the leader, but those 3 professors were higher ranked and more influential than him. He felt like a puppet, with only the leader in name, but was more like a nanny. The other side, students from a country were dancing, and everyone else was clapping to the rhythm. Vice Principal Sun walked towards the organizer. He returned in a while, with a worried look. The 3 professors immediately asked him when they will visit the research facilities. "Professors, we will definitely visit the facilities, but it would not be these few days. The duration of this camp is 2 weeks, and the first visit had been arranged 3 days later. These few days, the main activity was to have fun." "What? Have fun? This is an international camp, and how could they have fun? What's the theme of this camp?" "It's not technology." One professor asked while staring at Vice Principal Sunday. "Moscow University was famous for its science and technologies. How could it be possible for the theme of the camp to be something else?" Vice Principal Sun replied, "The theme of this camp is arts." Duong. The 3 professors were all dumbfounded. When Vice Principal Sun heard this, he also had difficulties accepting it. Why was it not stated in the invitation letter? Moscow University was also not renowned for arts. Furthermore, if this was an arts summer camp, it should be stated in the invitation letter, and they can pick students based on that criteria. The students that came to this camp does not have any talent in arts. Finished. He's finished. There will be no more achievements and credits for him. When they arrived here, Feng Yu went missing and police was involved. But luckily Feng Yu returned and settled this problem. However, this issue also attracted the attention of the other teams. He kept having the feeling that he had brought disgrace to his country. Just when Feng Yu's missing saga had finally quieted down, he found out that the theme for this camp was arts. Looking at the students from other countries, they were either singing, dancing, or painting. He looked over to third high school students. His students were just walking around with cameras hanging from their necks. He can't be telling the rest of the teams that his students were all photographers. There will also not enough time to develop the films. The organizer also told him that the teams were taking turns to perform now. It will be third high school's turn soon. Who shall he pick to perform? Vice Principal Sun looked over at his students and saw Feng Yu. Third high school was invited to this camp because of him. He must have known this was an arts camp. He did not participate in the pre-camp training. Could he be preparing secretly for this performance at home and wanted to surprise everyone? That's right. This must be it. Feng Yu even helped Wen Dongjun to be excused from the training. Feng Yu will be the one determining whether third high school would be a disgrace in this camp. Feng Yu was still enjoying the dance performance, and he felt someone tapping his shoulders. He turned around and saw Vice Principal Sun's face in front of him. "Principal Sun, you are looking for me?" Vice Principal Sun put on his best smile and said, "Feng Yu, why didn't the invitation letter indicate that this is an arts camp? But never mind. The rest of us are not aware of this, but you should have known about this long time ago, right? That's why you and Wen Dongjun did not participate in the pre-camp training and were preparing for this performance at home?" Looking at Vice Principal Sun's eager look, Feng Yu timidly said, "Principal Sun, would you believe me if I tell you that I am not aware of this too?" Vice Principal Sun stared at Feng Yu. "What did you say? You are not aware? Isn't this summer camp arranged for you by your family? That's also the reason our school got invited. Stop denying and get ready for the performance. I don't care if you are going to dance, sing, draw, or calligraphy, as long as you perform something and don't disgrace the school. When everything is over, I will award you with the Best Student Award from our school." Feng Yu was dumbfounded. He did not know about the theme of this camp. He really wanted to say that he was only there to get some credentials. Brother Qi was just not reliable. Even if the invitation letter was bought, it should also state the theme and details of the camp clearly. What was this arts-themed camp about? There was nothing in common between China and Eastern Europe arts. Suddenly, Feng Yu saw a student carrying a guitar. He looked around him, and the ambience reminded him of a song. It was a song that was translated from a Soviet folk song. The song was about a story that happened in Ukraine, and it was popular on the internet in his previous life. Feng Yu had also learned how to play that song with a guitar then. Soon, it was third high school's turn to perform. Everyone was looking at each other, waiting for somebody to volunteer to perform. Feng Yu stood up and walked toward the student from Ukraine. "Hi. I came late today and forgot to bring my guitar. Can you lend me yours?" The Ukrainian student happily passed the guitar to Feng Yu. Feng Yu tested the guitar and then sat cross-legged in the center. It's been a while since he played the guitar and was a bit rusty. Feng Yu hoped that he would not make any mistake during the performance. I will be performing a song composed by me. It was adapted from a Ukrainian folk song, and it is about a beautiful young lady waiting for the return of her lover, who had gone to war at Birch Grove. However, her lover had passed away in the war. White snow blows over the quiet village. Pigeons fly in the hazy sky. Two names carved into a birch tree. Lovers pledged for an eternity. One day the fires of war descended on our home. The young men rushed to the frontier, guns in hand, telling their loved ones not to worry for them. Await my return in the birch forest. The sky remains hazy. The pigeons still fly. Who remembers the life and love of those who lie in unmarked graves? Snow continues to fall on that ever-quiet village. The youth have disappeared in that birch forest. The news arrives on that afternoon of loved ones fallen on a faraway battlefield. She silently goes to the birch forest, waiting there with longing eyes. When Feng Yu finished his song, there was roaring applause. This song was adapted from their folk song, and he had sung it in Russian. All the participants at the camp understood it and were captivated by the lyrics. There was even a student who asked Feng Yu to give him the score and lyrics of this song. Another teacher also said that Feng Yu should record this song and sell it. Vice Principal's son was clapping his hands, satisfied. This crisis was finally over. He gave Feng Yu a, "I knew you had prepared for this" look. In the evenings, Feng Yu left the camp in a military vehicle. But this time, he had informed the organizing committee, in case he caused trouble to third high school again. Although Feng Yu decided not to drink that day, in the end, he was drunk and was carried off to the hotel again. It was because Kirilenko's business partners had all arrived. The powerful Ukrainian military second-generation partner had earned quite a handsome sum when Feng Yu bought all the obsoleted trucks last time. How could he not toast with Feng Yu? After a few rounds of toasting, Feng Yu got drunk again. However, Feng Yu did not forget his purpose of coming to the Soviet Union. When they just started drinking, Feng Yu told the Ukrainian partner what he wanted to buy. Temporary. This Ukrainian's family was still more powerful than Kirilenko. This was a fact that even Kirilenko himself admitted. At the dinner, Feng Yu got lots of information. For example, the Soviet Union was still powerful in the manufacturing industry. However, the Soviet Union had placed more emphasis on military production. The light industries were not doing well. There was an imbalance in this sector. Although there were lots of resources, there was not a lot of trades to push up the economy, creating a drastic drop in the standard of living of the civilians. Many technologies were developed, but there were not sufficient funds to put these technologies to good use. This created skills inequality between the experts and the ordinary workers. The standard of the average workers was worse than China. The Soviet Union's industrial capabilities had dropped from being one of the world's top industrial nations to be overtaken by some European countries, like West Germany. It was because of the same reason. There were advanced research facilities with advanced technologies, but there were insufficient funds. Also, many of the scientists bought into the Soviet Union had returned to East Germany. This was due to rumors that West and East Germany will be unifying soon. Feng Yu guessed the reason why so many East Germany scientists were allowed to return. Now, East Germany was considered colonized by the Soviet Union, and their technological capabilities were divided by the Soviet Union. The country that benefited most was Russia. Those scientists that were allowed to return were mostly old men that were not able to contribute to the Soviet Union anymore. The Soviet Union does not want to take care of these people, and those capable people were most likely still under the control of the Soviet Union. Feng Yu looked at these proud Soviets and sighed in his heart. After both the East and West Germany unified, the Soviet Union would start to collapse. In the history of his previous life, the first country will leave the Soviet Union in March next year. That was the time when people panicked and tried to get the most for themselves. That would be the best opportunity for Feng Yu. He could import the heavy industries and even the military industry's machinery and technologies back to China. Even planes and cannons were all possible. Luckily, Kirilenko did not share a room with Feng Yu that night. If not, he would hear Feng Yu shouting about buying up all of the Soviet Union factories. In the day, the camp taught about arts. Feng Yu, who had no interest in arts, just lazed around, and in the evenings, he applied for leave and left the camp. When Dongjun and the rest of the students and teachers were all used to Feng Yu leaving the camp at night, they could not do anything about it, so they just let Feng Yu do whatever he likes. Furthermore, the three professors were hinted by Zhang Ruiqiang that they got the chance to visit Moscow University's research facilities was due to Feng Yu's family influence. So, the professors also turned a blind eye to Feng Yu's behavior. They were slightly unhappy with Feng Yu as Feng Yu had a good family background but did not take full advantage of it in his studies. Initially, they wanted to recruit Feng Yu into Technology University, but now, they changed their minds. Recommending such a student to their university would be a disgrace. That evening, Feng Yu went on a tour at a television factory. After walking around the workshop of the factory, Feng Yu felt disappointed. This was the biggest television factory in the Soviet Union. These lousy televisions produced by the factory would not sell in China. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko unhappily. "Brother Qi, are you joking with me? This is the biggest television factory in the Soviet Union? The facilities here are worse than the factories in China." Feng Yu did not know that at that time, the world's top television manufacturers nations were Japan, followed by the US, and then China. The Soviet Union was ranked fourth, behind China. He had thought that the Soviet Union television manufacturers were the best in the world. Even after the year 2000, in Russia, there were still millions of black and white and colored televisions, manufactured in the 70s and 80s, in use. Later, the market was captured by Japanese firms like Sony and Panasonic. As for Russia domestic television brands, they were purchasing parts from China and assembling at their state-owned factories near to Moscow. Kirilenko was embarrassed. This factory is really the largest production plant for television in the Soviet Union. Since you are not interested in the production machinery here, then you should be interested in their technologies. They have a clear image technology which can be used for larger screens. Feng Yu looked at the so-called clear image technology. It really can't be compared to Japanese. There was not much difference with China's technology. There were no profits to be made for this technology. Feng Yu gave up on the first factory, and Kirilenko was disappointed. He had lost his commission, and he found out that Feng Yu was not buying everything. Feng Yu only wanted technologies or machinery that were more advanced than China. But the high-power electric furnace Feng Yu wanted could not be bought cheaply. Although the Soviet Union had changed from a planned economy to a market economy, and the state-owned factories were allowed to manage their own finances, machinery that was used for military purposes were still not easily available. Should he bring Feng Yu to visit the motorcycle factory? Maybe he should bring Feng Yu to the textile mills first. The next day, Feng Yu visited a textile mill which had machinery which was not too old. The textile mills also had some technology, but it was not more advanced than China. Feng Yu shook his head. China was catching up with the Soviet Union's light industries. China should be able to overtake the Soviet Union in 8 to 10 years. However, Feng Yu still ordered a 1987 production line from the textile mill. This obsolete machinery was too cheap. Even though the technology was not more advanced than China, Feng Yu could still make money out of it as the cost was less than half the price compared to China. Bing City's textile mills had wanted to buy a new production line, and Feng Yu could sell it to them. This was considered as a contribution to his motherland. Of course, Feng Yu would still make some profits from this deal. 20% profit should be okay. The next few days, Feng Yu went shopping at the light industry factory around Moscow. He bought cheap machinery and advanced technologies at low prices. This trip, Feng Yu had spent only about 1 million rubles, and he could sell all these for at least 3 million rubles back in China. The profits were more than doubled. These 2 days of the summer camps were visiting the Moscow University's museums, botanical gardens, churches, theaters, stadiums, etc. These were all in line with arts. Feng Yu was not interested in all these places. He will have lots of chance to visit these places in future. He needs to focus on touring the Soviet Union factories. However, he had already visited all the factories near to Moscow. The remaining factories were out of bounds for Feng Yu as Kirilenko did not have the authority to bring Feng Yu there, or it was too far away, and they did not have enough time. Feng Yu regrettably expressed that he still has a few million rubles left and don't know what to spend on. Kirilenko heard this, and his eyes sparkled. He discussed with the others and decided to fulfill Feng Yu's wish of owning a motorcycle production line and the related technologies. He would sell Feng Yu at least one production line. Seeing Kirilenko got his hint, Feng Yu returned to the camp to wait for news. Today, the students from the summer camp were going to visit the planetarium. There were lots of high-tech equipment used to the observation of the stars. It was brighter than the equipment used in China. Even the three professors asked about the detailed specifications and data after they used that equipment. With Feng Yu and the rest of the students' help, they collected a set of brief data. The three professors were not experts in astrology and did not know if these data were used. But they were on a mission, and they wrote everything in a notebook. When they returned to their university, they can pass it to the other professors. Part of the data they got from this visit was later found to be quite useful with the other professors examined it. It had saved them years of research. At the Institute of Nuclear Physics, the three professors became unusually attentive. They were registered as a physics teacher, chemistry teacher, and moral teacher respectively, but they were actually nuclear physics professor, chemistry professor, and mechanics professor at the University of Technology. When knowledge in a particular field reached a certain level, many of the basic foundations were interrelated. As such, many well-known scientists were experts in different areas. The three professors were always crowding in front of the students, staring at the experimental equipment. This research can be used for in energy and even in the production of nuclear reactors. This is important and must be memorized. That's the research for fluid mechanics, and this theory can be applied to aviation and sea navigation. This is also important and must be memorized. That's a new type of building structure. It had not appeared in China yet. This must be memorized too, and at night they would transfer it into a notebook for their research back at their university. The three professors' behavior was weird and kept asking a lot of questions. However, the proud Soviets thought that they were just shocked by the Soviet Union's technological prowess, and it's normal. There should not be many people in this world that would not be shocked by their technologies. The students of the teams from other countries were all standing in front of their teachers based on their heights. The shortest in front and the tallest behind. Only Bing City's third high school was different from the rest, where the teachers were standing in front and the students were at the back. This created lots of weird stares from the teachers of other countries. These teachers from China were strange. When Dongjun also tried to squeeze to the front for a better look, but Feng Yu pulled him back. When Dongjun looked around and saw the students from other schools were looking at him, he thought it was because he did not queue up and had disgraced his school. So he just stood behind. Anyway, even if he were standing in front and had a clear view of what was going on, he also would not be able to understand. As for the rest of third high school students, they also did not try to get in front of the teachers. They do not care if they cannot get a clear view, as they don't understand it anyway. The research facilities and laboratories were too big, and this was the first time the Moscow University allowed outsiders inside. At first, the organizers did not allow the students to visit such important places. Additionally, the theme of this summer camp was arts. But their higher-ups had given them instructions to bring the students there for a visit, citing that this was the chance to attract these students to the Moscow University. This was for the university and for the Soviet Union to attract talents. Since the school had given them instructions, why would they reject? But usually, the tour of the research facilities was on the exterior areas and does not go to the core areas. Why did the higher-ups allow these students into the core areas where there were lots of classified information? The university's leader said that even though there was classified information, but these were all art students, they would not understand the theories behind. This was an excellent opportunity for these students to spread words of how great the Moscow University was. It doesn't matter if these students get close to the classified data. Even if they gave the students those data, they also would not understand. Even if they spent half an hour on memorizing the formulas, they would forget about it 5 minutes after leaving the place. What's there to worry? Feng Yu had tried his best, and it was up to the professors now. These 3 professors were selected from the Technology University, and they were experts in their fields. They had good memories, and it's up to them on how much they could remember. Feng Yu could not help much in this aspect. He and Wen Dongjun tried to help by memorizing some formulas, but they forgot everything the moment they arrived at their hostel. For 4 days consecutive, they toured many research facilities and laboratories. This summer camp also came to an end. The next day, there was a farewell party, and all the teams will be returning to their respective countries the day after the party. At about 12 midnight, Feng Yu and the rest of the students were still in their rooms writing down whatever they could remember from the tours. The three professors had instructed them to jot down whatever they could recall. The students would use a different color pen for information that was not sure. When Dongjun had wanted to write nonsenses, but since there were instructions from the professors, he gave up this idea. He told the professors that he did not remember anything. Feng Yu wrote down some data he remembered. His memory was good in this life, but he was not sure if the data he remembered was of any use to the professors. Anyway, this was up to the professors to decide. The rest of the students also wrote down everything they remembered. Feng Yu took a glance at the thing that was written by the other students and found that those were mainly useless stuff. There was even a student who a list of Soviet scientists' names that had made some considerable contributions to the university. Feng Yu did not understand why this student memorizes those names. Feng Yu can be sure that these names were of no use to the professors. The scientists on the list were most likely dead or still be working in some secret research centers. China would never have the chance to poach them. Furthermore, the three professors should be able to find out the names of those scientists easily, and this was not considered valuable information. However, there was one student that shocked Feng Yu. Feng Yu felt that his memory was considered very good in this life, but Lu Kuan, the top student of 3rd high school, was better than him. Lu Kuan had actually memorized a huge chunk of data and was praised by the three professors. After the three professors kept the data carefully in their luggage, the students went to bed. All the students were thinking about the farewell party except for Feng Yu. He believed that it should be time for Kirilenko to get back to him on his purchase of the motorcycle production line. Finally, after a long wait, Kirilenko brought good news. He had helped Feng Yu get the motorcycle production lines. In that era, the Soviet Union had 5 motorcycles brand, namely Minsk, Voskhod, Ural, Dnepr, and IZH Jupiter. Among these brands, Voskhod and Ural were the most popular in China compared to the other brands. But regardless of which brand, these motorcycles were more advanced than China by at least 5 years. The demand for transportation was rising in China, and because of the prices of these motorcycles, it was the best choice for the Chinese. The cars were too expensive for most people. First, motorcycles were convenient, light, fast speed, and could drive into tight alleyways. It was the most suitable mode of transport in that era. Furthermore, the fuel consumption was lower than cars. Learning to ride a motorcycle was faster if one knows how to ride a bicycle, and it was easier than learning to drive. There was another advantage. In that era, there were not many regulations on motorcycles. People could ride bikes without a license and the number plates. There was not a lot of traffic police, and people just ride the motorcycles as long as they were not caught. Feng Yu had been preparing to take over the machinery company all these while. He had been taken advantage of, but that was because he wanted to work with a state-owned enterprise. However, even if he were willing to pay more for the shares of the machinery company, the city government would not sell to him. But Zhang Ruiqiang had promised him that he could use his technologies to exchange for shares. Feng Yu had agreed to let the 3 professors join the Sumer camp and made the arrangements to tour the research facilities of the Moscow University was because Zhang Ruiqiang would conform to one of his requests. At that time, Feng Yu's request was to be allowed to continue using technologies to exchange for shares in the machinery company and to set up a motorcycle business with the machinery factory. If he had requested Zhang Ruiqiang to permit him to purchase the shares of the machinery factory, Zhang Ruiqiang would surely reject. Even if he approved it, the number of shares Feng Yu could buy would not be a lot. But if Feng Yu could use the motorcycle production line and technologies to exchange for the shares, that would be different. One production line and some technologies would be another revenue source for the machinery company and were sure to make money. Everyone could see for themselves that motorcycles were selling well. As for how much would this production line and the technologies were worth, Feng Yu would not be soft again. This time, he must be the one taking advantage of the machinery company. Feng Yu planned to increase his father's shares of the machinery company by 20%. He will not settle for anything less. At first, Feng Yu still felt that this was a bit difficult if he had only one production line and some technologies. If Li Mingde does not agree to it, there was nothing Zhang Ruiqiang could do. Furthermore, Zhang Ruiqiang was also on the machinery company's side. But Kirilenko told Feng Yu that he got 2 motorcycles production lines and the latest motorcycle technologies from the 5 Soviet Union motorcycle brands. Although it was not cheap, it was definitely a bargain. How much was the total? Feng Yu asked excitedly. 5 million rubles? Kirilenko replied. He was afraid that Feng Yu would think that this price was too high and started to justify. There would be no problems with motorcycle sales now, and the technologies were the most advanced. Those 2 production lines were built in 1985, guaranteed to be in perfect working conditions. Also, I can give you 3 years warranty for the production lines. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. Oh, there's still after-sales service? 3 years warranty? It should be enough. 1985 production facilities? Even if it were 1980 production line, it would still be more advanced than the technologies in China. China's motorcycle manufacturing industry was currently still in its infant stage. Even though the appearances, accelerations, fuel consumptions, etc. of the Soviet motorcycles were inferior to Japanese bikes, but their suspensions, headlights, and engines technologies were one of the best in the world. The road conditions in China was not that good, and therefore, the suspensions and engines were important. It can be said that the Soviet motorcycles' technologies suit China more. As for the appearances, Feng Yu, himself, could overtake Japan easily. This was never an issue. In Feng Yu's eyes, the Japanese motorcycles in that era were hideous. Feng Yu showed 4 fingers and said, "There must be 4 experts to guide us for a year, help us with the setting up and calibration of the machines, and teach us everything about these technologies." Kirilenko smiled. This is not a problem. His cost was less than 4 million rubles, and he sold it to Feng Yu for 5 million rubles. This was a good deal. Although this time he got to split the profits with his partners, he will still be getting a good amount. Furthermore, they had paid only a small price for big rewards in return. They would be paying the deposits to the factories first, and after the machinery, technical documents, and the experts reached Feng Yu would make payments to them. After that, they would pay the remaining sum to the factories. The whole process, they only need to come up with less than 1 million rubles at the start and got more than 1 million rubles profits. Also, they saw Feng Yu was satisfied with this deal, and Feng Yu would definitely go back to them in future. Brother Qi, I will not say much about other things. Help me look out for Volda's production line and technology. I hope you would be about to help me get at least 1 production line and the related advanced technologies. We are brothers, and I will take care of you. The motorcycles will only be popular for the next few years, and after that, it would be the 4-wheelers. There was a billionaire that said, "Car is just an engine on a chassis with 4 wheels. If you can manufacture a motorcycle, you can build a car." There were talks that the billionaire had used Volda's manufacturing technologies, which he bought at a low price when he started out. Later, his company went on to acquire some of the world's most famous cars brands, and his market value kept rising. Feng Yu believed that he had started earlier than that billionaire in creating a domestic car brand, and with the advanced manufacturing technologies, he would be able to capture China's market. At least, he would be able to capture future Germany and Japanese joint venture market share. He wants to prevent these foreign companies earning from his fellow countrymen. He got to take 1 step at a time. If he starts a car manufacturing plant now, he would have to make huge investments, and the profits might not be as good as motorcycles. The returns were not worth it. Kirilenko nodded and agreed. All these were profits to him, and even those factory directors would feel grateful to him. Without his help to sell off these idling production lines, the factories could not pay their workers. These idling production lines would also depreciate as time passes. Why not use them to help the workers? Because of the economic changes in the Soviet Union, many factory directors had full control of their factories. As long as they agree, no one could change their decisions. They were more overbearing than the Chinese. As such, Kirilenko only needs to talk/bribe to the factory directors. Some might not dare to sell the production lines, but they do not mind selling their technologies to someone from the Soviet army. Needless to say, Kirilenko buying these technologies under the Soviet army was really useful. After signing the contract, the summer camp also came to an end. Feng Yu and the rest of the students boarded the plane for Bing City. Upon reaching Bing City, the students left for their respective homes, and the 3 professors rushed back to Technology University. The other professors were there waiting for them to fill in the blanks of the missing data. Feng Yu drove his friends back to the district. When Zhang Muhua saw her son, she gave him a hug and patted his head. It's been a while since she saw Feng Yu, and it seems that Feng Yu had grown taller. Xiao Yu, I heard from your brother-in-law that you represented China to attend a summer camp. Zhang Muhua's eyes were sparkling. This was something to be proud of. Feng Yu nodded. Maybe it can be considered as such. What do you mean by that? This must be it. You are representing the country. That's great. You eat some cherries first. I will go over to the neighbor's place first. Zhang Muhua took a half-knitted sweater and left. Feng Yu was speechless when he looked at his mother's back view. He did not notice that his mother also liked to flaunt before. Feng Xingtai also returned home from the food processing factory after he received news that his son was back. The first words that came out from Feng Xingtai let Feng Yu felt a killing intent. I heard from your sister that you had chosen the useless art stream. Dad, Chairman Mao also studied arts. Arts subjects are for leaders and science are for workers. Feng Yu's reply hit the bullseye. Really? Feng Xingtai was suspicious, but he heard that the neighboring provincial country mayor also studied arts at Beijing University. Of course, your son wants to be a great leader in future. That's why I chose arts. The worse, I will also be a great scholar. Feng Yu continued to bluff his father. Stop bullshitting. What scholar? Never mind. You are grown up now, and you have your own way of thinking. You chose your own path carefully and don't regret. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu lovingly and said, It's rare for Feng Xingtai to say such things. Dad, do you know that I just went to the Soviet Union for a summer camp? Feng Yu was waiting for his father to praise him, but why was his father so calm? I know. Your sister told us. I hope you did not bring shame to the country. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. Every parent always hopes for the best for their children, but why his father always felt that he will be a disgrace? No choice. Feng Xingtai had always felt that Feng Yu's thinking was too weird and always do things that shock people. He was afraid that his son would do something and got into trouble in the Soviet Union. He still remembers the last time they drank, and Feng Yu was shouting that the Soviet Union would disintegrate in 2 years' time. There will no longer be any Soviet Union. That time, Feng Xingtai was shocked. Feng Yu's words were too shocking. How could the Soviet Union disintegrate? The Soviet Union was the world's second-largest economy. Their industrial and military standards were one of the best in the world and were on par with the U.S. How can such a powerful nation be disintegrated? Feng Xingtai warned Feng Yu not to say these things outside. If others heard this, he might get into trouble. Feng Xingtai also thought that Feng Yu might be telling the truth, as Feng Yu had been doing business with the Soviets and could have gotten some insider information from them. But no matter what, these things should not be revealed to others. Whether if the Soviet Union disintegrate or not, it was the nation's leaders' problem, and it was not for commoners like them to discuss. Dad, I have made you proud all this while. Yeah, proud. The whole district knew about the fool who went ice fishing and fell into the ice hole. Feng Xingtai rolled his eyes. Feng Yu, where's your mom? She did not cook. Mom went over to the neighbor's place. I think she would not be back so soon. Why not we go to the factory to have lunch? Oh yes, Dad. You mentioned that the factory needs more soybean oil machines. I had bought another soybean oil production line from the Soviet Union. It should arrive next month. Feng Xingtai was overjoyed. He had long wanted to increase the production of the soybean oil. Even though his oil was selling more expensive than others, the demand still exceeds supply. This was a lucrative business, and how could he miss it? Every time he heard people talking about unable to buy Taihua premium cooking oil, he felt that his money had flowed into someone else's pocket. Feng Yu had bought this production line when he was shopping for the light industries facilities. He did not want his father to be working so hard. Later in the year, he wants to hire a few management staffs, even if their salaries were higher. He wanted his parents to enjoy their retirement. Their Tianpeng pig farm had over 2,000 swine this year, and there was also some boars. The piglets produced every month was over 2,000, and this month, the first batch of pigs was ready to be sold. Feng Xingtai was going around looking for people to buy his pigs. Feng Yu had told him before to not worry about the sales. There would be at least 1,000 pigs sold in Bing City alone. There were still about 10 million people staying in the outskirts. He was not worried about his pigs not selling. Even if he could not sell it in his province, he could always sell it to Lin Province. Lin Province was close to Bing City, and there were not much transportation costs. Taihua Food Processing Factory's animal feed was already selling in Lin Province, and it was more than 30% of their production. The profits from the animal feeds were more than soybean oil. Taihua Food Processing Factory was developing well, and those people that did not invest initially regretted. Many of them approached Feng Xingtai to purchase the shares, but were all rejected. Now Taihua Factory was not short of funds. The dividends paid out last year was the proof of it. The ones that invested earlier were laughing. Just the dividends. It was equivalent to the profits from their farm. These people could retire comfortably. Of course, there was some who had withdrawn their investment. Wen Dongjuan's father was one of them. He was promoted to the deputy farm officer and was forced to withdraw. However, the Wen family had already gotten huge profits. After lunch at Taihua factory, Feng Yu went to Wen Dongjuan's house. When he entered Wen Dongjuan's house, he heard Wen Dongjuan's bragging. None of the students at the summer camp dared to stand up, and I was the one that took on the responsibility. I played a song on my harmonica and still sang a song. All the overseas students were in awe. You know, at that time, cough, Feng Yu cleared his throat. How come he did not know when Dongjun had done such things at the camp? Sang a song? When Dongjun even went out of tune when they were singing together with other students. Even when he saw Feng Yu entering, he did not stop with his bragging. He pointed to Feng Yu. You can ask Feng Yu if you do not believe me. He can prove what I said. After saying this, he turned and squinted both his eyes at Feng Yu. Damn, how shameless. I still have to help you with your bragging? That right. Luckily when Dongjun was there. If not, we would be a disgrace. Dongjun, didn't you say that we are going to play ping pong? Are we still going? When Dongjun was puzzled. When did he say he wanted to play ping pong? Can't Feng Yu see that all the neighbors had gathered there to listen to his remarkable stories? I'm not going. You can go yourself. I still need to tell them about the farewell party. Feng Yu. Forget it. Feng Yu can look for his father to go fishing. His father also deserved a rest. Feng Yu watched the news on the television. The deposit rates and the lending rates had fallen at the same time. He knew that the first golden period of China's stock market was here. Dad, Mom, I need to go back to Bing City. What? You just came back yesterday, and you are leaving? Isn't it the summer break now? Zhang Muhua was unhappy. Her daughter had gotten married, and her son was always not around. There is something I need to do at the company, and it concerns a big amount of money. Even more than Taihua factory and Tianpeng pig farm. I must monitor it personally. Don't worry. I will be back before the summer break ends. Feng Yu returned to Bing City with Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun was carrying a big bag, and in it was almost his whole family savings. Wen Dongjun wanted to enter the government service, and Feng Yu was worried that he would not be able to resist the temptation of money in future. Even though this moron was not interested in money now, but it was hard to say if he would change when he got more authority. Furthermore, it was legal to invest in shares. Feng Yu told Wen Deguang that there's an opportunity to earn lots of money now and guaranteed to be safe. Wen Deguang hesitated for a while and took out all the family's savings and passed it to Wen Dongjun. He even instructed Wen Dongjun to follow whatever Feng Yu said. In Wen Deguang's eyes, Feng Yu was someone special. Within a short span of 2 years, he was able to change the Feng family from an ordinary farming family to the wealthiest family in the district. Not to mention the food processing factory and the pig farm. They were even the shareholders of the machinery company. This had shocked him greatly. Furthermore, when Dongjun had told him that Feng Yu once said that his Taihua trading was making trades with the Soviet Union and the monthly trades amounted up to a few million rubles. Feng Yu's family was freaking rich. The big Jeep Feng Yu was driving was worth a few 100,000 RMB. The Feng family was even more influential than the farm chief officer. And because of these reasons, Wen Deguang was not worried that Feng Yu would cheat him of this measly small amount of money. He had made some money the last time he invested in Taihua factory, and this time, he continued to believe in Feng Yu. He wanted to make some money for his son to buy a big apartment in the city when he graduates from university, just like the apartments the Feng family bought. Xiao Yu, it really can double my family's money? When Dongjun asked, double? You are belittling me. Within 3 years, I guaranteed your money would be multiplied by at least 5 times. 5 times? Then the 50,000 renminbi would become 250,000 renminbi. When Dongjun was surprised. This was different from what Feng Yu said at his house. I said at least. Don't worry. You don't need to do anything except for buying a few shares and keep them properly. After the new year, you will see that you had earned money. This period was the bull market, and the current stock market index was slightly more than 100 points. 2 years later, the stock index would increase to over 1,400 points. This was an increase of 10 times. Other than a few unlucky people, the rest could even earn huge profits with their eyes closed. Actually, when Wen Deguang took out 50,000 renminbi, Feng Yu was also shocked. Wen Deguang was a proper officer, and doesn't seem to be corrupted. This money must be from his life savings. But Feng Yu does not know that when Daguang had sold off his tractor and his property at the village to raise this money. Although when Daguang did not use the village resources, he also secretly cultivate wastelands and made some money in the previous few years. If a farmer sold his tractor, it meant the farmer was giving his all. Of course, Feng Yu would not let the Wen family suffer any losses. He will be entering the market a few days later than the start of the bull market and will withdraw from the market before the market crash. This way, his funds will not be trapped. Feng Yu had thought of asking Li Na and Lu Kuan's family, but gave up. These two families were different from Wen family. The Wen family and his family were friends for over 20 years. Anyway, Lu Kuan's dream was to be a scientist, and if really succeeded, Feng Yu could invest in a research facility for him. As for Li Na's family, it doesn't matter. Feng Yu would be wealthy anyway. Back at Bing City, Feng Yu drove straight to Taihua Trading. When he reached, all of Taihua Trading staffs were there, including the two newly hired financial staffs. Even Li Shiqiang was there as Feng Yu said that he had something important to announce. Everyone, how do you feel after working for the past 1 year plus in Taihua Trading? When Feng Yu finished this question, Wu Jigang immediately shouted, "To be able to work at Taihua Trading was the best decision of our lives. Back at the motor factory, we were just waiting for the batch of workers to retire and to replace them. It was hard work, and the salary was only around 100 renminbi a month. The salary was not even comparable to our bonus here. That's right. Manager Feng, rest assured. We will work hard for the company and follow your lead. We will never leave Taihua Trading for other companies." They thought Feng Yu was talking about the incident where someone tried to poach them with high salaries. A big boss from the southern provinces came to them looking for sales staffs that were familiar with Bing City and the surrounding places. The salary he offered was 200 renminbi a month. But they were not stupid. If they worked for that big boss, they would only be getting a basic salary. The benefits at Taihua Trading were excellent. Feng Yu would give out bonuses and rewards every occasionally. Last year, Feng Yu had given them each a pager, and it was worth their few years' salaries. Feng Yu laughed and waved his hands. He was the idol of these people. If Feng Yu were to start a cult, it would be easy to brainwash them. Then I will be straight to the point. If you all follow me, I will not let you all suffer any losses. I will take care of you all in all my profit-making ideas. The work for the next half of the year was to buy shares. Shares? Wu Jigang and the rest of the staffs looked at each other. What shares? Only Li Shiqiang was not surprised. Feng Yu had mentioned to him about shares before and had said that this was the most profitable business, much more than treasury bonds trading. That time, Li Shiqiang asked Feng Yu, since it was so profitable, why were they not doing the business? Feng Yu said that it was the right time. Even if they bought the shares then, they would not make any profits. Hearing what Feng Yu had said, this is the right time? Feng Yu looked at his men and continued. Shares are similar to treasury bonds, but the difference was that shares were not issued by the government. A listed company will be issuing shares, and year-end dividends and profits will be paid based on the percentage of the shares and the earnings of the company for the previous year. With the shares, we can be considered the company's shareholders. When the number of shares in our hands reaches a certain amount, we would be about to attend the shareholders' meeting. Wu Jigang and the rest were in a daze. They do not understand. Dividends and bonuses sound like saving accounts? But this was not issued by the government. These were issued by private companies. Are these shares reliable? You all remembered the time when the price of treasury bonds suddenly increased? I am telling you all that the price of the shares will also increase, and the rise will be huge and even faster than the treasury bonds. A share that's bought for 100 renminbi would be worth 200 renminbi in a year. You all can do your own calculations. How much money can we make from this? Everyone in the room, including Li Shiqiang, were breathing hard, and their eyes were opened wide in surprise. This share was so profitable. I had said that I will take care of you all if you all follow me. If I know of any good opportunities to make money, I will share with you all. If you all are willing, you all can come out with your money, and I will teach you all what shares to buy. Whatever earnings from the shares will belong to you, and if there are any losses, I will compensate you. Although Feng Yu have tens of millions RMB, but China was too big. He had a lot of money, but he could not afford to buy all the shares, not even 1%. It was not yet 1990s, but there were already tens of thousands of joint stock companies, and many of them had issued stocks. There were already tens of dozens of companies that issued shares countrywide. Li Shiqiang frowned. We will keep the earnings, and you will pay for the losses? Who will do such things? Even if you were very confident, you should not be doing this. Feng Yu took out a stack of contract after he continued. Whatever you all said earlier will take effect after signing this contract. Wu Jigang and the staffs read the contract. The length of the contract was 20 years. This length was considered almost half of their working life. Also, it states that if they jumped ship or resigned, they would have to compensate 3 times the previous year annual income. This was too ruthless. These people had only worked for Feng Yu for slightly more than a year, and their average annual income for last year was about 10,000 renminbi. 3 times compensation would amount to 30,000 renminbi. I will bring all of you along to make money, and will teach all of you how to make money, how to negotiate business. If this is a factory, all of you have to call me Shifu, teacher. I will continue to bring all of you to make money and ensure that all of your income will rise every year and your salaries will be higher than those in the machinery company or any companies in China. But after I trained all of you, I cannot allow you to leave and join others and use the things I taught you to compete with me. All of you have the option to sign this contract. If you sign it, I will take care of you. However, if you decided not to sign it, it's fine. You can leave now. Feng Yu does not dare to claim that Wu Jigang and the rest were the best talents, but their way of thinking and doing things was much better than an average person. Also, they had learned some of the sales techniques at Taihua Trading. As such, Feng Yu wanted to tie them down with a contract. Before anyone could react, Wu Jigang signed his name on the contract without any hesitation. The others immediately followed. Even the 2 newly joined financial staffs also signed the contract. A 20-year contract was the equivalent to the Iron Rice Bowl jobs in state-owned enterprises. Manager Feng also promised that they would be getting retirement and pensions too, just like those working in the state-owned enterprises. Feng Yu dared to make these promises was because in 1992, China introduced Social Security, and in 1996, it became compulsory for all companies to implement it. Social Security was only a small sum of money, and Feng Yu does not mind at all. Feng Yu nodded in satisfaction when he saw everyone sign the contracts. Don't think that the length of the contract is only 20 years. I promised every one of you that after 20 years, all of you will be millionaires and even shareholders of the company. That's the same as being one of the bosses. Now, tell me how much you are willing to fork out? I will not say much. In 2 years' time, the money you take out today will at least double twice. Wu Jigang and the rest eyes widen. Double twice? That means 10,000 will become 40,000 in 2 years? This was much faster than going to work. I can take out 15,000 renminbi. I will use 20,000 renminbi. I can take our 18,000 renminbi. Everyone was shouting out the amount they wanted to invest. Even the 2 new joiners also took out 5,000 renminbi each. Even if they do not have 5,000 renminbi now, they could get a loan from friends and relatives. The most they will give them interest. The 2 newly staff were in charge of Taihua Trading finances, and they knew how much money Taihua Trading had. The total amount collected from the staffs were not even considered small change when compared to the funds in Taihua Trading accounts. That's why they do not think that Feng Yu will cheat them of their measly amount. Fine. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will be going in pairs to different banks to buy shares. Remember, buy everything you can. Your money can be used to purchase whatever shares from our company next week. All the shares certificates will be kept together in the safe. Dazhou, Shaolu, inform ICBC to prepare cash. I want the maximum amount of cash they can prepare. Wu Jigang and the rest went back to their work. In the meeting room, only Li Shiqiang and Wen Dongjun were left. Brother-in-law, how much funds can your logistics company take out without affecting the operations? Use all your spare funds to buy shares. Li Shiqiang asked worryingly. It doesn't matter which shares to buy? What if there's a loss? Shouldn't we use half the funds to buy first? When he had no money, Li Shiqiang was bold. But when he was rich, he starts to become cautious. He does not want to lose the money he painstakingly earned. Brother-in-law, trust me. Everything's fine. The news had reported that the lending rates and deposit rates had fallen. This meant that the government is encouraging us to spend more. There's not much to earn from treasury bonds, and now, it's the era of stocks. The government is encouraging this. Li Shiqiang thought back on this brother-in-law's miracles and gritted his teeth. Fine. The logistics company can take out about 1.5 million renminbi. The motor factory will be settling a payment at the end of the month, and taking out this money will not affect the operations. Li Shiqiang made up his mind. He decided to use all his available funds. Now the logistics company does not have many expenses except for operational costs. Feng Yu frowned. Only 1.5 million renminbi? When can brother-in-law build a hospital for his sister? Later he must drag his brother-in-law to the bank. Fine. You should ask your staff to inform the bank to prepare the money. There was still no securities companies in Bing City, and the shares were the same as treasury bonds. They were sold by the banks. If you want to buy stocks, you need to go and buy it over the counter. If you're going to sell your shares, you need to sell through the bank. The trading of shares was not allowed to be conducted privately. Of course, there was another way to sell the shares, which was through the bank's subsidiaries, retail outlets, and securities companies. The last place to sell the shares was the company that had issued the shares. Transacting at the banks was easy, but if it was the securities companies or other places, the transactions will be using cash. It's more cost-effective to buy and sell in cash. In this era, the buying and selling of shares were not done electronically. It was still using paper certificates. The shares were in the form of 50 yuan, 100 yuan, and 200 yuan denominations. 1 yuan was equivalent to 100 shares. The issuing of shares was still in the pilot phase, and there were not many regulations. It was messy, and there were not a lot of people buying them. Also, the bank's securities counter was not using the electronic screen used in the later years. It was using a blackboard. The prices of the shares and transactions were written in chalk. Most of the shares transacted were in single digits. Why was there only people buying shares and no one was selling them? It was because people who bought the shares treated them as fixed deposits. Most of these people were the ones who had traded treasury bonds. They held the shares in their hands, and there were very few that sold their shares. Some months there was not even one person selling shares. Early next morning, when CCB just opened its doors, there were two young men at the securities counter. Good morning. How can I help you? You are purchasing treasury bonds. The treasury bonds were still very popular, and usually, people who went to the securities counter were buying treasury bonds. Feng Yu asked, how many types of shares are available, and how much is the total? The bank staff was shocked. After a few seconds, he rolled his eyes. How much is the total? What? You are going to buy everything? The total is at least over 1 million. Can you afford it? There's a total of 8 types of shares, and the total is about 2 million renminbi. You want to buy shares? How many hundreds are you buying? Feng Yu laughed. Only 2 million renminbi? So little? I want everything. Everyone in the bank, including all the staff and customers, turned and looked at Feng Yu. What did that kid say? He wants everything? Sir, what did you just say? The staff asked again to confirm, with his eyes opened wide and shocked. I said I want everything. Can ICBC funds be transferred over? The CCB leader came over to the securities counter. Isn't that Manager Feng who had bought treasury bonds last year? Manager Feng, you had not visited us for quite some time. Are you buying treasury bonds again? Nope. I am buying shares this time. I think shares will be doing better. Boom. A stack of share certificates was placed on the table, and the staff turned towards the safe again. Xiao Zhao, where are you going? Manager, I am taking the share certificates for the customers. The branch manager looked at the certificates on the desk. There was at least a few thousand pieces, and the denomination of each piece was 100 yuan. It's worth at least a few 100,000. It's not enough? When he saw Feng Yu keeping all the certificates into 2 large suitcases, he was dumbfounded. After Feng Yu left, he asked his staff, how many shares did Feng Yu buy? What? Everything. 2 million renminbi worth of shares? Hiss. The onlookers heard the conversation, and some smart people immediately discover that the shares might be the same as the treasury bonds. The value of it might increase. They quickly went back to understand more about stocks. If it was true, then they will come back to buy some. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun loaded the shares onto the vehicle and returned to the company. At the same time, Li Shiqiang, Wu Jigang, and the rest were also in pairs at different banks' branches, sweeping up all the available shares. Taihua Trading was withdrawing a significant amount of cash, and it alerted bank manager Zhu. What happened? This Taihua Trading had withdrawn over tens of million RMB in the morning. Taihua Trading was one of the bigger clients of ICBC. They were on par with some of the state-owned enterprises. He must now let this client go. Manager Zhu immediately tried to call Feng Yu, but no one was picking up his calls at Taihua Trading. Manager Zhu was anxious. Could there be some accidents? Of course, there were no accidents. All the money was converted to shares and transported back to Taihua Trading. After returning from ICBC, Feng Yu stayed at the company to count the shares personally. The two financial staffs helped him, and the three of them worked till night. A small storeroom in the company was converted to a safe. There were no windows, and Feng Yu installed two big metal doors. Unless it was blown up, there was no way to get in. The share certificates were sorted according to the companies and denominations and wrapped in layers of plastics and oil paper. On top of the packages, Feng Yu scattered chili powder to prevent rats from chewing on them. If rats start chewing on the certificates, then it would really be eating his money away. Feng Yu is the only person to hold the key to this room. Feng Yu intends to hold for a short period of time. He will keep these shares for 2 years. After 1992, he will sell all these shares in the stock exchange. From morning till night, Feng Yu only ate a few buns in the afternoon. He finally finishes sorting and tallying all the certificates they bought that day. Feng Yu stretches himself and massaged his aching shoulders. There was a total of 34 types of shares, and there was 1,483,050 renminbi worth of 50 yuan certificates, 7,692,400 renminbi worth of 100 yuan certificates, 3,669,800 renminbi worth of 200 yuan certificates. The total amounted to 12,845,250 renminbi. In one day, they had swept all the shares in Bing City clean. This shocked the banks and the stocks issuing companies. They had thought that there will not be many people who would buy their shares, and they also felt that Bing City was too rural. Those shares should not be sold out until next year. What happened today? Why were all the shares sold out? Feng Yu was still not satisfied despite spending over 10 million renminbi. Taihua Trading still have lots of money. Since there were no more shares in Bing City, then he should go to the neighboring cities like Ji City and Shin City. If it was still not enough, he could always go to Beijing or even Shenzhen. Business trip. Only a few staff were stationed in the company, and everyone else went out station. Feng Yu was leading the team, and he had bought his cash checkbook along with him. They will buy all the shares they saw. The first stop was to buy up all the shares in Shin City. The next morning, Feng Yu and his men drove 4 cars to Shin City. Feng Yu dismissed the idea of using the train. He felt it was not safe. They arrived at Shin City in the afternoon, and they only managed to buy up all the shares from 4 banks. That night, they stayed at a hotel, and they will continue the next morning. At one of the securities counter of a bank, 2 men were queuing up behind Feng Yu. They were discussing which shares to buy. They were thinking if they should get the 2,000 renminbi share or the 1,800 renminbi share when they heard the kid in front of them shouted, "I am buying all the available shares in your branch." Feng Yu could not remember which share would rise the most or which share would not perform well. But he knew that when the stock exchange was set up, all the shares rose in value at the start. Feng Yu does not care what type of shares. He just buys everything since he could afford it. Feng Yu loaded the 2 big briefcases onto the car and drove towards the next bank. The 2 men who were queuing up behind Feng Yu were speechless. Earlier, they were still discussing which shares to buy. Now, there was not a single share left for them to buy. They had never seen anyone who bought shares in this manner. This kid was not afraid of losing money. The 2 men discussed among themselves. Was that kid a fool? That kid had spent over 1 million RMB on shares. If they had the money, they would not be buying stocks. They would be leaving the money in the bank and collect interest. Every year, the interest would be at least tens of thousands RMB. They could spend on whatever they wanted and still can't finish spending everything. But at the same time, both of them also envied that kid. Maybe that kid was so rich because he dares to take the risk. Since that kid dares to buy shares in this manner, then they should not hesitate too. The 2 men decided to go to another bank to buy stocks. Some of the bank staffs still remembered Li Shiqiang and greeted him. They heard that this man made his fortune by trading in treasury bonds. This was someone who had traveled from Bing City to buy treasury bonds here. This showed how profitable treasury bonds were. But this time, the staffs were wrong. Li Shiqiang was not there to buy treasury bonds. Although there was still money to be made from treasury bonds, when compared to shares, there was a vast difference in the returns. Li Shiqiang placed his checkbook on the counter and asked the staff to bring out all the shares certificates. There were more banks in Shun City than Bing City, and there were more shares too. Feng Yu had spent all the money they brought with them and almost buy up all the available shares in Shun City. When everyone returned to Bing City, they started to tally the shares certificates and wrap them up carefully. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That was the first time they spent money like this. Feng Yu was satisfied with the performance of Wu Jigang and the staffs. Not one of them took the checks or shares and ran off. Perhaps they were in pairs and were mutually supervising each other, or maybe they had not thought of doing that at all. Or perhaps they did not want to create trouble for their families. Feng Yu was right to trust them. This was only the first step. But did they think this was the end? Feng Yu only bought less than 50 million renminbi worth of shares and was still not satisfied. There was no more money in Taihua trading account. Feng Yu have a solution. ICBC's bank manager Zhu finally got to meet Feng Yu today. When they met, he immediately asked if Feng Yu was going to switch his company account to other banks. Feng Yu explained that the company was making some investments. That's why he had transferred some of his funds to other banks. His company account will still be with ICBC. There will not be any changes. This assured manager Zhu. He was at a critical stage. There were huge amounts of foreign currencies transactions with Taihua trading account, and this was an achievement for him. But relying on this achievement was not enough. Now the government had lowered the lending rate to increase spending. So, the banks need to switch their focuses from savings to lending. Manager Zhu was leading regarding getting savings for the bank, and his branch was #1 in the province. But regarding lending, Manager Zhu was not performing well. His branch was ranked below average in the region. This would affect his promotion to the post of provincial deputy bank manager. Manager Zhu had wanted to talk to Feng Yu about loans, but Feng Yu brought up this subject after his explanations. He asked about the procedures for getting loans. No choice. Feng Yu could not remember the procedures of getting a loan in this era, but he knew it was quite troublesome. Manager Zhu's eye sparkles. Taihua Trading needs a loan. That's great. I will approve whatever the amount as long as it was within his authority. Manager Zhu even wishes for Feng Yu to get a loan for an astronomical amount. With the capabilities of Taihua Trading, he was not afraid that Feng Yu could not repay the loan. Feng Yu saw the excitement in Manager Zhu's eyes when they talked about getting a loan and understood why. The government was encouraging borrowing and spending. So, there should be a target for ICBC to hit. Feng Yu wanted to get a loan for a large amount and invest in the stock market. This would save him a lot of trouble after 2 years. Manager Zhu, based on the financial situation of my company, there was no need to get a loan. But recently, my company have a big project. So, we might need to get a short-term loan. How is the interest calculated, the repayment period, and the mode of repayment? Manager Zhu enthusiastically explained to Feng Yu. The interest would be the lowest, and he guaranteed it to be the lowest in the province. The repayment period would be 3 years, and the first and second year will be interest repayment only. The loan amount plus interest for the third year will be paid in the final year. This way, there will be no pressure on Feng Yu. Feng Yu was jumping with joy in his heart. That was what he wanted. Although he still had the profits from the humidifiers and the annual returns from the machinery factory, he does not want to repay the loan early. 3 years was the right duration. His shares should be sold by then, and he should recover his investment. Manager Zhu, how much can your bank lend my company? If you are using your shares in the machinery company as collateral, I can give you a loan of 1.2 million renminbi. If it was Taihua Trading's assets and income, I could lend you 10 million renminbi. Wind and rain logistics will be 2 million renminbi, and the pig farm can get a loan of 500,000 renminbi. Manager Zhu was hoping for Feng Yu to use all these companies as collaterals for loans. Manager Zhu, this is not right. The market value of the machinery company shares is currently worth about 1.2 million renminbi, and the loan amount you tell me is not making sense. Furthermore, why is Taihua Trading only worth 10 million renminbi? Taihua Trading owns Wind and Rain brand, and there were over a few million rubles of trade with the Soviet Union every month. Why is the loan amount so little? Manager Zhu stared at Feng Yu with eyes opened wide. Feng Yu wanted to borrow more. This was great. Since he thinks that the loan amount was too little, then how much does he want? Manager Feng, then how much do you think it's reasonable? With the machinery company's shares and Taihua Trading assets and income as collateral, I wish to get a loan of 40 million renminbi. As for Wind and Rain Logistics, I think it is worth 4 million renminbi. We have a fleet of 80 gas trucks. Don't tell me that a truck is not worth 50,000 renminbi. Although Feng Yu had bought the trucks at less than 50,000 renminbi each, the trucks were worth this price now. Manager Zhu did not say anything yet, but Li Shiqiang stared at Feng Yu in shocked. What's going on? You want me to get a loan of 4 million renminbi? Isn't this a bit risky? The interest for a year was also not a small sum. Li Shiqiang already felt that using all his available funds to invest in shares was a risky move, and now Feng Yu still want to get a loan? He can get a loan for himself. Why did he drag him along? Fine. Li Shiqiang had agreed to get some loans, but Feng Yu did not tell him that the loan amount was so much. If he can't repay the loan, the logistics company will belong to the bank. Feng Yu secretly patted his brother-in-law's leg, assuring him. Feng Yu had wanted to build a hospital for his sister, but it was his brother-in-law who volunteered for the task. Feng Yu asked him to expand his business aggressively, but he was scared of failing. With the speed of the logistics company's development, it would take more than 5 years to fulfill his sister's dream. Investing in shares was different. The returns would reach a few folds within 2 years, and Li Shiqiang's worth would be increased to tens of millions RMB. At that time, he would have no problems even if he set up a few hospitals. Manager Zhu asked in shaking voice, "You want to take a loan of how much?" 40 million. It's 44 million. Manager Zhu was breathing rapidly. Ha ha ha. It's done. It's finally done. It was time for his promotion. He was short of 15 million for his target this year. With these 44 million loans, he would achieve his target with excess. His branch would be ranked first in the province. If he was not promoted, who else would be eligible? Let me think of a way. 44 million renminbi, right? No problem. Although this amount was not according to the regulations, Manager Zhu decided to speak to his higher-ups. A 44 million loan would take care of the whole province's target. He believed that his leaders would approve this loan. Feng Yu saw that Manager Zhu was accommodative, and he continued. I still have an antique. It is a Ming Dynasty Xuanda burner. It is a real treasure, and there are only a few of them in the world. A Hong Kong businessman once offered 8 million to buy it from me. I will not ask for more. I will use it as collateral for a 6 million loan. The total loan amount will be 50 million renminbi. See, Manager Zhu was frowning and exhaling loudly. There was no precedent in this province for using an antique as collateral for loans. Supposedly, anything that was valuable could be used as collateral for loans. But the price for antiques was hard to evaluate. Feng Yu claims that someone offered him 8 million, but there was also the possibility that the antique could not be sold for even 80,000 renminbi. Manager Feng, using antique is a bit hard. There is no benchmark to gauge its value. It's very hard to get approval. Manager Zhu said with a troubled look. Feng Yu glanced at Manager Zhu. It's very difficult? Never mind then. We will go to CCB for loans. My father knows Manager Liu from CCB Loans Department too. I think with me using so many assets as collateral, it should not be difficult to get a 50 million loan. Manager Zhu watched Feng Yu stand up, and he immediately grabbed him by his hand. Manager Feng, please wait. We had cooperated for so long, and you still don't trust me? Let me make a phone call first. Just a call. This was all for his merit, for his promotion. Manager Zhu walked out of the room, and Li Shiqiang immediately asked, Xiao Yu, why do you need to borrow so much money? What if you can't repay? Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang confidently. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I can definitely repay this amount. Do you know how much profits from the overseas market did Tai Hua Trading get for the humidifiers? 10 million. 10 million US dollars. Next year, the profits will increase further. So, you don't need to worry about the repayment. What we are doing now is seizing the opportunity to buy up all available shares in the market. You can see the returns at the end of this year. Maybe it might be even earlier than that. Maybe in October, you can see the profits. By sweeping 2 cities clean of the available shares, Feng Yu would affect the stock market and push up the prices. Li Shiqiang wanted to say something, but Manager Zhu returned and told Feng Yu excitedly, 50 million renminbi. Our city ICBC and the provincial ICBC will jointly lend this amount to you. ICBC readily agreed to give Feng Yu a loan of 50 million renminbi. But things were not so simple as Feng Yu need his father's signature. He was now thinking of how to get his father to sign the documents. Feng Xingtai was even more conservative than Li Shiqiang, and was contented with what he had now. He felt that the money he earned now was more than enough for him and could not finish spending in his lifetime. How could he get a loan from the bank, and it was still a big amount? You this good-for-nothing son. Loan? That's borrowing money, and there's still high interest. Why did you get a loan for so much money? Feng Yu just finished saying. Feng Xingtai had banged hard on the table and stood up. This good-for-nothing son needs a beating. His whole body will itch if he does not get a beating every 3 days. Dad, wait a moment. You know how important your son is now? Feng Yu asked in an exaggerated manner. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu from top to bottom and asked, which part is important? What are you up to this time? Dad, you know the last time I attended the international summer camp at Moscow University with Wen Dongjun and other students? Feng Yu asked, placing particular emphasis on the words international and Moscow. Now you mention that camp. It reminds me of something. Why are you out every night while at the camp? Feng Xingtai sneered. Dad, that's the main point. Your son was on a mission. An important mission. Look, where did all the machinery from Taihua factory come from? It's bought from the Soviet Union. How did we become shareholders of the machinery company? It was because of the technologies I bought from the Soviet Union too. Even the city mayor knows about this. What? The mayor is finding trouble with us? Just tell him that I am the one who did all these, and it had nothing to do with you. Feng Xingtai was shocked. His first reaction was to protect his son, even if he had to go to jail. Dad, let me finish first. Feng Yu wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. The mayor knows that I am capable of getting advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union. That's why I was tasked with buying machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union for Bing City. That was the reason why I had to leave the camp every night. So, nothing bad had happened? This was instructed by the mayor. Of course, I had even signed the contract. It includes the soybean oil machinery. All the machinery will be arriving in 1 to 2 months' time. All these machineries from the Soviet Union were large-scale production machinery. How much do you think it will cost? What you mean? Your loan is to buy these machines? Didn't you say that it was the mayor that asked you to buy these machines? Shouldn't the city government be paying for these machines? Feng Xingtai was unhappy. Even if it was the mayor, he shouldn't be taking advantage of them. There's no other reason for them to take a loan to purchase machinery for the government. Feng Yu rolled his eyes and asked his father seriously. Dad, do you think that machinery factories Li Mingda needs to be taught a lesson? We were the one who got advanced machinery and technologies for the machinery factory. The profits from the sales of the agriculture machines were manufactured from the technologies we provided, and you are also the assistant manager there. But did Li Mingda ever respected you? When Feng Yu mentioned this, Feng Xingtai was pissed. He was also the owner of a food processing factory, and he had a few dozens of workers under him. He was also considered a leader. But every time he went to the machinery factory, the look on Li Mingda and his secretary was looking down on him. If it were not because of Feng Yu, he would have sold his machinery factory shares a long time ago. What do you mean? You want to beat him up? Not to that extent. He is managing the factory well. But have you ever thought of becoming the boss of the machinery factory, and Li Mingda got to report to you? Feng Yu carried on inducing his father. How can that be possible? Li Mingda is considered a government servant. Dad, it's a joint stock company. The major shareholder has the final say in the company. I am confident that I can help you become the major shareholder in 3 years. In future, you will be the general manager, and Li Mingda can only resign or work for us. What? Within 3 years become the major shareholder, and I will be the general manager? Are you dreaming? Don't worry about the process. I can definitely achieve it. However, we need to earn more money now. With money in our hands, we can buy the machinery company shares. I have a way to buy the shares. What's that got to do with you getting a loan? Finally, it had come to this question. Feng Yu immediately replied, I will be reselling this batch of Soviet machinery and technologies. No matter if I am selling it to the city or other company, we can make money. But first, we must have money to buy these machineries and technologies, right? The loan is to raise funds for the purchase. No. The company in Bing City had lots of money. Last month, I asked you, and you replied that there was still lots of money in that company's account. I spent it. What? There should be at least 20 to 30 million. You spent it. Feng Xingtai stood up to look for the feather duster. 20 to 30 million renminbi, and you spent it? This good-for-nothing son. I used it to buy shares. Shares are similar to treasury bonds. There will be dividends at the end of the year, and it is better than the bank. Also, the dividend is higher than the loan's interest. We can make money. You sign on these 2 documents, and we will have money to purchase the advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union. Guaranteed to make money. Feng Yu continued to lie. We can make money even if we sell to the city? Yes. The profits will not be lesser than 20%. Feng Yu did not tell his father that the profits would be at least 30%, and that was even taking discount into considerations. Then you also don't need so much money. It's 40 million. How much is the interest every month? The interest will not be higher than our profits. Furthermore, we still have the machinery and shares. These are also money. Then when will we be repaying the bank? End of the year. See, it is written here. Repayment at the end of the year. Feng Yu casually pointed to the contract. He didn't intend to even let his father read it carefully. This really can make money. We are sure to make. We have the city government as our backing. I had already sold all these machines and technologies. If you don't sign, then we will not have money to buy those machines from the Soviet Union. Then your son would be breaking the law. Feng Yu was also thinking of getting his father to transfer the Tai Hua trading shares to him. Getting his signature every time was troublesome, and he still got to come up with lies. Genius also has his own difficulties. Feng Xingtai picked up the pen to sign. He signed on the places where Feng Yu pointed on the document. When he finished signing, he wanted to read the contract, but Feng Yu immediately took it away and kept in his bag. Dad, I need to return to Bing City today. This contract needs to be delivered to the bank as soon as possible. The Soviets will only release the machines when they receive money. The city government had chased me a few times. Leave after lunch. Your mom is cooking rabbit stew at home. No, I will be back in 2 days' time. The contract was settled, and Feng Yu only need to wait for ICBC to release the funds. Feeling Yu was in a rush to get back to Bing City. Without funds, he could not buy more shares. He got the feeling of loss if he did not earn this money. Feng Xingtai hanged up the phone. He was so angry until he stomped his feet. He had called his son-in-law and was told that Feng Yu wanted to get a loan from the bank was not to purchase machinery. Instead, Feng Yu planned to use the money to buy more shares. This son even dares to lie to his father? He will break his legs when he returns. The loan process was very smooth, and Feng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Manager Zhu was still very reliable. Can he be unreliable? Manager Zhu depended on this loan for his promotion. The part of loan amount was under the provincial ICBC, and this made his leaders there happy. The leaders also promised him that after the deputy provincial bank manager retires at the end of the year, he would be taking over that position. Feng Yu brought his men to Ji City to buy the shares, and Li Shiqiang also went back to Shin City with some men. They have to buy up all the available shares in the market within the shortest period of time. Feng Yu guessed that no one bought shares as aggressive as him in his previous life, and the stock market bull run started at the end of the year. With Feng Yu aggressively acquiring shares in large quantities now, the market boom might be brought forward. Although his current funds might not be enough for him to be considered a big player, it will definitely have some impact on the market. After 3 days of hard work, Feng Yu and his staffs returned to Bing City. They had spent all their money, and all the staffs, including Wen Dongjun, had chosen the stocks they wanted. Basically, they were hinted by Feng Yu to pick the famous stocks in his previous life. These stocks were the earliest to be on the market and unquestionably will be profitable stocks. All of them were confident of Feng Yu. Was there a need to doubt the words of someone who had become wealthy and set up a profitable business in such a short time? Anyway, they had already purchased the shares and had no other choices. Furthermore, Feng Yu had promised them that he will cover the losses if any. Everyone was satisfied, and when they thought that Feng Yu would be taking a break, Feng Yu went to look for Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao. Borrow money? Manager Feng, your Tai Hua trading is getting the bigger share, and you are earning more than the both of us combined. You want to borrow money from us? Ho Haitao asked puzzledly. Tai Hua trading need money? Recently I have an investment, and I am short of money. I will return the money to you at the end of the year. Li Shiyu shook his head. Manager Feng, our factories are different with Tai Hua trading. We are state-owned enterprises, and even though, with my signature, I can withdraw the money, I still need to answer to the government. This is the government's money, not ours. That's why I cannot agree to lend you the money. Ho Haitao immediately said that his factory also can't lend Feng Yu money. He said that his factory was not doing well and even asked Feng Yu to give him more R&D funds. The funds were running low. Feng Yu sighed. Borrowing money from state-owned enterprises were too difficult. Furthermore, Feng Yu was investing in the financial market and not some physical businesses. It would be hard to convince them also. Looks like he can only try the last person. Manager Feng, I thought you had encountered some big problems when calling me here. How come your company is short of funds? Fu Guangjing does not understand. The profits of the humidifiers had been transferred every month, and Taihua Trading was making huge profits. How come Feng Yu is short of funds? Feng Yu laughed. It's not Taihua Trading needs money. I am the one that needs money. Recently, I noticed a profitable business, and I need to borrow some money. Maybe you can introduce some Hong Kong banks to me. I need to get a loan. Fu Guangjing's eyes widen. What profitable business? Can you let me in? Fu Guangjing had discovered that after knowing Feng Yu, his luck had turned for the better. Recently, he had bought some antiques, and none of the antiques were fake. Also, the second-hand luxury cars business were doing well, and he had made lots of profits from there. He even got praised by his father. When he invested in the machinery company with Feng Yu, he did not expect to make any profits from it. But the bonuses and dividends from last year, and according to the sales orders, he might get back his invested amount in another year. He estimated that there will still be 5 years of high dividends. This investment was giving him high returns. Investing in the machinery company made the Fu family noticed Fu Guangjing. However, it was the getting the overseas dealership of the humidifiers that made him stand out in the Fu family. His status was climbing up, not only in the Fu family, but also in Hong Kong's second-generation circles. Fu Guangjing was now very famous in that circle. He was no longer labeled as the useless Fu family generation. This profitable business is stocks. Stocks? Fu Guangjing's face changed color. He knows about the situation of the stock market now, and investing in stocks now can earn money. This is also considered a good business? Manager Feng, are you joking with me? Not joking. Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu puzzledly. Could it be Feng Yu had gotten some insider information and knows that a particular stock will rise? But it can't be. Taihua Trading should have at least tens of million RMB of assets. Feng Yu still need to borrow money? Then Manager Feng intends to buy what stocks? China stocks. I am buying every single China stocks. Feng Yu smilingly said. China stocks? There is a stock exchange in China? Fu Guangjing asked in surprise. It was normal for him to be surprised. Now, China still does not have any stock exchanges. Hong Kong stock exchanges existed for a long time, and in 1986, for exchanges closed and set up a unified stock exchange. The unified stock exchange even allowed the trading of international bonds. Fu Guangjing thought that Feng Yu had wanted to buy the stocks listed on Hong Kong Stock Exchange, but it turned out that Feng Yu wanted to buy China stocks. But there were no stock exchanges in China, and there was no way for the shares to trade. Without trading, how can the value rise? Wait for the year-end financial report? How many profits can these Chinese companies make, and how much dividends can they give? There's still no stock exchange in China. The stocks were mainly bought over the counter in the banks, and they are still in the form of paper certificates. But the Chinese government had started to stimulate the economy. Before the end of the year, there should be news of setting up a stock exchange. When that happens, the first few companies that were listed will be taken care by the government, and everybody will be buying the shares of those few companies. We are sure to make money. Don't tell me that you had invested all of Taihua Trading's assets into these China stocks. Fu Guangjing was shocked. Feng Yu was crazy. The Chinese stock market can be considered in the starting phase. There were also no signs of it picking up. Feng Yu dares to take such a big gamble? Taihua Trading's assets were worth at least tens of millions, and he invested everything into the stock market? Feng Yu nodded. That's right. I also wanted to borrow money to continue to invest. I can give you interest. 3 years. How about every year 10% interest? I meant compounding interest. Fu Guangjing doesn't understand why Feng Yu was so confident. Yearly 10% compounding interest was much higher than the banks. Why was he confident that the China stocks will rise, and he was still buying every stock? Fu Guangjing felt that Feng Yu was playing with fire. If he was not careful, he might burn himself. This, I need to discuss with my family first. Fu Guangjing paused for a while and said. In his heart, he was thinking of how to reject Feng Yu without hurting their relationships. There was no way for him to lend Feng Yu money. But if he were to help Feng Yu get a loan, he needs to discuss with his family first. Someone from the Fu family will have to be a guarantor in getting a loan because of this, His father would never agree. Hearing his reply and from his expression, Feng Yu knew that Fu Guangjing does not want to lend him money. He even does not want to be his guarantor. Seems like Feng Yu got to increase the chips. Does your Fu family dabble with Forex, or do you all have any investment in Japan? My first uncle deals in Forex, and my second uncle had some properties in Japan. Why? Are you looking at investing in Japan too? Feng Yu tapped the table with his fingers and said, I will tell you two things which I heard from the leaders. Firstly, all properties in Japan got to be sold off as soon as possible. Even if the value is low now, it must also be sold. If not, there won't be any chance for the properties to sell. Secondly, Japanese yen will continue to appreciate for the next few years. So, never bet on the depreciation of yen, as it will be easy to lose money. You sure? Very sure. Feng Yu knew that the lies about getting news from the senior leaders would be shocking to Fu Guangjing. He hoped that with the news, Fu Guangjing would be about to convince his family to loan him the money or help him get a loan from the Hong Kong banks. Fu Guangjing, including his family, had assumed that Feng Yu had strong backings all this while. On the surface, his parents might be farmers, but maybe he had strong connections which were not known to others. If Feng Yu does not have strong backings, how could he have gotten this news? How could Feng Yu trade with the Soviet Unions, and how could he use the Soviet trains to transport his goods? Especially if Feng Yu does not have access to insider news, why would he dare to invest everything he had into treasury bonds when he started out? Maybe Feng Yu had a third grandpa or a second grand uncle working at the Central or had connections with the senior officials there, and was able to get access to information about the policies what was about to implement. This might be the reason why Feng Yu was able to earn from all his investments. This news Feng Yu gave to Fu Guangjing must be from his backers in the dark. So, it seems that there will be listed companies in China soon. Fu Guangjing called his father and told him about the news Feng Yu told him, and also said to him that Feng Yu wanted to get a 3-year loan from them with compounding interests of 10%. Fu Rongjing questioned further and found out that Feng Yu wants to get a loan to invest in China's stocks, and it's still not any particular stocks. Feng Yu wanted to purchase all sorts of available shares in the market. He felt that this was something unusual. Even if China's stocks had potential, but not every stock will make money. There should not be a lot of companies that will be listed initially, and will there be many people in China that will buy shares? Fu Rongjing contacted the rest of the family and told them that Fu Guangjing had got some news. The yen will rise, and Japan property market will collapse. China's stock exchange might be opening soon, and there will be listed Chinese companies soon. The head of the Fu family, Fu Rongqi, was an expert in the financial market, and his company had done research. The U.S. had already intervened with Japan's economy, and the rising of yen will benefit the U.S. He had a wait-and-see approach, but after hearing the news from Fu Rongjing, he also felt that there would be at least 80% possibility of the yen rising. Although China's economy had just started to pick up, the growth was at an amazing pace. China had the top personnel in their economic planning committee and undoubtedly will have access to more reliable information compared to him. But the Fu family's second brother, Fu Rongqiu, does not agree with the news. How could Japanese property market collapse? He felt that the world's top economy should not be the U.S. It should be Japan. The Japanese stock market was flourishing, and Japan was the most advanced in technology and innovations. Furthermore, there were lots of Americans and Europeans investing in Japan's property market. How could it collapse? Fu family's third brother, Fu Rongbing, kept quiet. Earlier, his eldest brother and the fourth brother had set up a distribution company to distribute a new type of humidifier. Both had made lots of money from the U.S. and Europe. His second brother had invested in the Japanese property market, and the property prices had been rising. Only his company did not have any developments. This time, his fourth brother said that he received news from the big boss in China about investments, and he came over to hear about it. But when he heard that it was investing in China's stock market, he was not interested. China was still a backward country, and how could they set up a stock exchange and allows companies to be listed in a short period of time? As for loaning money or being a guarantor, he would never agree. He did not get to earn a single cent previously and now got to be a guarantor? No way. Big brother, you think this news is reliable? I believe it. Tomorrow I will be doing more yen futures. The faster the yen rises, the more I will earn. Big brother, don't forget that the yen had already risen a lot recently. You still think that it will rise further? Fu Rongqiu sneered. What news from China's top leaders? How can China be compared to Hong Kong when it comes to getting reliable news? Second brother and third brother, do you all want to invest in the humidifier company? Each of you gives me 50 million Hong Kong dollars, and I will sell some shares to you. Fu Rongqiu and Fu Rongbing's eyes shined. Their eldest brother wants to sell his shares to them? This showed that their elder brother wants to take care of them, and at the same time, he wanted to invest more into Forex futures. He wants to bet that the yen will rise further. Fu Rongqiu does not have 50 million Hong Kong dollars cash. However, when he thinks of the profits of the humidifiers which were higher than his investments in properties, he decided to sell his properties in Japan at a slight loss to raise funds. Fourth brother, how much does that manager phone wants to borrow? Fu Rongjin replied, Big brother, don't worry. I will be the guarantor for him. The eldest brother was the best in investments compared to his three other brothers. Now the eldest even wanted to lend Feng Yu the money. He might as well be the guarantor and let Fu Guangjing be the one who gave Feng Yu a favor. When Hong Kong is returned to China, he might get the first mover advantage to enter the vast China market. His assets might even overtake his eldest brother. Fu Rongqi looked at his fourth brother and nodded. Okay, just go according to your plan. This manager Feng is not simple. You had helped me contacted Hong Kong's Citibank and HSBC. Feng Yu was happy. This Fu Guangjing had agreed to be his guarantor in the end. Feng Yu still had something valuable in his hands, which were the stocks. The stocks he bought were valuable and could be used as collateral. Feng Yu had used his company's assets as collateral to get loans and used the credits to purchase stocks. He would use the shares as collaterals to get more loans. This was like how the property developers in the future years get repeated loans. Getting a loan to buy a land parcel and then mortgage the land to another bank to get a loan to complete the buildings. This way, the property developers would only need to come up with only 10% of the whole investment, and the rest were from the banks. However, this practice came to a halt and was considered a violation of lending regulations. Companies that indulged in such practices were blacklisted, and they will have difficulties in getting future loans. The reason given by Feng Yu for getting a loan was to invest in trades. It was considered a misappropriation of funds when he spends the money in stocks. However, if no one reported him, the authorities would not care. But if Feng Yu carried on getting loans from China's banks, he would be found out, and he might be jailed. Getting a loan from Hong Kong was different. The banks in China had no way to find out. The Hong Kong banks only look at the value of the collaterals, and with Fu Rongjin as the guarantor, he could get a significant amount of loans safely. The most important thing was this amount would be more than what the Fu family can lend him. How? Is Manager Feng satisfied? Fu Guangjing asked happily. I wonder how much can these two banks lend me? How many shares do you have? Feng Yu showed one finger. 100 million renminbi. How much? 100 million renminbi. Fu Guangjing was shocked. He knew that Feng Yu had invested a lot in China stocks, but he did not expect the amount to be so big. 100 million? Feng Yu's companies don't need cash flows. If it weren't for Taihua Trading working with the suppliers for a long period of time and were allowed to have a 1-month credit term, Feng Yu would not dare to do this. He cannot stop the trade with the Soviet Union, as this was the connection with Kirilenko. As for the machines and technologies bought from the Soviet Union, Feng Yu would collect the deposits first and send to Kirilenko. When the buyers paid up the remaining amount after they collected their machines, he would transfer to Kirilenko. This way, he does not need to use too much cash. Feng Yu was putting his everything into this. 100 million. Fine. With so many shares and my father as the guarantor, there should not be any problems getting at least 100 million renminbi. It was mid-August. After the turmoil of buying shares, the light industry's machinery and technologies had arrived in Bing City from the Soviet Union. The factories that had paid the deposits had already sent their men over with the remaining payments. They were waiting in Taihua Trading's office every day since they arrived. They were afraid of things not going as planned. Although the deposits were paid, and it was not the first time Taihua Trading sold Soviet machines to them, they could not rest assured until the machines were in their hands. What if someone comes with a better offer for the machines? Everyone in the meeting was restless. Other than the Feng Yu told them that the machines were arriving today, it was also because Feng Yu had banned smoking there. These people were all smokers. Even though they were no-chain smokers, they still could not stand waiting for hours without smoking. It was not only at Taihua Trading, but even Wind and Rain Logistics was also the same. Whoever dares to smoke in the offices or lighted any flames will be fined 100 renminbi the first time. If the person were caught for the second time, he would be sacked. Feng Yu had no choice but to be strict. There were more than 100 million renminbi worth of shares in the storeroom. He had used 100 million renminbi shares as collaterals for a 120 million loan from Citibank and HSBC. He used this money to purchase stocks from the northern to the southern provinces. Their footprints even reached Shenzhen. Feng Yu even convinced Li Shiqiang to mortgage his shares to get more stocks. All the shares were kept together in the safe in the office. Feng Yu made his men remembered about moist-proof, pest control, fire prevention, and anti-theft, and they must set an example. Wu Jigang and the staff shares were also kept together there, and they readily agreed. If a fire broke out in the office, all of them would be broke. At first, some rep from the factories did not obey the rules. They felt that it was a joke. He knew that every staff there smoked. But when he lighted up one cigarette, Wu Jigang immediately asked him to stub it out and pay the fine or get out of the office with his check. As for the deposit, he will refund the factory at the end of the month. Wu Jigang's firm attitude shocked all these people from the factories. They had heard that Taihua Trading's staff had a terrible temper, but after getting in touch with them, they felt that they were still quite nice. Today, they finally experienced the bad-tempered staffs. Pujiang Textile Mills. Is there anyone from Pujiang Textile Mills? Here. A man with glasses jumped from his chair. You follow me to the cargo terminal to inspect your goods and do the handover documentation. 5 minutes later, another representative from the factories was called away. There were lesser and lesser people in the room. The remaining people started to get more restless. Although they were told that the equipment had arrived, but why were they still in the room? Some had already been called out, and why were they still waiting in the room? Could there be some problems with the machines they ordered? Their machines were obsoleted machines from the Soviet Union, but they were still in good conditions. Taihua Trading had also priced these machines very low. They were instructed by their factory's management that nothing must go wrong with this deal, especially those that had ordered machineries and technologies together. Some of the representatives were the factory's chief engineers or workshop directors. This showed that the factories had placed high importance in this transaction. Feng Yu was sitting in the finance room. Every once in a while, there will be someone accompanied by a Taihua Trading staff entering the room to hand over a check and sign on some documents. Feng Yu also warned those people that they will be accompanied by his staff to the bank to cash in the checks. This was to prevent if any of them played any tricks. If they dare to give him bounced checks to delay payments, he will not hesitate to tear up the contract and confiscate the deposit. Although it would be troublesome for him to look for new buyers, he could find buyers easily within 1 to 2 weeks. His machines were cheap, in excellent condition, and very advanced. Why would he be worried about getting no buyers? Textile mills machinery sold, and the money was deposited. The refrigerator production line has been sold, and the money deposited. The cigarette equipment has been sold, and the money deposited. Someone was reporting to Feng Yu every half an hour, and the contracts in from a Feng Yu were getting lesser. Manager Feng, the first set of technology was verified and can be traded. A Russian came in and told Feng Yu. Feng Yu nodded, and someone took a contract and left the room. Kirilenko had sent someone with all the technology's documents. When Feng Yu returned from the Soviet Union, he did not want to bring all those documents with him. If he were caught with those documents, it would be hard for him to explain. It would be better for Kirilenko to send his men with the documents over. Furthermore, these documents need to be verified by an expert. Feng Yu does not understand the contents of the papers. There were lots of numbers in these documents, and to Feng Yu, these are just numbers, and there was nothing special about it. There were lots of machineries being unloaded from the trains and transferred to trucks. Some simply latched the whole carriage onto the back of another train. The people at the railway station knew that these must be Taihua Trading's goods. Taihua Trading was really something. They could import so many machines from the Soviet Union. Just happened there were a few workers from the motor factory at the railway station loading some goods on a southbound train, and they saw the situation there. They immediately informed their factory director that Taihua Trading's machineries had arrived from the Soviet Union. They were not sure if these machines were of use to them. Li Shiyu rushed down to the Taihua Trading and saw many people waiting in the meeting room. Could it be some advanced machinery? Manager Feng, why didn't you inform me that you have machinery arriving from the Soviet Union today? Have the machines I ordered arrived? I bought the checks. Director Lee, have a seat. The machines the motor factory ordered was not purchased yet. This batch of machines and technologies were for light industries. The machines and technologies you ordered were for heavy industries, and currently, there are a bit of problem getting them. But I promised you that I will get it next year. Cannot be. There is so many equipments at the train station, and none of them are suitable for my factory. Li Shiyu does not want to give up. Feng Yu passed a list on his desk to Li Shiyu. Look, these are machinery for textile, home appliances, cigarettes, oil, food processing, sugar, wine. Which one do you need? You let me know, I will break the contract and sell it to you. These machines were not suitable for the motor factory, and Feng Yu does not believe that Li Shiyu really wants them. Li Shiyu frowned. This is a light industry equipment wholesales. You have almost everything here, but the motor factory does not have any uses for these. This production line is used to produce refrigerators? Never mind. I don't need. The last batch of the refrigerators was not selling well, and the compressors were still bought at a discount. Li Shiyu knew that Taihua Trading did not make much from this business. If he were to get the production line for the refrigerators and produce refrigerators themselves, they would not earn any money. The northern province market was too small, and if he were to ship those fridges to the south, the transport cost would be high. Refrigerators were not like the electric fans or humidifiers. They were bulky and cost more to transport. Light Industries Equipment Wholesaler? Feng Yu laughed. He likes the sound of it, but he loves the name of Heavy Industries Wholesaler next year. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.